Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I welcome you in as ever. Thank you for checking me out here on this Friday afternoon. TGIF to you and yours. Hope you really got some mighty big plans headed on this evening that you go out and have some fun. We're going to have a little bit of fun here today. Got a little bit of a nice little show here planned for you guys today. We're going to be a little bit of a quicker show today because we'll be bouncing back, of course, in 2 days. And I'm going to be streaming all day on Sunday here, both games. So feel free for everybody to come on in and join us on Sunday if you're watching the conference championships on either side of the end of things. But we will be planning to do that. But today we're going to have some nice in-depth draft talk. We're getting into it, folks. Roll up your sleeves now, okay? We're going deep here. I know it's just early in the draft season. I promised you and I told you we're going to be going hard with it. So we've done the mock draft already where we've done a 7-round Seahawks mock draft. Today, I'm going to provide you my 2-round mock draft, and that's the full draft. And I think what I want to do with that's beyond just looking through the Seahawks lens of things, is start to get a better view of what we're going to see with the rest of the NFL teams around us and what they're going to probably be leaning in to do. Now, granted, in all of this talk, I want this to be said because I know already somebody's going to be pilfering up my comment section going, there's still the pre-draft stuff, there's the combine man, there's the pro days dude, why you already, this is the process of it, of kind of figuring it out. And yes, that stuff is going to impact that stuff to a degree, but I also think this draft's a little bit of an unusual draft in some of its lack of strength, let's just call it that I think is going to determine some of this. And so I spent a little bit of yesterday trying to kind of go through the various scenarios and give you guys some quick explanations for why I think some teams are going to go the way they're going to go. But we've got our 2-round mock draft. At the top, though, I want to begin with the talk of the 5 early scenarios here. The 5 early scenarios that are showing themselves. Now, as I said, there's a whole lot of process down the road that's got to play out for us to figure out what's what. But that doesn't mean that up the top of the draft, we can't get a clear understanding and an idea of what really are the roads here that are presenting themselves. Yes, there are 5 separate roads you can walk down, but at the end of the day, I think there really are only about 5 roads as you look at the possibilities here starting to show themselves, right? We know, for instance, at number 5, even if there was an offensive tackle there who the Seahawks had highly valued on their chart of positional players, they would go, nah, we're not going to pick that. So there's some things that we can lean away from and understand that they're not going to be selecting there at number 5 or not doing a different direction. And I feel like I've boiled this down to a 5 scenario situation on this. And from this 5 scenario situation, we'll be able to lend this over to the 2-round mock that I'm going to be doing in a second. We'll go right through. I'm going to use PFF and just be kind of picking for every team to show you guys how I kind of got through my process quickly on that. I might not be as much over to you guys in the chat today because we are doing a quick show. So if we don't get to questions today or anything like that, of course, I will be going probably 10 hours strong again Sunday, 2 days from now. So please keep that in mind today, but we're going to be going strong nonetheless. So first scenario, 5 scenarios. Scenario number 1 right here at you guys. And that's going to be the no-brainer. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised by this one. I don't think anybody's going to be blown away by this one. If you get to that pick at number 5 and Jalen Carter or Will Anderson are there, you run your ass to the podium. You don't wait for the 15 minutes. You throw the card at Godell's face and you say, put it up on the board, sucker. And that's just what he's going to do because these guys are great. They will help a defense out that was failing for a big part of the year. They are not unto themselves a wholly fix-it, but they are players that significantly improve and help you out and take you a big further step towards getting this defense turned around. They are true separators in this class. To me, it's a no doubt. If you've got those guys up there, you just simply take them. The second scenario is take the quarterback that remains. Now let's play this out. Anderson or Carter are not there. So they've been picked in the first 5 picks, which leaves 2 other players. I really do feel bare minimum, I'm talking the floor of this draft, is that inside the first 4 picks, there will be 2 quarterbacks taken. We don't know exactly which ones those will be, but we do feel like I think we can get a firm understanding here to know now 1 of 2 will absolutely be selected. And so what that would leave the Seahawks to do at that point would be to, as many of you've told me in the chat, don't overthink this. You're not going to be picking top 5 again for a very long period of time. So if you got the opportunity to take a top end quarterback and you're at the top end of the draft and you don't necessarily, even with Geno here for a couple-year contract, don't necessarily have that in place for the long-term future, you pull that trigger. And so I would expect them to potentially do this again as a scenario number 2. I think that the likelihood at this point when you're picking there is that you're probably looking at Levis. I would think. It might be Young. Hell, it could be even Stroud. This one's a hard one to predict on who that third guy would be, but you would then in this scenario, Carter, Will, Anderson gone, 2 quarterbacks go off the board, then there's really not an offensive tackle in this draft that's going top 5. Skoronski's got arms that are too small. Johnson, I don't think is enough, he's not enough of a silver bullet left tackle type to make you feel like you're okay picking him. The same thing with the receiver Johnson. So again, I think it's going to be a quarterback there. You just take that quarterback at that point if you're Seattle. This is not a scenario I would necessarily love myself to be doing because I just don't know if we're going to end up with a quarterback that's equal to being number 5 pick at that point. You might be stretching a little bit here, but we have to acknowledge that indeed it is a viable possibility. The next scenario number 3 here, and this is going to be Myles Murphy or Tyree Wilson at number 5. So we get to that pick. We're selecting there. We don't like the quarterback. Let's say it's Bryce Young. I know we got some Bryce Young people out there that are like, come on, Bryce. But let's say it's Bryce Young. Seattle doesn't want that. Seattle's not able to trade back and move anywhere back because no team's willing to move up at that point for that guy. Well, then I think that scenario number 3 becomes Myles Murphy or Tyree Wilson. I lean a little bit to Tyree Wilson in this case of things, but I would expect both of these guys with their trajectory right now, even through the draft process, absent them just having some huge character concerns or testing horribly, they're probably both likely to be top 10 picks minimum. So it wouldn't be, it's good value there. There isn't some, I think there's more star potential with Wilson, but there's a little bit with both, but they're not on that same level as you are with Anderson or Carter. As I say in this draft, normally it's tier 1 to tier 2. This year there's kind of a tier 1.5, which has come at the expense of tier 1, which has been really pulled down as far as the number of players that are truly existing in that area of things. So this is number 3. Number 4, now we're getting spicy. And by the way, this was taken from a Hawks Nest membership article. So if you all remember, this is available to you on that side of things. Scenario number 4, the mini trade back. Ooh, I like this scenario. Now, I know this scenario is going to set some people off in the chat, but this is one nonetheless that I do like. You've got teams like the Lions, Raiders, Panthers, Falcons, Texans, Titans, all just behind Seattle, all potentially being in the market for a quarterback, and behind Seattle, and getting into a little bit of a bidding war. And so this is the ideal scenario for you if you're your Seahawks. To me, from my standpoint of this at that point, this is if, again, the no-brainer situation isn't there. So Anderson, Carter gone, right? This to me is the ideal one, scenario number 4. You move back, let's say to 9. You get to the Carolinas pick. You move back 4 spaces at that point. You pick up, let's say, an extra first-round pick next year and maybe a third or second-round pick this year, just to be a little greedy about it. But that's within realism. That's being realistic, I think. And then at that point, okay, Kitty, come on. And then at that point, she breaks my train of thought with that stuff sometimes. At that point, then you're at 9. I would think that a couple of teams up ahead of you, there's a good chance Anthony Richardson's taken, maybe Bijan Robinson, maybe an offensive tackle. It's very rare we don't get through the first 10 picks in a draft and not have a tackle taken. So that's very well possible. I think even if you trade back to 9, there's a very good chance you still end up in a position to be able to then get one of Tyree Wilson or Myles Murphy. So you still get what you would have gotten essentially out of scenario 3, but you've picked up now a first and a third round pick, maybe as far as on the other side of this. Scenario number 4. This one is the one that would definitely have Seahawks fans, I think, close to revolting. I don't know if it would be full on pitchforks and torches and taking to the night, but I do think that they would be pretty annoyed at this one if Schneider went this way. And this is called the deep drop. They call this the deep drop. And the deep drop is one that entails you moving significantly back in the first round. So in the scenario that I proposed in this article, you get Dirty Dan Schneider, right? Out there in Washington. He's always playing a little bit loose and free, okay? And you got him out there, and this only takes a desperate guy, so I'm just giving you the desperate situations. So he's a guy out there, and he's got the NFL coming after him, right? He might be soon to be ousted former owner of the Washington Comanderos. And so he's sitting there going, man, I got to get this done now. I gotta do something here. And we don't have a quarterback. Oh, we don't have a quarterback. I don't like Winky. What is his name? Is Hanky? He doesn't even know his quarterback's name. But then he calls up Schneider and he says, hey, Schneider, look, okay, I get it. You're going to have to go from 5 to 17 here. What's the cost, though? I mean, what if I told you cost is no consideration, Johnny boy? What if I said no consideration? You tell me what you want, and I give up the goods. And so, indeed, you end up pulling off some monstrous haul at that to move back from 5 to 17, but then you pick up 3 first-round picks, maybe even a couple of second-round picks, because that is a significant drop at that point. And Washington's trading up to theoretically get a guy like Will Levis. Again, you've got a guy in Schneider in the past. This is the guy that signed Albert Hainsworth to a big money deal. When a lot of people were like, you might be worried about that. I wouldn't. Gave Bruce Smith all the money at the end of his career when he was getting pretty close to the end. A guy that was signing off on that RG3 trade of 3 first-round picks once that did happen. So, is this a scenario that I think is likely to occur? No, but with all of these scenarios as far as trading goes, as I always say, it takes sometimes just one team to do the crazy thing. It just takes one team with a desperate situation at quarterback. That's usually the other marker that goes in tandem with that. It's usually not just one, but the desperation comes from the fact they're like, damn it, we can't get this quarterback thing right, and we don't have a pathway to going and getting our quarterback. We're kind of too middle of the road as a team to go and get that guy and just hope we're going to be bad enough in a particular year. And this division we're in is a very, very, very competitive division. So can we just sit back here and hope that, Hanky Heineken Ho is going to get us through? Or that Sam Howell, our 5th round pick from last year, who we had so much faith in, and we made him a 5th round pick. Yeah. I could see Washington coming up and doing that. And again, I know this is not one that's going to make a lot of people warm and fuzzy inside, but it's about the possibilities here. I think these are your 5 scenarios. 5 scenarios. The no-brainer, Carter Anderson. You got the Miles Murphy, Tyree Wilson 5 scenario. You got the taking the quarterback scenario. You got the mini drop, and you got the deep drop. Okay, those are your 5 that I think we have early on for that number 5 pick. I don't think that there's another guy to me that's establishing themselves as a difference-making talent that Seattle could go to. I know many of you go, well, Schneider's wild, man. He'll make picks that nobody sees coming. Not when it comes to the top 15. Schneider's history and what he took, I mean, you could maybe say Bruce Irvin was a little bit of a slight reach, potentially. But even Bruce Irvin had back-to-back years, I think, of double-digit sack production out of West Virginia when he was selected. And that was, maybe a little bit even, but that was right at the end of that. Thomas that was right in the spot that was about for him to be picked. Okung, that was the right spot for him to be picked. You could have definitely projected that out. Charles Cross, same thing. So when it comes to the maybe some of the unpredictableness of John Schneider when it comes to some of the later parts of the draft isn't as much in tow when it comes to the top of the draft. And especially considering the needs of this team and what the team already has on the roster, for instance, I don't think they're taking Quentin Johnson. I don't think Bijan Robinson's a possibility here. So let's bend this forward now. Let's bend this forward. Let's run a little bit of a mock, and you're going to see my face off the mock because I want to show you guys the full measure here of what we're doing. And I've already run this mock. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be running the mock and showing you guys a little bit of why I went with the picks that I did go with. And let me get this back up to where I can see here. And we're gonna just kind of talk it through a little bit of how we land here a little bit and why I did land here. So we will enter the draft. Got all my guys selected here. Let's enter the draft here. We'll show it, and you're gonna be missing my face for a second here. We'll bounce back and forth a little bit, but let's get the mock-up so you guys can see and I can walk you through a little bit of my process here of why I did what I did with these picks. And so we're going to go through this pretty fast. I'm not going to be going and spending a laborious time on this with you guys. We're just going to kind of bounce right through a little bit here. And so for the first pick, I know I mentioned Carolina before. I think Carolina just signed Frank Reich as their head coach. I think that's a little bit of an indicator that they're going to look to now trade up in this draft with Chicago. I think the straightforward move here is you go 3 first-round picks on this deal. I could offer in a second as well. Whatever on that. We're going to just force the trade through, though, because I think that this is going to be a trade you're going to see happen. I do think Panthers are not just going to stand pat at 9 and hope one of the top quarterbacks comes to them. So let's start out the draft. I think Frank Wright would be going with a guy like C.J. Stroud. I think that there's going to be a lot of draw to that one. So, again, I don't think I'm going to have to talk too much through you guys on these early picks. You're going to understand them pretty well. There are a lot of people are already projecting these kind of picks to these places. So, at least these players to these places. So, Stroud goes there. Texans have been heavily connected to Bryce Young. I'm going to go 1-2 on this. Let's just stick with this until I hear differently. We'll go with that. Arizona Cardinals here have a lot of pull to potentially trade out of this pick, but nonetheless, they're looking at Will Anderson. They need edge help. They desperately need edge help. I think they're going to fall in love with Will Anderson through their pre-draft evaluation process. We don't know who their next coach is going to be, so some of this is going to be determined by this, but let's face it as well. The Cardinals have put a lot of resources in recent years into the offensive side of the ball while ignoring the defensive side of the ball in a lot of ways for the most part. Watt's going to be gone. No more Chandler Jones there. You need some help off the edge. This guy can give it to you. They have a couple of other guys, but nobody's really the difference maker that he's going to give you there. Again, I think you guys will pretty much understand this pick, so I won't explain it for very long. Colts, Will Levis. This thing has just felt like the right thing for a very long period of time. It's just, this is peanut butter and jelly to me. I don't know why. It's called a psychic inclination, but I'm going to call Will Levis to the Colts at this point, and this should make you all very happy at this point. So my proverbial scenario has us now taking Brian Breezy at number 8. No, no, of course, we're going to now no-brainer this one at number 5. Seahawks find Jalen Carter land into their lap thanks to the desperation of this draft as far as the quarterback position is concerned for many teams around the NFL. So Jalen Carter, bingo bango, thank you very much. I ain't even having to think about that. We're going to come back now here with the Lions. They need a lot of help across the board here. Obviously, there's a bit of a pull here to maybe go with Brian Breezy. I really think that they're going to end up, though, going to Tyree Wilson here. I think that they're going to love what they see on Tyree's tape. I think he's going to be a riser up the boards, and that he's going to have really teams just going, this is the almost, it's going from a guy like, could he go top 10 at this point, to by the time of the draft, it's like, oh, he definitely has got to go top 5. I feel like he's going to be that guy. So I am going to give the Lions Tyree Wilson here. With the Raiders, they're going to give us one of the first curveballs in the draft. Carr is gone at this point. They've not been able to bring Brady in there. Even if they brought Brady in there, I don't think they would do this. They brought Brady, but I'm still not buying the Brady to the Raiders. That just doesn't feel like really a true fit to me. And so I'm going to go with Anthony Richardson. They're going to get their quarterback of the future. This feels like almost a move like an owner would come in and say, old methy face himself. I struggled with this one for the Falcons. I really did. They needed edge help. I don't think that there's an edge rusher here that quite suits the bill for what I would want to do at this point. Lucas Van Ness, I can't see him being this high. That PFF has him a little bit higher than I would have had him. There also is Isaiah Foskey here, but that feels a little bit too high for top 8. I'm going to go with Miles Murphy as their guy, and that they just find a way to work him into what they do there. I don't know if long-term Grady Jarrett's going to be in there with his contract situation and him getting older. So this is one that I don't feel great about as far as the pick to make here, but I do lean towards let's go with Miles Murphy here and call it good. The Bears don't have to think about this one but for 2 seconds. They need help. Obviously, offensive line would be a big way to go here with Paris Johnson. But I think that they're drawn towards Quentin Johnson, a different Johnson on that one. I think that they're going to be pulled towards him a little bit more and not quite as sold. I think for the Skoronski's guy who you're going to have to draft with the thought process that you eventually got to move him into guard. Paris Johnson's a guy that his tape to me just isn't quite quantifiable to the same tackles we've had in the past when you're talking about top 10 guys. Johnston to me is far and away the best receiver in this class. I think the Bears understand that with even the trade they made last year with Claypool, he's no sure thing out there for them. They need to get some more receiving targets out there. This guy, I think, would work really well up there in the north. Let's do it. Quinn Johnston. The Eagles come up with another surprise in this draft early on. This is a bonus pick for them. They're just like, hey, it's all free money, so what does it matter to us? They're, with their offensive line, going to pair that up with Bijan Robinson. And that's going to be one of your early shockers in the draft, but this is another one that just to me feels real right. Now, Miles Sanders is a good back. Bijan Robinson is a difference maker. He is truly a special elite talent in this draft, the likes of which we haven't seen in quite a few years now. And I think that means he does get taken in the first round. And when you're talking about the Eagles, who have 2 first-round picks, who have this sort of freebie pick that they're looking at with a roster that doesn't have a tremendous amount of holes, I come back and say, this is where Bijan Robinson makes a lot of sense. Now we got the Titans at number 11, who I have taking Brian Breezy. They need some defensive line help, I think, to match up with with Richardson down there on the inside. So this is one where I thought, no, I don't. Sorry, I don't have Breezy. My bad. Nope. Scratch that. They're going with they're going to go with Taylor Lewan's replacement, and that's going to be Paris Johnson here. So I'm going with Paris Johnson, Taylor Lewan's replacement, because he's coming off that ACL, and I think that they're going to move off from him. They need to create some cap space anyway with that, and they need to rebuild that offensive line from where it was a couple of years ago when Henry was really going good. Brian Breezy is going to go to the Texans here. That was my next pick. I had taken a second couldn't quite read on my own notes here, but we're going to go Brian Breezy here to him. They've got their quarterback. Now they help out their defensive line, so they bring him up there. We've got the Colts now at 13. This was another one of those picks that I had to think about quite a bit, and I just came back around to thinking, okay, they just go Anton Harrison. And now stay with me. I know that they took Micah Becton a couple of years ago, but I'm not sure that Micah Becton remains on that roster this offseason. He's had multiple major injuries. He's not been on the football field, but hardly at all for that Jets team. They've got a lot of other linemen this year that were suffering injuries and major injuries as well, including Elijah Vera Tucker, another talented guard that they have. I think that they try to just go the safe way here to get another left tackle and start to get that offensive line a little bit more on point. Obviously, quarterback would be something that could be driven here, but I don't think that there is a guy on the board at this point that they're going to be willing to take. This is one with the Patriots that just feels right for me. Peter Skoronski at number 14. How do you just not, right? Even if he can't play right tackle with this short arm stubby guy, you can bounce him inside to guard. Right guard. I mean, they had Cole Strange playing left guard. I'm sure they'd eventually like to get him into center as Andrews' career potentially starts to wind down. But I could think he can play just about every offensive line position, and he eventually could settle down at right tackle. I mean, if Brian Bulaga played with under 33-inch long arms at right tackle for years, why couldn't Peter Skoronski? So I think his movement capabilities and all that will draw him to Bill Belichick, and that will pull him in. Green Bay finally gets themselves some receiving help, but maybe potentially after Aaron Rodgers is already gone, they take the best wide receiver remaining on the board in Jackson Smith-Jigba. Obviously a big need for them on that pick. The Washington football team comes back now, and they need a little bit of help on the outside. Their corner position there with Kyle Fuller's not the greatest, and really I think this is a value pick as much as anything else right here. They do need a little bit of help at guard and center, but there's really not a guard or center there. I don't know if they're going to necessarily be sold on Tanner McKee down here as the 28th ranked player on PFF's board here. You look at the top, there's not been a corner taken here. Some really good cornerbacks up on the board at the top. It is a little bit of the need. They are drawn to defense a little bit over there, and I think they'll feel like they can get their guard and center a little bit later on in the draft. So I think I'm on this one drawn almost to want to do Devin Witherspoon, but I think Gonzalez's stock will be a little bit higher. He's an Aqib Talib guy. To me, that's my comparison for him. I think that's where Washington takes him at 16. 17, you got the Steelers on the clock, and the Steelers are a team that, historically speaking, loves to attack the offensive line in the first round. Quite a few first rounders throughout my time in covering football, watching football, with the Steelers taking those guys in the first round. I think they do the same here. They have a little bit of a need at the right tackle position. So Broderick Jones, come on down from Georgia. The Lions come back up on the clock on the heels of having taken Tyree Wilson with the first pick. So they went defense there on the first. They do need some defensive help, right? We scored on every single possession in our game against them. It's going to take more than just a single body down there to handle things. And I'll tell you what, I think that head coach is going to love himself, Devon Witherspoon. Great tackling cornerback, feisty. He's going to bring that attitude that they're kind of starting to foment up there in Detroit. And now you go defense again with Devon Witherspoon. You get Okudah, a running mate over there on the other side with a nice pairing between the two of them. And of course, Tyree Wilson wrecking shop down below. Now here comes another shocker here in the draft. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, having lost Tom Brady, having not really found necessarily a guy out there that they like. In fact, they ended up having to sign Jimmy Garoppolo. So they feel like now they've got to, because of course Jimmy always follows, Tom. That's just what he's going to always be, just kind of, so they're going to go back to the quarterback position here. They see in Tanner McKee a guy with some similarities to Brady in his skill set that they've already kind of built around with their offensive line there in play. He's going to have some good stuff to work with. So a little bit of a shocker here. This is one of those picks that's to me a little bit like the Pickett pick. That's it. Say that 10 times fast. This one's a little bit like the Pickett pick from last year, where you're making the selection and Steelers know that he's probably not really even a first round pick, but he's probably a second round guy. But because of the fact, as we saw at the top of this, my proverbial first round, you already have got 4 of those quarterbacks taken there in that top 10 picks. It starts to maybe drive a little bit of this. And with, I think, Tampa Bay getting a guy like Garoppolo, you're not going to rely on Garoppolo being able to go the whole year himself, right? You know, at some point, at the very least, a couple of games, you're going to need a guy to come in and play, get off the bench. Tanner McKee comes in and he can maybe give them a little bit of that. I think I look at him as kind of a poor man's Jared Goff a little bit. Now, this puts our Seahawks back up on the clock. And this is where we're going to have a little bit of, we're going to have some tough debates here on this one. I don't know if you guys are going to love the direction that I'm going to go in on this one. And so I know I'm going to have to sell some folks onto it. Let's talk this through just a little bit. First off, I'm not a fan of my 5 guys here that they've got on my board here as far as any of these picks. I'm not trying to take any of these guys right here. I'm not, Michael Mayer's not even my number 1 tight end on my board. I do feel like we can get other tight ends later if we really wanted to get a tight end. I like Cam Smith. He would be worthy of this pick, but is that much of a need? Porter certainly could be a first round pick, but is that really a need? Osiris Torrance now, this is a spot where this certainly would be a need, where you could take him. That's right. He's a right guard. You put him at right guard. Now, he doesn't have the mobility, though, at right guard. That's what gets me worried here, where I go, well, he doesn't fit really to the scheme. He's a good guard. He's even a first-round worthy guard. But he's not going to fit necessarily to the mobility stuff that we're going to want to see from our trenches. So that pushes me past him at that point. We've got Trenton Simpson here, who I know is one that I've already seen in the chat is being brought up as a potential, and I can get where you're coming from on that. But again, I go, okay. Well, last year, not this year, but the previous year in college football, he played more on the outside. That was kind of his role, kind of a guy just kind of freelancing out there a little bit from the linebacker position. Now you put him more into a rigid kind of approach a little bit this year with more playing in the box between those tackles there as a middle linebacker, and he didn't necessarily do as well. And I also would like to still, as we've talked about, I've taken Jalen Carter here. So what I would really like to do is see if there's a team here that I can maybe trade with. And this is my board. You guys have your boards. I understand that this is going to set some people off with their boards and all that stuff, but again, this is mine. So I'm going to go with what I feel here a little bit. And so what I'm going to look for here is I'm going to look to trade back and move into the second round and pick up a future first round pick. And we're going to have to get a little tangy with this one. Okay. So we're going to get a little bit tangy with this one. We do need to get essentially to get so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the Cleveland Browns at 42. That puts us back 22 places. We're going to give Mark 20. I'm going to flick them 42 here. I was going to do a different scenario here where I was going to have I had the Falcons trade up. Okay, let's stick with my scenario so I can keep my draft board clean. And again, some of you might not agree with this, but understand it doesn't really matter whether it's the Falcons here. It's a proverbial team that wants to trade up at this moment under my scenario that's looking to go get, if I can find the Falcons. They always hide it. There it is. Okay, so we're going to go Falcons here. I'm going to go 44. I want a future one, but this is a little bit of an unrealistic trade, right? I would be forcing this through, which would not be working at this point. So I'm going to give them back a second, and then I want a third. Okay, so I go 44. I go back 22 picks, which is significant. I get a future first in 2024. I get a third in 2024, but I'm giving them back a second round pick in 2024. I know people are already like, it's not fair, and I might have to force this, so we'll see. Oh, we got it accepted. 74% chance, but it still got taken, so I'm going to take it. All right, so they trade up because they get the second best wide receiver in this draft at number 20 in Jordan Addison. Bam. Addison's off the board. Chargers come back up next now. They need cornerback help. They've got the kid in over there from New England last year who went down to an injury and wasn't playing well before he went down to the injury. They've got another corner over there who's pretty good, but I think that they're going to want to get a little bit more insurance now, not trusting J.C. Jackson necessarily going forward. He was really underwhelming for them coming on the heels of free agency. So Cam Smith goes to the Chargers, and let's remember as well, I'm doing this with the Chargers having already taken, oh no, they haven't picked yet. So that's their first pick off the board. There's a little bit of a draw for me to take them on offensive line with a guy like Osiris Torrance, but they did just go Zion Johnson last year in the first round. So I'm going to come back to the defense where I think they need a little bit more help, especially in that division with Mahomes and Herbert and maybe even still Wilson. We'll see on that one. Here's one where I'm going to go off of PFF's board big time. I don't think that the Ravens are going to take a Lucas Van Ness as an edge. That guy I've watched some of his tape. That doesn't feel like a Ravens type player to me. The guy that feels like a Ravens type player to me, the PFF's actually got really far on this board, oddly. And that is going to be, look how far they got this guy, Isaiah Foskey. So I've got them taking Foskey here. Back-to-back years with 11 sacks. He's the ideal edge player that would normally fit in that kind of system there for the Ravens. As you can see, it is a need for them on their team in that point. I don't know why they've got Van Ness up as high. I watched the two tapes, and to me, Foskey's the superior player. But this is why their board's probably in a bit of a flux as well. It's not necessarily fixed to where it's going to be. We'll round into this pretty quickly now. So the Vikings, obviously one of the worst defenses in the league. They need help as far as on the outside, big time. I've got him taking Joey Porter here on the outside. Joey Porter Jr. Then I've got the Jaguars up. This is another one where I'm going to go a little bit deeper down the board. There was a draw here to grab Osiris Torrance for them here. I thought a lot about that. I looked a little bit at their corner situation, and I felt like when I look at their corner situation, and you guys know this is one I've been thinking about a little bit when it comes to I had him a little bit. I have Torrance going a little deeper than this mock has him. I don't think teams are going to necessarily take him up in the first round myself. So this is the one that I had to kind of think about. I think cornerback, when I come down to it, is the smart play here for the Jaguars. And I know they need guard and center, but I think they can get that a little bit deeper. Torrance is a little bit of a pull here for me to go with them on that, but instead I went down with Keely Ringo because they also have a need potentially down the line at safety. And I think Ringo can eventually become a Malcolm Jenkins type player down the road, a guy that was picked at one point top 5 that became eventually a safety. He gives you a little bit of that flexibility in there, and I think it's also helps you out initially out there on the outside. You pair him out there with Campbell, and you might have a good couple of pairings out there. Again, though, he can go to a couple different positions at that point for the Jaguars going forward, and he's going to run really, really fast. He might be a 4.35 guy at the combine. Don't be shocked if that turns out to be the case, which will get him taken the first round, by the way. He's not getting outside the first round if that's the way that's going to go. And again, we're going to pop through these pretty quickly here. So I've got now the Giants up. The Giants with the first pick that they took. No, this is their first pick. I keep forgetting I'm in the first round. So they need some help with the receiver here. 2 receivers already off the board. I don't think Zay Flowers is the proper point here. I've actually got them taking Michael Mayer, tight end out of Notre Dame. Dallas Cowboys are up. This one just feels really natural. They need a little bit of help at that kind of, not the middle linebacker, but the linebacker to be rocking right next to Micah Parsons. And then with Trenton Simpson, you also get some ability to potentially have him rush off the edge if you need from time to time. Again, like the previous pick with the Giants, the Cowboys are looking at this and they would love to get the wide receiver. As you guys can see on this, though, the wide receiver is not really it on this pick. There's just not a lot of guys then from a value standpoint. Zay Flowers, Josh Jans, Nathaniel Dell, Parker Washington. Jalen Hyatt is a guy that I thought about here. I did, but I don't know if the value on him and watching his tape is going to push him up to be quite into a first round territory of things. So especially with Trenton Simpson still on the board, I think he's just a little bit more valued. The Cowboys do tend to draft to value. I go with this. With the Buffalo Bills, I think that they need a little bit of reinforcement. Obviously, potentially they might have DeMar Hamlin retiring this offseason. I think there's a little bit of an opening there for them at the defensive back as far as Brian Branch. Again, this is one where you can pull to say maybe Osiris Torrance if they want to draft to need. But I think Branch is a guy at this point that they look much like the Cowboys did on the previous pick, as this is too good a value. He's dropped all the way into the back end of the first round. This kid's a tackler. He can play out of the slot all day long. You can eventually drop him into safety. You can kind of move him all over the place. A little bit like Keely Ringo, where there's going to maybe be some positional flexibility there with him. And it just felt like, again, a pick that made a lot of sense with the Bills and the way that they kind of run their defense. Again, I just don't look at Osiris Torrance as quite being a first-round guy, and I don't think that there's anybody in Schmitz, the kid, the center, there's not a lot of, you can see on this value board, there's not a lot of other guys that are that PFF looks at, and I view it the same way, that are guards or centers or even like tackles for that matter, that are really the value there. Bengals, let's get to the next one here. And as I said, guys, this will be a tough day on the chat, necessarily getting a lot of response to. I'm going to be over on the chat, but this is one I wanted to kind of set up on this show because this has been kind of a requested thing. I wanted to deliver it for you guys on this. So the Bengals, I have them actually taking Antonio Johnson. Let's pair up Jesse Bates with another great safety out there. I looked at their other guy, and he hasn't been spectacular for them. There's not really a defensive lineman here, I think, that quite fits to what they would be looking for. So I went with Antonio Johnson here out of Texas A&M. The Denver Broncos come up, and I think that this is not going to shock anybody here. They're just going to look to tackle. I think Darnell Wright is just kind of your boring, mean potatoes kind of tackle. That's just going to be a guy starts for a lot of years in the NFL, maybe never a star, but he provides a little bit more stability there for their offensive line. Zay Flowers is one of those bonus picks for the Chiefs at the end of the first round that they're just like joyful for having landed in their lap. And they're happy to take him a little bit higher than maybe somebody might have projected him to go because they will find a role for that guy in their offense. And so they take Zay Flowers, exciting receiver. I just think it's a no doubter on that. Eagles are another team that picks to value. They've got Brandon Graham. They've got Quinn, some aging rushers on the edge. Lucas Van Ness felt like a little bit of the right pick for me at 31 with them. All right, this takes us into the second round. And right out the gate, as we saw with the Steelers in the first round, they went right tackle essentially with Broderick. Now they're going to come back and fill up the guard as well. They don't necessarily require as much movement stuff. They can do some of that old school power stuff in there. So Osiris Torrance finds his way off the board at number 32 at that point. Texans, they have traded up and gotten themselves a receiver. They have also picked Brian Breesy. They've also got Bryce Young. So they've gone a little bit defense, a little bit offense. Here I'm going to have them take Kalijah Cansey out of Pittsburgh. So they get their sort of big one tech in there, and this one could be one that I'm a little off on with having Breesy and Cansey go, but I think you could put Breesy in as sort of your big one tech in there and move this kid in as your sort of tandem on that. And again, on these second round picks, give me some rope on this because I'm a little less uncertain. I'm a little less certain on which way we're going to be going with these picks because of the fact that we're still doing the evaluation on these guys, and you're getting out of the tier 1 range where it gets a little harder on the evaluations. So you have to watch more tape a little bit more to kind of get that real true feel for them. Cardinals need some help on the outside bad. They got some corner needs here, so they're going to go with Eli Ricks out on the outside. Colts are looking at, they need a little bit of help as well coming from the edge. I think Nolan Smith, a very talented pass rusher from Georgia, and Georgia guys, you got to keep in mind that a little bit of their value gets depressed by the fact that you're really put on assignment-based stuff where you're asked to sometimes do a dirty work job to let the blitz come home or set an edge to the side or make sure you're responsible to an area. And it limits a little bit of your pass rushing ability, so you get a little less of your production coming out of Georgia from that. That's why we want to apply that to guys like not just Trayvon Walker, but last year you saw both the defensive tackle that was taken, Jordan Davis, as well by the Eagles, but also Carter, and then I would put Nolan Smith in that same category here. LA here is going to bring a little bit of a shocker pick. They've got Cooper Kupp coming off a major injury. They really love to run a lot of the fly sweep stuff. I don't think they're fully sold on Cam Akers, even though he had a little bit of a rejuvenation there at the end. I feel like a guy that is really going to get stuck in McVay's mind, and he's going to love at this point if this kid's available, is Jahmyr Gibbs. I think he's got some echoes of Chris Johnson. You could really find him a little bit of a role in your offense where he doesn't have to be a bell cow back. He's a guy that is maybe the best back out of the backfield receiving in this whole draft. So you can run a lot of receiver-like stuff with him in that realm of things. He gives him a little bit of insurance then for Akers. You can put him into the fly sweep bubble screen stuff as well. He'll be perfect for that. I think he shocks some people here at the pick, but that would be one where I know despite their needs, he goes a little bit differently away from their needs. Now that puts our Seahawks back up on the clock. And you know what? I'm not thinking this one through too long, folks. I'm not going to have to overthink it too much. Sorry. The pick's John Michael Schmitz, center, Minnesota. So Schneider talked about this last couple of weeks that I need to go back in and I want to look at you guys. Let me see. Schneider talked about it a couple of weeks ago that I want to go back and deal with these lines. We got to get nasty back on those lines. We got to get better back on those lines. Get more talent. Carroll talked about it. So they're going to address this here and address it, I think, in a big major fashion. And so from my standpoint, with these first two picks out the gate, Jalen Carter, And then I landed Schmitz. And by the way, I still have 2 second-round picks left, right? In my proverbial scenario here with that trade back that I did. And again, don't get caught too much on, I know there'll be folks that might get a little too conscious. You're not going to get that value for this or that, but don't get too much on this. These are all very broad strokes at this point where we're going to really detail out the edges as we go down. But these are my 2 first picks for our Hawks. We got Jalen Carter and we got I can say it right here. Jalen Carter and John Schmitz. Really talented center. You just got the best center in the draft. You probably got the best defensive tackle in the draft. That's your first 2 picks. That's just how we begin now. That's our starting point. And we still have 2 second-round picks left. So the Raiders are now on the clock. I've got the Raiders going for Jalen Hyatt. Get a little bit of speed on the outside. I know that they do have Hunter Renfrow and obviously Devontae Adams. We'll see how long he's going to remain there. But you just drafted Anthony Richardson here in my scenario with their first-round pick. If you look at it, they probably would love to get maybe an offensive lineman, but are they going to take Cody Monch, the tackle from North Dakota State? No, probably not. You even go down further here. There's really no other tackle things. It's just outside of reaching for a guy like Matthew Bergeron. I think they go Jalen Hyatt here and call it a day on that one. The next pick with the Panthers, I've got him coming back with B.J. Ojulari. They need a little bit of help with a running mate opposite Mr. Burns. So let's get them that. And that also then causes the Saints to look at their defense and say, hey, we need ourselves a big body. So Saiki Ika goes off the board here at number 40. 41, the Titans come back up. I think Andre Carter is really going to fascinate. I see some parts of his game of the former Miami great pass rusher whose name I can't ever remember. Not Thomas, but what is his name? I can't remember his name. Pass rusher. What was the guy's name? Well, Hall of Fame. Maybe if I type Hall of Fame. Jason Taylor. So Jason Taylor is the guy that sure I got that up there. That he reminds me of. I think that the head coach there, Vrabel, at one point actually played with Taylor back in his career, played against him at some point. They might have been really close to playing against each other. So I think he's going to remind him a little bit of that, maybe just a guess. So they end up taking him. We got the Browns then up next. And the Browns at 42 are going to take, I have them going with Mike Morris, an edge. They're going to lose Clowney this offseason, it sounds like. So I have them going back to edge. We've got the Jets up next. They do need some linebacking help. I think they would like a little bit into the future, maybe a way of getting out from under that Mosley contract if he starts to kind of falter a little bit for them. So let's get them a little bit of, where's my guy, Jack Campbell here. This puts the Seahawks back at the clock on 44. Now here, this is again going to be a very controversial move. I maybe should have labeled this video my controversial draft, my controversial 2-round draft. Because what I'm going to have done at this point, as I'm about to make this selection, is I'm going to be on the horn with teams, and I'm going to probably try to move Noah Fant for about a 4th or 5th round pick if I can get it in this draft. If I can get more than that, great. Awesome. But I want to move Fant and I think his $9 million contract because I have a guy here specifically that I think is going to be cheaper, every bit potentially as productive as a pass catcher, and way more as a blocker. Now, before I make this pick, let's walk through some things because I know some people are going to be shouting on this. First off, let's agree the Luke Musgrave hype is getting out of control. My man's got 30 catches in his career. I don't get it. Dalton Kincaid, you guys might like him a little more. I haven't had to watch him as much. He's good. He looks kind of normal tight end. We're not going to go with Josh Downs here. Not going to go, I don't think, Jamie Robinson there. That doesn't make sense. Mavzie Smith, you could make a little bit of an argument for. I think this is a little early for him. He's a defensive tackle that's going to not give you much pass rush. He's only going to basically hold up on that line. I don't think you've got to spend a 2nd round pick for a guy to be just kind of a wall in the running game. That seems a little bit high for me for a guy that might be just kind of that one-note guy. Again, corner, not really. We're going to get back to my pick here in a sec, which is going to be this guy, but Darnell Washington. But JL Skinner, another guy that's been very popular for folks. I love JL Skinner. I love the comparisons to Cam Chancellor. His size is very similar. I don't think that that's crazy to say that. But the problem with JL Skinner comes into play that if you're going to run the Fangio scheme, you need safeties that can both do equal skill sets. They can do the free safety stuff and the strong safety stuff. JL Skinner can't do the free safety stuff. He's not your hyper athletic modern day safety that you seek out there. So I just couldn't go with that selection. There's a little bit of a draw here for Keon White, but you already got in Jalen Carter, a guy that kind of fits into that mold anyway already. So it's not as much unless you're really thinking he's going to be able to go off the edge, where I think he's more of an interior guy at the next level. But you can see on these Tuli Tuipulotu, Zach Harrison, I mean, none of these guys get you super excited. Maybe Dan Henley, maybe Drew Sanders. That's another one, linebacker Drew Sanders here. That would be maybe a guy that would excite you a little bit on that. But for my money, I'm going with what I find to be the tight end that gets me almost most hyped in this draft for the most part so far. And that's Darnell Washington. I've traded now, remember with this pick, I'm bringing Darnell in. I've also moved Fant. I've picked up another pick and I'm now out from under $9 million. $9 million is significant money. And when you're already paying Will Disley the money that we're paying him, it's to me, not the greatest thing to be paying both that tight end position that much. And if you have a way out of that, and a way out of that to get yourself some extra draft capital, and a way out of that to get yourself some extra draft capital and add a really exciting player in Darnell Washington, I think you do so. This guy is a complete tight end. He is a monster. Go watch his highlight. It will get you excited. He is like an extra lineman on the field, and he moves like an H-back. And he's 6'7", and he's got an insane catch radius. And he wasn't really utilized at Georgia because they had pass catchers all over the place. I know this will again be a controversial move for some folks on this. Let me get this off the tape here. This will be a controversial move for some of you where you look at this and go, I don't know about that one. But again, I don't think that you're going to sign Noah Fant here long-term to a contract extension. I think most of us can probably acknowledge that. Absent him going out and having some finally 1,000-yard season, 1,100-yard season, you're not going to really want to do that. And so this is probably his final year as it is going into next season. So if that's the case, maybe there's a bit of an argument made. Let's go get that value. And because this draft is so deep with these tight ends like this, where you're going to be able to get a guy this good who again, there's reasons for it. The guy's got the other tight end on his team, the other guy that's drawing Gronk comparisons. He's going to be a first-round pick. So Georgia's trying to feature him a little bit more. Doesn't mean this guy doesn't have some really, really exciting traits, and he's going to fit to what you want to do. He's going to be there as that run blocker who's not just a good run blocker, a dominating run blocker. And a guy that can, he's such a big target. It's like throwing to a house out there with this guy. So let's go back to the draft. That's my second round pick. So we've gone Jalen Carter, Schmitz. I've gone back to tight end, getting some moves to help me out down in the trenches there. Now we're back to the Green Bay Packers here. I do have the Packers buying in on Musgrave. They need a tight end help. They've gone wide receiver with Jigba with my first pick with them. So now they come back, they take Musgrave. I'm hearing enough hype that I think he at least does get selected in the second round. I think it's silly, but I have to acknowledge the fact that this is what we're hearing about him. The Patriots come back and they have an aging guy in McCourty there at free safety. They've got to eventually find kind of a replacement. I think Belichick's going to fall in love with Jair Brown out of Penn State. Washington, who has already taken a cornerback, desperately needs to come back and deal with their offensive line. So I have them taking Steve Avila here. He gives them some flexibility, as you can see on their needs. They need guard and center. Avila can play both of those two positions. So I have them going here. It's a little bit of a reach for them at that point, but they've already kind of gone for value with the cornerback. They've got to come back for a little bit more reach now in the second pick. The Lions, who are having a really nice draft up in this point, Tyree Wilson with that first pick, right? And then they got Devin Witherspoon, maybe the second best corner in this draft with their next pick. So now we've got the Lions back here picking up at number 48, and I have them taking a guy that I think Mr. I like to chew on kneecaps is going to love, and that's J.L. Skinner. Last year, there was a lot of times you had Deshaun Elliott back there rocking strong safety there for the Lions. Skinner gives them a guy that will be a big improvement over that. I don't know if they need to do as much of the athletic stuff in their defense there. I think they do a few more different things than just the pure like Fangio type stuff out there in Detroit. But as they continue to try to build up their defense with their first three picks here in this draft, I think they take it in a big way with these three guys. And you've got a hitter out there with this guy. Tyree Wilson gives you a big bully guy. Devon Witherspoon's another guy that'll come up and hit you. Just helps to give them that kind of continue to foster a little bit of that attitude that they're trying to bring to the forefront there out there in Detroit. With the Steelers, I've got them coming back now after they've dealt with the offensive line 2 times over. Now they're going to go for the defense, and they're going to grab Drew Sanders. I believe they lose Bush this offseason. Sanders also gives them some pass rush ability with 9.5 sacks last year as well. So we've got the Bucks back on the board. They took a quarterback with the first pick. They do need some tight end help. I have them going with Dalton Kincaid, match him up with Cade Otton down there in the South. And this brings us up to the Seahawks' final second round pick. So we've got some guys here on the board. We'll go through the choices here. I'm sure that, and I hope everybody's doing good in the chat. By the way, I might miss something. Let me just acknowledge really quick. I'm sorry, people are getting super chat. Corey Olson with the $5 donation. Thank you, Corey. Let me bring this up because we got the final pick here. We're gonna turn this over, but let me acknowledge Corey. Thank you for the $5 donation, man. I appreciate you. It says, hey Brandon, what's your thoughts on Emmanuel Forbes, and also your thoughts on Josh Downs at the pro level? Also thoughts on Anthony Richardson. I like. Thank you, Corey, for the $5 donation, man. I really do appreciate it. I've only watched just a little bit of footage on Forbes and Josh Downs, so I've got to get to their game film, Corey, and I don't mean to it's coincidental almost, but those are my next two guys on my list of guys to take a look at. So I don't have a ton of a great feel for either of those two guys as of yet. But I do think from what I'm reading on that they're probably going to be in the second round range of things where they'll fall. I think Forbes is going to drop a little bit, as you're seeing with this draft, where there's just so many corners that are going to get taken. And even then it's just such a deep draft of corners that you end up falling anyway on that. But Corey, ask me, I'll tell you what, and thank you for the $5 donation. I promise you on Saturday, I'll take a look at of Josh Downs and I'll look at Forbes. Those are literally my next two guys on the list. And ask me on Sunday when I'm streaming in the chat if you can. And I'll remember that you had brought this up, and I'll definitely have a breakdown for both of those two guys for you then, because I want to get in. They're definitely going to be high-level talents, so I want to take a look at it. My thoughts on Anthony Richardson, also thoughts on Anthony Richardson. So Anthony Richardson's the guy I like a lot as well. I think he's going to rise up the board through this post-draft process. I do think he eventually becomes minimum a top 15 pick. Corey, I think when you look at him, in my opinion, you're talking about the guy that from a physical standpoint, physical gifts, probably the most naturally talented player at the quarterback position in this draft. And he's going to run easily 4.5, if not faster than that. He is going to show off a rocket cannon arm. He's going to show off pretty good accuracy, I'm sure, when he's throwing in shorts. He can throw off platform, throw on the run. Occasionally, he will show you going through processes and showing you the flashes of ability to do stuff that's more mental now. Not just being the college quarterback reactionary. Where it's one read and throw it or one read and run. So he didn't show it consistently, but he does show you some of it. The accuracy wasn't there consistently, but he does show you the flashes of it. You go, well, wait, and he doesn't have those mechanical problems to him either necessarily, where you go, well, there's no hope he can correct this accuracy thing and get to a 65-70% passer, because the mechanics are relatively clean. It doesn't sidearm. He's not off the bad foot. He just needs time. He needs time, Corey. And in my opinion, is whoever drafts him should be giving him 2 years. I'm sure he's barely going to get 1 year, even if by whoever drafts him, because that's the NFL and it's just a cold-blooded league like that. But that should be how it goes, in my opinion, on that. I would prefer at that point that it goes that way. So we'll see, though. We'll see on that. But thank you for the donation, man. And ask me again on the other one. Ask me on the other one. But if we took Anthony Richardson at 5, for instance, there'll be people that are hating it. I'm not going to hate it myself, because if you've re-signed Geno, which I'm guessing if they were taking Richardson, it would be in conjunction with having re-signed Geno, he's going to take that 2 years, and it would be the Seahawks acknowledging they understand that. And then after that 2 years, look out. If you've got a guy that hasn't developed bad habits, that hasn't seen ghosts, that's been able to just process through and get himself going and learn the game and the sport, then, he's going to be a hell of a player, Corey. Hell of a player. William Lander with a $5 donation. I'm sorry I'm late on my donations with you guys with this. I just wanted to get through that initial thing. I've got one more pick to make here. I'm keeping you guys kind of on the edge of your seats with this on purpose. But thank you, William Leonard. I appreciate you. It says, ideally, if we trade back, we'd want to do it with a crappy team, right? Higher draft position for 24, right? Yes. 100%, William. I don't want to be trading with a team that's got a really good chance or a really straightforward pathway to getting to the playoffs even. I don't want to do that necessarily. If I'm trading with a team, it's because I've got some good odds there that I'm looking at a top 15 and even a good chance of a top 10 and even a possibility maybe of a top 5. That might be greedy, but that's why I select a team like Washington, for instance, where it's a team that didn't get in the playoffs. I don't think you can put a rookie quarterback on that team and that just suddenly gets them into the playoffs in that division. And so that's exactly what I'm trying to set up in my proverbial scenario, William. We're thinking exactly like with that, where, yeah, that's what I want to do with that. And you have control to make the move or not. And if it's a team that is going to be a team, William, that let's say they are a team like the Chargers or a team like the Chiefs or a team like the Bills or a team, take your pick of one, then maybe it's got to be 2 first-round picks, right? Maybe the price has got to increase. Then they've got to acknowledge as well that you're not giving me a true first-round pick here. You're giving me a pseudo second-round pick. And so now that capital's got to rise up and they've got to meet that. And that's another possibility of it going that way too, which I wouldn't necessarily be against, William. But if we're talking about only 1 first-round pick or 1 first-round pick and a third-round pick for the future or something, then I want it to be with a team that I don't know if you'll get crappy, but at least not good, not playoff, not perennial playoff team. Osama Ben Diesel has been a member for 4 months of the channel. Thank you, Osama. I really do appreciate it. It says, hope this draft brings even more smiles to your face. Seriously, last year, your eyes brightened like the Seahawks drafted Shakira with the first pick. Oh, Shakira. Oh, Shakira. Oh, lost myself there for a second. Yes. Yeah, I was, as you guys are seeing with the draft and how it played out, and those who've been following, I've been doing this for 4 years on the draft coverage. So there's been a lot of times folks have had to watch me in the draft coverage, not be a happy camper. And they all got to watch me. For folks that are new to this channel, it was folks for the first 3 years having to watch me completely in misery for the most part, to now just getting to be in pure undulation because of the fact that we had this draft that was like never before, where the value was just insane, where the players you were getting was just insane. And the draft bore that out this year, didn't it? You saw from this draft this year, like, oh my God, this is like one of the best all-time drafts. And that's why I was freaking out about it. I was like, this is too much. Another stack. All right, we're going to get to this final pick here now. Thank you for the donations. I'm sorry about the slow delay on acknowledging them. Just wanted to get through this draft here a little bit. Now, our Hawks are picking here finally. So who have we got? Who have we taken here first? We got Jalen Carter, right? We got John Schmitz, and we got Darnell Washington. So we went defensive tackle, center, tight end. Who will be our 4th guy? And there are some interesting selections here. So let's go through them. We'll be wrapping this up here soon, getting to you guys in the chat. So bear with me just a little bit longer on this. As I'd spoken before, I don't think we're going corner. Obviously, tackle's not a need. I don't think Josh Downs there is going to be quite what the Hawks will be looking for, nor Nathaniel Dell. I think the draw here is Mazi Smith. That's a big pull now here, because now you're getting into the end of the second round. You're almost into that third round, which is, I think, more of where his value is. So it's a slight reach there to go Mazi. Certainly it is. But now you're pairing up what you're getting from Jalen Carter is now kind of your guy that you flip around in sort of 3-4 looks as the sort of your 3-4 end. And then Mazi would be your 0 tech in there. He'd be heads up over the center. And if you want to build up your offensive line, that'd be 3 of your first 4 picks being devoted to the trenches, 2 of those picks being devoted specifically to the defensive line that was so lackluster this year. Charbonnet potentially could give you a hammer to go with Walker there. So that's a potential pit point right here. Well, he will probably be on the board at this spot unless he runs like a 4.5 40. And if that's the case, he'll probably be gone. But if not, he's on the board. That's a thunder to the lightning to Walker. Certainly could make a lot of sense. Edge players don't make a ton. These guys don't make a ton of sense to me. I like these guys, but I just don't think it's quite a fit in the second round at that point, unless the Hawks are looking at moving on from Darrell Taylor. That's the only way you could really, to me, make any sort of sense of them going edges. You can see a lot of edges here. Dayan Henley from Washington State, linebacker. This is another one that could make a lot of sense here to pick him. To me, feel like he's more into that 3rd, 4th round range, I feel like. So I do think that you're going up a little bit high here for Henley to pick. And I would lean, I think, to Mazi over that at this point. Again, going through these names, you're seeing not a lot of guys jumping out to him. Going to tight end. Zaire Newton, nah, I'm not really into that spot. Some of these guys I haven't seen all the tape on. Keandre Coburn's a later guy to me. Tillman's more of a possession receiver. Tariq Stevenson could be interesting. And you got Hendon Hooker there. That would certainly be a possibility with our Hawks if they want to maybe look at him. The only other couple guys, we've already gone center, so we don't have to look at that. Noah Sewell's there. Some people like him. I'm not big on him. I don't think he's going to go that high. 2 guys that stand out right next to each other here to me are Christopher Smith, a safety who I really, really like out of Georgia. I'm really high on him. He's one of those hyper-athletic safeties that can do it all. He can do it all. And he can give you a little bit of maybe being able to, especially the two guys that have been injured in recent years in Diggs and Adams, and are now both getting older. A little bit of insurance there for you with him at that point. I sure do like Smith a lot here potentially as the pick. Andrew Voorhees is another guy. You could bring him in, plays left guard, maybe moves Lewis back to right guard. You're attacking your lines of scrimmage again in a really nice way. Again, though, feels a little bit high, right? I'm at pick 50 here. To go to 100, 101 for Voorhees, and I think that's right value for Voorhees there. That feels a little deep, doesn't it? And I'm thinking too, when I look at this from a draft standpoint of Christopher Smith here at 100 value as well, I go, well, is there other safeties up ahead? Is there maybe other people that are like, yes, there is. There's Jamie Robinson, who can play some slot stuff. He might get picked higher. Sidney Brown might get picked higher. I might still be able to get in the third round and still come back and get that safety there from a value standpoint. But is the value going to be there for defensive tackle? Let's look at defensive and interior defense. Maze Smith, and then we get down to 66, 70, 70. Benton's nice. Keanu Benton's a nice player, Wisconsin. He's not Maze Smith. And Gervon Dexter's more of your 3-tech, which we've already gotten in Jalen Carter. So that's not going to fit there either. I don't know. I look at that and I go, there's a little bit of a drop-off there at defensive line if I don't go Maze. And I am at the end of the second round, so the value's a little bit better. So I'm going to go Maze Smith. And let me finish this up here. So from here, let me see where I'm at here on my little draft list. We'll go, and again, on these ones, I don't know on these players as much, but we'll go Forbes, cornerbacks, and need for them. Chargers come back with tackle now. They go to Cody Mach, North Dakota, because they do need some help at right tackle, and he'll come in there and hopefully fill that. The Bears are going to come back, and they're going to also add some tackle help here as they've addressed some other areas in this draft. The first pick, going with receiver, come back with tackle, continue to help out their offense. The Lions, who are having a sensational draft as far as I'm concerned after getting Skinner just a couple of picks ago. Man, they've got a lot of selections in the first couple of rounds, don't they? They come back and they get their own hammer in Zach Charbonnet. I know they have a guy right now there. I don't know if he'll be there long term. To me, they've got to find a little bit, as much of getting a short yardage back, they need a guy with a little bit more insurance for DeAndre Swift. He's a guy that is highly banged up, hard to stay on the field for him. I feel like they'll come back and grab that guy right there. So we're just about finished up here with the second round. Let's get through the last couple picks. I've got here this being a pick of need for the Jaguars. They definitely didn't address it early on. They've got to come address it now, which is center. Then you've got the Giants up next. They definitely need to come back and get some wide receiver help. So I have them taking Nathaniel Dell. Again, I got to look at Josh Downs, but I like Nathaniel Dell here. I like his talent there. So I feel a little bit more steady with that one. The Cowboys need some wide receiver help themselves. So I've got them coming back with Josh Downs here. The Buffalo Bills are up next, and I've got them going with some running back help. They obviously would love to get the interior of the line here, but there's just not the value, so they go with Sean Tucker out of Syracuse. The Bengals will take, I've got the Bengals going linebacker here, and I think that Noah Sewell just felt like the kind of linebacker who would end up in, if I can find his butt, where is he? There he is. Noah Sewell, and then I've got... and again, on these are all pretty wild guesses. You get deep into the second round, so don't kill me on this stuff too much, guys. You know what I mean? This stuff's Isaiah McGuire out of Missouri for the Panthers. A little bit more help for them on that. I know they already doubled up once, but they might end up having to move Brian Burns, so they want to get some good help there. I think the Chiefs, having already grabbed receiver, will now go with Keon White, and just like the Eagles and Chiefs, I think both at the end of these drafts, or the end of these first and second rounds, are just going to go for value. So then you got Keon White. And the Eagles go with, to finish this off, wide receiver. I had them taking. Who did I have them taking here? Oh, there we go. Rashee Rice. So we'll go with that one. All right. So that will wrap up our draft for our Hawks here. I'll see. I'm going to love to see what you guys think about this. I'm sure I'm going to have some heads exploding on this one. So our Seahawks come away with 3 guys in the trenches in the first 4 picks. You come away with 3 defenders. So we've got the final draft haul for our Hawks on this one was Jalen Carter with the 5th overall pick. You traded back out of 20 to move into the second round. So you ended up with 3 second-round picks. You got John Schmitz, the center, then from Minnesota. So you've got your starting center going into the future now. You then took Darnell Washington, a tight end, with the second-round pick. And then you came back and you took Maze Smith, a big zero tech that you can put right over the top of the ball, and he will remain immovable. And he might not give you a lot of pass rush, but he's not going to let you clear him out of the gap either. He is a rock in the middle. And so this is my early process. I like this. And remember this. We came away with that draft, right? We came away with those picks, and we have a future first-round pick of the Washington Comanderos next year. So we still have 2 first-round picks next year with this draft haul that I'm proposing that we grabbed here. So let's see what you guys think. I'd be interested to see where you guys are at on it. Again, we're going to have a little bit of a truncated chat session here today, so please bear with me if I'm not able to get to every comment today. I will be running a long 10-hour stream, I promise you, Sunday, starting from the first game to the last game and probably a couple hours after that. So if we are a little bit short today, give me a little bit of room on it if you could, but I will be bouncing back here in 2 days. Thank you for everybody watching. If you do like what you're watching, please do hit the like button for me. I would really appreciate it. And let's see how you guys are doing here on this. And I'm going to kind of just bounce down to a little bit of the bottom of the chat because I'm going to be way too far behind to catch everybody's stuff here. And I know you guys were reacting to what my deal was on this. So Big Country's good to see you. Kronos, Shams, hello. Keegan, what's up? Sports fan, hello. Plagueis, hello. How you doing, man? Jack Turner, thoughts on Stroud at 5 if available? Looks to be my favorite of the quarterback prospects this year. Jack Turner, if he's there, I'm okay with Stroud or Levis. I'm not good with Young. I equally I'm going to just call it basically equally love of Stroud and Levis. I think Stroud's a little bit ahead of Levis for me, but I do love Stroud. So, if we end up with him at 5 and I think he's basically the best quarterback in the draft, Jack, can't argue with it. Can't be mad at it. Megan, it's good to see you in the chat. Good to see you in the chat. Hope everyone's having a good night. Happy Friday. I kind of want to be to the bottom of the comments because I want to see where you guys are at on this. So if I miss your comment above, just repost. But I do want to kind of see where your guys' reaction is here to my mock draft. Herbert says, I think I would rather have Dexter or Keandre Coburn for defensive tackle in the 3rd. That's fair enough. I got Coburn a little bit further back. The thing with the 2 Herbicide is Dexter's not really a 0 tech. He's not a 1 tech. To me, he's a 3 tech at the next level. And so I felt like I was just doubling up a little bit if I was already with Carter going back to that, they were sort of redundant on their positions. Paul just says, good first round. Now nose tackle and offensive guard. So we kind of got around there to it. I got the center. I got at least 2. I got like kind of those. And I think we can get linebackers in the 3rd. That's why I didn't go linebacker. Trying to stay value in it. Looks like most are liking the tight end. Herbert says, yeah, Brandon, you're screwing this draft up. Osama says, love how serious everyone's taking this. Me too, man. I do too. I want people. I love it. I know there's going to be some disagreements, so I'm with it. And these are going to be fun. We're going to do a couple of these. So, it will continue to mature. I think that there's going to be some middle linebackers in the 3rd round, though. Considering that in my proverbial scenario, I think you're going to have runs on tackles and cornerbacks, and obviously we'll have a good amount of quarterbacks that go off the board, but I think that's still going to free you up. It's okay if you slant. You can slander my draft board. I can take it. I can take the slings and arrows. Herbicide says, well, first and foremost, we need linebackers, right guards, defensive tackles, and guards before we should be getting a tight end. Well, Herbicide, remember, this is the way I run with my draft. And it's, again, I thought a lot about how I wanted to do this draft. It's hard to do the draft necessarily know where John's thinking on these guys quite yet. We'll get a little bit more knowledge of that when we have, for instance, the pro visit days that they have and whatnot. But this is a draft of how I would want to run it if I want to run it. And the thing with being caught up on the left guard, linebackers, right guard, I'm with you on defensive tackle, though I drafted 2 defensive tackles in my draft scenario. So I don't know if you could be mad at that on me on this, but I don't like reaching, Herbicide. And if the value isn't there for the linebackers or right guard in the second round, say nothing of them not being there in the first round, I think you've got to kind of go past that. You can't get stuck on that just because it's the need. And in fact, I would offer to you that that's how we've been driven to go in the wrong directions in prior drafts. I would say that's the method. And everything I tried to do for the most part was to more of the best player available on the board for me. And how I went with my process for the most part. Herbert says, it's like I would rather pay Fant this money than try to find worthy linebackers and right guards in free agency than have to pay them money also. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're paying $10 million a year for a guy that's going to catch 500 yards receiving and he's an okay blocker. I mean, that doesn't seem like right value to me. That doesn't seem like good value to me. I don't understand the difference between doing that and just going and getting a certain right guard out there that you pay the exact same money and I get above average play from I pay $9 million to a right guard out in free agency. I'm getting above average play at that point, Herbicide, I would say. And again, it does come back to value. You could want a right guard in the second round. You could say, I want to go get a right guard in the second round. I want to go get a center, like I did with the center. But there has to be a guy there that's worthy of being picked there too. You don't want to go get a guy that's value 115 on the board and you're picking him 40, whatever we be at 42 and you're overreaching because you're like, well, it's just a need. I have to go get that need. Then that's not the pathway to a very talented team at that point, is it? DVN says, I kind of want to see the video of you watching the draft now, laughing out loud. DVN, I think it's only about a 7-minute video. I cut it up, my first 3 reactions to the first 3 first round picks of, you guys can watch it for a laugh. It's meant to be funny, even though I lose my stuff on it. But it's my reaction to the first 3 drafts, that I did on this channel. So you can, that's actually up on a video here, DVN. It's a small little one too. Paul says, my best possible trade would be Houston getting crazy and moving up to 12 from 5, giving us 12 and 33 and first year next. I'm with it. And Herbicide, we might be moving on from Taylor. Possible. Mr. Gain, my brother from another mother. How you doing, man? So sorry, I'm working right now and jumping in and out of out of the video. Forgot to say hello to all my Hawks Nest family. What's up, man? What's up? Man, take Smith now. No quarterback could be mistaken. Could be a mistake. Isn't Geno turning 34? No. I thought he just turned like 32 or something. 32, 33, something like that. I think he's a year less than that. He's close though, I guess. Yeah, Tommy, the Lions are going to be a problem next year in that division. Look at all those picks they've got in the draft. Like, it's a lot of picks. Yeah, Herbicide, I disagree on your Dexter take on the nose tackle with Dexter stuff. I'm with you on the fact that Mozzie is just basically going to be purely a run stopper for the most part at that point. But Dexter to me is going to be more of a 3-tech type at the next level. He's not a guy at the point of attack that's going to hold up. In watching his tape that I watched, and I watched a couple of different games, he was getting taken off the ball pretty well. And the problem, Herbicide, with him as a pass rusher is watch Gervon Dexter on a play-by-play basis. So when you watch the snap occur, watch quarterback snaps and then hit pause and look at the whole defensive line that he's on. And he is always the last guy off by a significant mark out of his stance. So you've got a guy that's essentially a 3-tech who's kind of a slow out of his stance 3-tech that's going to rely on his power and leverage and hand fighting to then get free, which might work at the next level. It might. but I'm not going to give that guy the same kind of rating of like a second round tender which I would with a guy who might have like first step quickness or actually have a little bit more of that quickness, at least not even just first step quickness, just be at least in sync with the rest of the guys getting off the line, at least minimum. But that's the part that I worry about. That was also something herbicide that I worried about when watching the LJ Collier tape back in the day, and has continued to follow him throughout the course of his career, where he is always, if you watch LJ Collier, pause the tape, he's always the last guy off the line of scrimmage. He's got like this extra beat he's got to take to finally get moving and get going. But I get it. I get it if you're not feeling it. Tommy says, I'm calling it now. B is going to stream for at least 3 hours. This is still a short stream for him. Oh yeah, I'll go for 3 hours in total. You better believe that. But I can't go to late lates. Can't do that. Megan broke 2 toes yesterday. Yikes. Hang in there. Tommy says the good thing about our roster being as bad as it is that in the trenches is every player available at our picks is BPA and a need. It's true. Very true. William Leonard says, going to be a surprising draft year for sure. You better believe it is. Tommy says, I like the idea of building the trenches because even after Pete retires, the team is going to be set up for the next coach. That is how you get a quarterback away from winning. Trenches. Agreed, Tommy. And that's why I drove really hard in this one to the trenches. Even a move like, to me, Washington. Washington is a de facto 6th offensive lineman. Like when you think of Darnell Washington, you can't just think of him as he's a tight end. He is 6'7", 275 pounds. Let me say that again. 6'7", 275 pounds. And he's not just a big man. He's a big man that plays with a huge chip on his shoulder. You go through his highlights, you're going to watch him pancaking guys down the football field. You put him out there, he can block anybody on the football field you need him to block. And that's absolutely going to be a fit in this offense with what we want our guys to do. And he's freakish in that realm. Take anything of what he does as far as a pass catcher. Good pass catcher, he gives you some yak ability for his size, which is crazy. He hurdles guys. He's got a big, nasty baby stiff arm that he can drop in on people. But that's also a move that's in a lot of ways like building towards the trenches. It's not just simply for what Darnell gives you as far as being some pass catcher down the field, which I'd offer. It's a little bit more of what Fant does. And not to really as much what the team needs there, which is more of the pure guy that can do the pure stuff. That's why, for instance, Colby Parkinson at the end of the year was getting more snaps than Noah Fant was. Did you guys notice that part? Did you notice the PFFs in the last few weeks? Parkinson was getting more snaps than Fant because Fant's an H-back tight end. He's a move tight end. And he does a good solid job at it. He's not a bad player. But at $9 million a year, and if I can get a guy that's going to upgrade the position for what I need to do in this offense, I'm going to pull that trigger. Part of it, too, is just how much I like Washington. Bobby says, what I've heard of Darnell, what made you pick him? We got a pretty good tight end room already, just too good to pass up. I think it's definitely that at the end of the day for me. It's driven by how excited I am by what I see on the tape from him. And I feel like he wasn't featured as much. And if he was just featured more, then he'd have that production that would have people, drooling, right? But because of the fact that it's Georgia and they get up by 50 points on teams after the second quarter and their foot comes off the gas and they have all those guys to throw to, McConkey and the other tight end out there that I mentioned, that other kid's going to go in the first round, their other tight end next year's draft. He'll be probably a top 10 pick in next year's draft. So this guy's, just because this guy's not top 10, talent doesn't mean that he isn't still maybe a guy you're picking in the second round at that point. He's actually like a late round one kind of talent for what he brings. And they just don't come out built like this guy. This would give you like another DK Metcalf. The way DK Metcalf can bully guys on the outside from the receiver position is the way this guy could DK Metcalf people from the tight end position. You get the same kind of bully kind of stuff going on there. And for a team that wants to remain balanced, team that wants to run the ball, it fits good with me. So yeah, the other thing too, Bobby, is that Fant's on the last year of his deal. 5th year option has been activated. After that, you're going to have to decide whether you want to franchise him or let him walk or pay him to a contract extension. He really hasn't shown enough to me over the course of his 4 years here in the NFL to make me want to give him a contract of, quite frankly, I don't even really want to give him the 3-year, $24 million deal that I gave Disley, if we're going to just be honest about it. And considering you're already paying Disley, and I don't think you really want to be in the position of paying, multiple tight ends big money. It doesn't kill you to do that, but I don't think it's an ideal scenario. So that kind of all informed me on it. And then looking at the draft board, the guys that were available. And I just didn't like, even from the positions of need that we had there sitting looking at us at that point, I didn't want to go Cooper Bebe. Darnell Washington's going to be a significantly better player than Cooper Bebe. And I can't get driven in my draft by need. I think that's the path. That's the path to failure. Need you to reach, lead you to failure lead you to death. That's my crap, Yoda. Seahawks Dub B, would you not take Simpson at 20? I'd be open to taking Simpson at 20, but if I get a team that wants to trade up at that point, and I've taken Carter at 5 and haven't moved back off that 5th pick, then I would like to try to take that pick and move it in to become a future first round. Keep getting more at capital. Keep moving that first round pick forward, Keep rotating it. Just rotating. AI says it's a good draft. Draft a DT and center, linebacker. Megan says not happy losing Fan either, B. Understandable, Megan, but it's last year of the deal, and I don't think that they're planning on signing him to a contract extension. And if the team's coming into this draft understanding that that's going to probably be the case, then rather than let him walk for nothing next year, get out ahead of it. That's what smart organizations do. If they have a player that they know is not in the future plans but has value, then go get that value for that player, and rather than kind of losing him for nothing next year. Tommy Eden says this is our future. If we don't pick this draft right, virtually how can we expect John to? We have will have to away from we have to will him away from LJ Collier 2.0. Yes, we do. Big Country, are you not as big on Simpson as you once were? Yeah, I've cooled on Simpson. And this again, as I always say, with all of my draft evaluations, for the most part, absent guys like Anderson, absent guys like Levis, absent guys like Carter, absent guys like Young or Stroud, okay? Because on those guys, I've watched almost all of their games over the last 2 years. So I've gotten their full breadth of what they are. But on these other guys that are now the secondary tier prospects, which I think Simpson is a tier 2 prospect, it's going to be now me starting to get more into my evaluation of them and looking deeper into them. And then the big issue with Simpson here is it's still a very exciting prospect. Still, I think the best linebacker in this draft from the other guys. But again, let's just backtrack this up a little bit. 2021 season, he's playing more of that outside linebacker role. In fact, if you go watch a lot of the Clemson tape, you're watching him a lot of times rush from the passer off the edge, off the wide 9 type technique. But he's also doing kind of a lot of freelancing around, just sort of utilizing his speed and his quickness around there to be a problem. Showing great acumen as far as dropping back into coverage. But that's not what we're going to ask him to do when we bring him here. What we're going to ask him to do is a lot of what Clemson asked him to do last season, which is now we're going to move you between the tackle boxes. We're going to have you now do more of those traditional middle linebacker stuff. And he wasn't as clean with that. He wasn't exciting with that. He wasn't as much of a difference maker in that component of things. So now I've got a little bit of worries at that point of, okay, am I drafting now for the previous year's tape when he was doing other stuff that doesn't apply to what we're going to need him to do into the future? And that's sort of my thread on it for why I was a little more willing to move back off that pick rather than just stand pat and take Simpson. And I think then at that case, you end up back in the 3rd round. You end up taking a middle linebacker then in the 3rd round. Let's say Dan Henley's the guy you get in the 3rd round. I'm not so sure he doesn't play the middle linebacker position in the pros. If somebody asks Simpson to do that, I'm not so sure that a guy like Henley doesn't play at a pretty similar place, if not maybe even a little bit better, that you then get in the 3rd round. Tom Eden says, B+ draft grade for me. I dropped you a bit because I don't like Atlanta as a trade partner. NFC South is fool's gold. Anyone can win that division, especially if Brady retires. It's a fair point. Fair point. Fame Cut, great mock draft. I would love it if it played out like this. But if we switch back to the 4-3 under, would it change your pick with Maze? Greetings from Germany. Well, greetings from Germany to you too, man. Thank you so much. And yes. Yeah. That absolutely would inform me a little bit more differently of that, I think. And I'm trying to think of which guy I would have gone for instead on that. I would probably be a little more open to going linebacker potentially at that point because you have more protections up front. There'd be a couple of different ways I might look to go on that if that was the case. I might bend back to safety. That would have me going differently probably. But the 3-4 right now, you need the guys in there that can get it executed and done. And I would think that Mazi would need to be in there doing that with Carter, or you double it up with those guys because you need more than just one gun at that point. Obviously, getting Daron Payne in free agency would be the first ideal, but I have to do this draft absent knowing what happens exactly in free agency. And that's kind of the domino that will fall that will instruct a little bit more of this as we go along. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. And yeah, that would definitely change the game on that. Herbicide says we need to have an actual conversation about this. I agree, man. I agree. Ryan, I'm getting excited already for my second draft with Brandon. Hell yeah, Ryan. Let's go. Chronos 109 says, I remember that video and you were spot on with the player predictions. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I did good last year. For you folks wondering, I did a mock draft last year, and while your picks are always going to be off, of the 32 players selected in the first round, and you guys might be poo-pooing me on my mock, but keep this in mind. 32 players were selected out of last year's draft. My last year's mock, my final 32 team mock draft, I got 26 of the 32. And I'm on record with that. I'm on live stream record with that. So I usually get pretty close on getting the final, at least knowing who the top 32 guys will be selected. I might not get the right spots of where they'll be picked, but I'll get a good understanding of, if I'm not at 26 again this year, I should be pretty close to that mark, if not even a little better. We're going to try to get better. That's the hope here. John Stillwell with a $20 donation. My God, John, thank you for the $20 donation. You're awesome, brother. Appreciate you. Sorry I'm a little late on acknowledging. But appreciate you as well as one of my patrons, man. You're awesome over there. And I just responded to you over in the chat over there on Patreon too, so I don't know if you saw that or not. He says, hi, Brandon. I'll take your word for it, at least until tomorrow. Too tired to think. Oh my gosh, just probably getting at the end of the long week, John. Hang in there, man. Hang in there. I know this one seemed like it's been brutal for some folks. So a lot of people out there grinding away a little bit. But thank you for the $20 donation, man. And yeah, I don't mind to totally explain my thought process on this. I was up last night, folks, with these, just trying to really... I swear I didn't just do this willy-nilly. I spent way too long actually last night playing with the simulator. I'm not going to lie. I was really playing doing way too much stuff every which way in between on that. But I knew it was going to set some folks off with that. So, John, thank you for the $20 donation though, man. I hope you're able to get some sleep and some relaxation this weekend, man. No all work for you, man. No all work for you. Breezel 75. Thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you. It says, best player available all day, every day. Stacking a position is better than reaching for need. If you have to reach, trade back. Bingo, man. Bingo. I have watched drafts. I've been it's captured my imagination. I can remember going back to the 90s, back to the days when you had only Mel Kiper was your only person that talked about the draft, and you'd only get the little segments on ESPN, and you'd get the draft guides, right? And that was your only method to really tear into this. And I've been turning into this stuff for years and years. And I don't know it better than anybody else. I have just some inclinations toward thinking, I think this is how you have a successful draft. I think that's how you have a successful draft. And watching for 3 decades plus of NFL drafts, the one thing that stands out to me, to your point on that, Brizel, and the one thing that I go back to like a mantra again and again when it comes to drafts is, like you said, BPA. BPA. Best player available. That is your philosophy. That is what drives you. Why? Because when you're driven by needs, you're driven to reach. And when you're driven to reach, you're driven to failure. It's a lot like we talk about a defense and we say, does the defense take it to an offense? Are they aggressive? Do they go? Or are they on their heels? Are they playing not to lose or are they playing to win? And I would offer, if you're reaching for a need into a draft, you're playing not to lose. You're not playing to win. You got to try to, you build up your best team, you build up your most talented team by operating from that method and that process. And it's the one that has been proven, not just with our team and the Hawks over the years, but watching other teams in the NFL, watching the teams that have been successful in their approach and how they've gotten it done. And why are they more successful than other organizations when you have certain organizations who have a front office that's in place for years? And even when there is some changeover, it tends to be changeover from within. So the philosophies can continue and not be moved or changed, because they know they've got a little bit of the secret sauce there in their approach. And then when you peel really back all the secret sauce, when you take away all the flavors and all the spices and you remove all the ingredients, and you get it down to that base point, they're all coming from a place of best player available. Who's the most talented guy we got on the board? And you can't go to a crazyville place. Like I said in the top of the draft, you can't be top 5 of this draft and go, well, we have a tackle as our best guy, but we got Lucas and Cross. There is a little bit of there's always going to be a bit of a tiny point, but you got to fight as much against that as you can. You got to get across and out of your road as much as you can. That impediment out of the way. It may be there a little bit, but just slide it as much as you can this direction of things. And that is the approach and pathway that will lead ultimately to the greatest success. And quite frankly, look, I'm not the only one saying this, by the way. The last show, I literally had a soundbite from John Schneider where he told you, why did you have that success last year in last year's draft? Why was last year so unusual in how much success you had? And they didn't say maybe unusual, but he was intimating this. He really drove this home as a point. He said we had discussions, we had internal talks. We're just going to trust our board. We're going to stick with our board. We're just going to take the best player. And surprise, surprise, it brought about the most successful draft you've had maybe in Seahawks history. And Schneider didn't bring that up because that's a yearly thing they always do. He brought it up almost in a way of like, I had to remind everybody. Why are you having to remind everybody if it's just a rule of thumb? If it's a rule of thumb, people already would have known that in the office, right? If it was a rule of thumb, he wouldn't have had to go to the scouts and say, we're just going to do it this way. If it was a rule of thumb, he wouldn't have to make a moment to notate that, but he noted it. Because he understood, like we've understood here for a while, right? Because that wasn't, when Schneider said that week, that wasn't anything new to you guys. That wasn't anything to me and you, right? We've been talking about that for 6 months. We've been talking about that for 9 months. We've been turning over that question like nobody's business. How is it we did so good on this draft and we failed on so many other recent ones? We got failure, smashing, amazing success. Let me run that one again through you. Failure, smashing, amazing success. You know, you might have some drafts where you're like, well, somewhat good, somewhat bad, somewhat good, somewhat bad. But having it going along, something changed. Some process changed. And what was implemented was BPA, Breezeal. That was what was implemented. That's what brought the success. And that was what will bring the success again in the future with our drafts as we go forward. No doubt about it. And it's easier said than done because the draw is back to need. Always it's back to need. It's like that little evil devil on your shoulder, you know. You can't possibly operate without a guard. You'll die. If you don't have that, you'll die. He's always fearful of that demon. He's always telling you the scariest things. Oh, if you're not deep enough at linebacker. Oh, you'll fall from linebacker. It'll get you. Oh, you must pick now or you will die. Right? Gotta knock that shot. Get off my shot. I'm going BPA. But well said, Brazil, and thank you for the $5 donation. MJ Seahawk with a $10 dono. Thank you, MJ Seahawk. I appreciate you as well. He says, do you think Carter may tank his interviews with the Chicago meh and the Arizona dumpster fires to go to the quality Seahawks? Hutch seemed to do that to the Jags last year. I think it certainly is possible. I've heard more and more stories in recent years when I'd always thought that the players in these positions would have been like, you know, I just want to be picked wherever, you know, but it makes sense now. We hear some of these stories. For instance, I heard there was this Reggie Bush story about him coming out of USC and the Saints were going to be up to pick him, and they knew that the Saints were going to want to pick him. And so he had his agent call the Saints and say, hey, don't pick me in New Orleans. I don't want to go to New Orleans. And Sean Payton literally said, F you, and hung up and picked him. And so we are hearing more of these stories, the guys kind of maybe being more willing to do this. And it makes a little bit of sense when you have a draft slot of pay, right? Where every guy knows what he's going to be paid, where he's going to be paid. And the difference of being paid, the difference of your salary at number 1 versus number 5 is not that significantly different in the first round. And so then it becomes that then informs you as a player a little bit more to, I'd kind of like to go to a place that I want to go then. And I did see something about him on social media recently that he posted about wanting to come, about liking the Hawks or something. I don't know what I saw, but he put something up there I thought that was like, I want to go here, this is where I want to be. So I don't know, but it's possible, MJ Seahawk, I wouldn't want to go play up in that cold, windy weather. It's a little rainy here, but we, sometimes it's sunny during the falls. It's not too bad. It never gets that cold. You're not breaking the icicles off your mask or anything. It gets cold out there in Chicago, man. That's a really cold place. You don't want to go play out there. But it ain't gonna matter because Chicago's going to be MJ Seahawk. In my opinion, Chicago's going to trade that first round pick. I think it would almost be it would almost be negligence on their part of their general manager if they just picked in that number one spot, because they're not taking a quarterback. If they're not taking a quarterback, you're giving up, so you're leaving so much on the table for an organization that needs so much. If you don't move back at that point, gotta be done. Thank you, MJ Seahawk, though, man. Appreciate the $10 donation. And certainly, I think when it comes to Arizona, that would absolutely probably be the case. I mean, I don't even know who they're going to hire as their coach at this point. Will they have a coach at that point? Will it just be their new general manager? Like, okay, so Jalen, we're going to get our coach here soon. So I know you're not able to meet with him today. Maybe we'll get him in tomorrow. We're not sure, though. We're still turning over some candidates. Yeah. I want to go to Seattle. All right. Okay, bye. That's how I picture it in my mind playing out. I see it going just like that. Mr. Kane, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you as well. And I hope you're having a great night tonight. Everybody's having a fun Friday this evening, early evening. He says, no to the off-ball linebackers in the first round for me. Well, we share blood and we share a mindset on this one. It says, everyone be like Pumpkin. Like and sub and dono when you can. That's what Pumpkin would do. Indeed, she would. She's deep in her lick game right now. Absolutely deep in her late game. Thank you for the $5 donation, Mr. Kane. And I'm glad to hear you're in the same place that I am with this one in the respect of off-ball linebackers in this draft are pretty disappointing. Some people have their guys that they really like. Campbell, you got your Campbellites. You got your Toadites. You got your Sanderolsies. Your Sanderolsies. You even got your pacemakers. Your Ivan pacemakers out there. Yep. There's a fan club called the Ivan Pacemakers. But they don't do much for me. They don't do a lot for me. I think there's been some other linebackers in recent years that have been better, who've gone into the NFL, or been better prospects who've gone into the NFL and struggled, guys like Devin Lloyd, for instance, than what I'm seeing in this draft. And that does have me, Mr. Kane, like it does you, pushing those guys down. Still good guys, still solid quality guys, quality prospects, right? Just to the deeper reaches of the draft a little bit. Not far off reaches, right? We're not going to send them off into Mordor. We're just going to move them down the line a little bit, Move it all down the line a couple rounds. That's all we're going to do. Swole Cole says, I think we need to draft Brian Branch to back up Jamal Adams. Nice part about having a guy like Brian Branch brought in, Swole Cole, is that if you draft him, and you'd probably be happen to pick him with that 20th pick in the first round, but if you did select him, he would be bringing in a guy who potentially walks in the door as the best slot cornerback in the entire National Football League. He is a guy that allows you a lot of flexibility to stay in nickel situations because of how well he tackles. He's only 6 foot and 190 pounds, but he is an absolute dog, the best tackling cornerback in this draft, probably by far. And he's got good ball skills, and he plays good in coverage. And eventually, you could probably fit him into the strong safety position. Eventually you can. So even if Adams comes back and healthy, Swole Cole, you would still be able to find him 60% of the snaps on a weekly basis just playing the slot. Just playing the slizot. Thank you for the donations. I appreciate all of y'all. Very kind of you. Russell Mark Hughes says, I love the idea of moving Fant and grabbing Washington. Just struck me as I was looking at the board and where it was falling. And I do like Fant, but I don't love Fant. And if you had a couple of years of Fant at a cheaper contract, this might be a different discussion for me. But with that 5th-year option activated, I do kind of bristly a little bit. A bit of bristle on that one. That was a little tough for me. Lion Garcia says, I like Tyree Wilson at 5 or Jalen Carter or CJ. Me too, Lion. I think Carter's the best of that bunch, but I like all those guys too. Sam the Great, this was a good draft. I just prefer getting a good running back to complement Walker. We're thin at that position. Sam the Great, Zach Charbonnet was a one pick. That was that one at the end that was definitely a draw for me. So I'm not going to lie. That was one that I was like, ooh, Zach Charbonnet, maybe. And that might be a tough one not to go that other realm with, John Robinson says, Gervon Dexter more of a 4-eye or 5 tech defender. Bingo, John. You're always on it, John. And you're on it with this one as well. You can rock him out. If you want to move him out of 3 tech, yeah, you can go 4-eye off a 3-4. So 4-eye is 4 inside shoulder in a 3-4 defensive end positioning. You could do some of that with Gervon. You could. And that maybe make this pick make a little more sense at that point. Or 5, where you move him a little bit further, just heads up over the top. So you could do a little bit more of that with him. I think I would still like Maze as the 0 tech on that. The thing with Dexter, I like his game a lot. He's a fun player. But that slow first step bothers me on guys that pass rush is their main forte. That's always going to be one thing with me that just I get kind of hung up on a little bit. Because when you lose quickness in the NFL like that, like if you're losing the quickness game every time off the snap, every time you're losing it, and then now you've got to overcome that early loss on the part of the play. Maybe he's just so good with his hands and his power that he can do it. But I'm uncertain of that. And I got to give more of a view of Gervon Dexter because there are some people that are very high on him. Sam the Great, that was a good draft. Megan says, B, what tape on Jalen Carter should I be watching to see what you're seeing? Have watched hours of him and am just not seeing it. Oh, and did you get the photos of Ollie? I think I didn't log into Twitter here. I'm bad about getting into Twitter sometimes, Megan. So I got to check that out. Carter's tape. Yes, I think there's the Vanderbilt tape, which he completely was blowing up their whole deal in that game, I believe, from a couple years ago. I'm trying to think. Let me think of the other games in my head. Kentucky tape. I think both years of the 2 Kentucky tapes that he's played against their offensive line, he's wreck shop in those. I think the thing to remember with the Megan too, and again, it's the tough part that makes the evaluation process on Georgia linemen in particular difficult, is they don't just have the Georgia linemen pin their ears back and hunt. So Georgia runs a lot of blitz games. They run a lot of twists and stunts and setting things up for certain guys to get free versus just having guys just purely on their own talent basis alone, just try to whoop the butt of the guy across from them. And so there's a lot of times with Carter, you've got to watch him and understand where he's taking up 2 blockers from a 3 tech spot, which is not normal, Megan, because normally a 1 tech is the guy that's going to be eating the blockers up. But he's taking so much of that attention away to allow the other guys to free up. And so some of that's the value you've got to watch and understand in watching his tape, because you're not going to get the 7, 8, 9, 10 sacks that you get from an Anderson on the edge. But there's not going to be those opportunities as much for guys coming from the defensive tackle position. And again, with the way they structure their defense, Megan, this is why, go look at Trayvon Walker last year and look at his production coming out of college from Georgia, where it's, okay, a couple sacks, but how did he get up to be number 1? Because the long-term projection of what you see him from, you're not going to be putting him in that same situation at the pro level. You're not going to have him doing necessarily dirty work stuff. You're going to let him just hunt at the pro level. And now when he's able to run unfettered and just go, he'll be even more dynamic than he probably was at the college level. But beyond all that, I mean, if you're not seeing it, you're not seeing it. If you're turning on the tape of Carter and you're watching him play and it's not jumping out to you, then I don't know as well. I mean, I can give you those specific games, but I think pretty much every game that I turned on of him, he had me really, really impressed. And I can't put it any other way than that. I mean, I don't tend to gush. You know this, Megan, watching me on this couple of years. There's not prospects that I tend to gush over like I would with Carter. I'm doing it because he's just been that damn impressive to me. And I also think defensive tackle is a hard position to scout. But I'll check out that photo. So sorry, I just haven't had a chance to jump in and check out the Twitter. John Stillwell says, if only Stroud wasn't an Ohio State guy. Well, they got that curse on him, John, It's all those stickers. They don't understand. The more stickers they put on the helmet, for the guys playing and stuff. That's the more the curse further roots itself in on the pro level of the guys, It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if he can finally break it. It's only going to take one. It's going to take just one of these Ohio State guys to break the curse, Who knows who it'll be? Mark Harpercorn says, I like it, but I'll take the top linebacker before a tight end, maybe 2 linebackers. Understandable to maybe go that way. My feeling on it, Mark, was that, you're what you're essentially doing from my standpoint. If you're in the second round at that point, you're taking a linebacker. To me, you're taking a linebacker with like an 82 upside in Madden, right? And here I'm got a tight end that's probably got like maybe more of like an 89 in Darnell Washington or a 90. And I'm going to go with just the more of the, I don't want to drop for the need that far for a guy. That's kind of my place on it, but I get it. It's a need. Tom Eden says, could you imagine if we got Washington and put him in at fullback for a few plays? Talk about opening up a hole. He would too. And yeah, you could use them all. And certainly with the way we've used our tight ends this year, Tommy, we've done some of that. So Waldron would show an open willingness to use him in that way. And I think he could absolutely be used like that. He's a piece. You move him all over the field there at that point. AI says, if we draft tight end, then Disley's going to be cut. No, because in my scenario, AI, I'm moving Fant. So I'm trading Fant and then drafting Washington, which would keep Disley here. Twack says, first round picks are all about the trenches, D and O line only. Megan says, that's the crappiest Yoda impression ever be. Yeah, it's not a good one. I haven't worked on my Yoda impression much. John says, love fixing these trenches. Want to come away with Hooker if we don't get a quarterback at 5. I was tempted on that final second round pick, John, to pull the trigger on Hendon. I was definitely tempted. Midnight Sun says, Gervon Dexter's a game wrecker. We need this guy in our defensive line. You're not alone, Midnight Sun. Quite a few people are very high on him. Lions Garcia, is Saiki Ika even good? Questionable. I think he's going to be fine. I think that the big question with him is how many snaps is he going to be able to play at the pro level? And I mean, he's probably he maybe even be a guy that gets you only like 20 snaps a game with his tank. But he moves uniquely for a guy his size. And I do think that he probably ends up going in the second round. But I think you're right, Lion Garcia, to wonder. I don't have him. I anticipate on my draft with this of guys being picked high. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's where I think they should go. That I think they're going to be that good. And I think in that Saiki's case, he strikes me as a guy who's going to be overdrafted a little bit by about a round and a half higher than he should probably go. John Robinson says, Osiris Torrance reminds me so much of Brandon Brooks. I don't know why, but him and Schmitz are my favorite linemen. I liked him a lot, John. I did. My worry and concern comes in with him in the movement stuff. I just don't think he can get out in front. I don't think he can reach blocks as easily. I think he's just got to be kind of a mano-a-mano kind of guy. AI says, I want Drew Sanders with our 20th pick, former 5-star Alabama player, 6'5", 250, fast as hell. He is indeed at that. Twack, there's going to change so much between now and the draft. I still think there is a good chance that either Carter or Anderson might be available to us. If not, either of those, trade back. That's definitely what I would like to do, I think, in that scenario. Keldon says, y'all working on that team that the Niners will next year beat? Nope. This is the one that's going to knock you guys off. Knock you off your big old podium. You're riding high right now. Knock you off your horse. You be careful, Keldon. You fly to the sun, those wings will melt. Too close to the sun. Yeah, I'm glad you agree, John. Washington is a freaking lineman. Just like a lineman, exactly. Tom Eaton says Darnell Washington is bigger and stronger than our current center, I think. You might be right. Kev Jackson says DT or Will Levis. Others? DT? I don't know what you mean on that. I'm sorry. Henry Mars has super chatted a $2 donation. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate you on that. You're awesome. You guys are all very kind on the Jonos. Says cut one safety to pay Gino. Thoughts? I can't really pull it off on that one, Henry. When you look at the way that this breaks down as far as the contracts, I'll give you the numbers right now, actually. If my sports track's been a little slow the last couple of days. Come on, sports track. Come on. So let's look at this real quick. What you have with your Seahawks. Well, Jamal Adams right now carries $21 million plus in dead money hit, and he's got an $18 million cap hit. So what that means there at that point, Henry, means that if you were going to cut right now Jamal or try to trade him, you're essentially going to have to pay $3 million extra than you'd have to pay just to have him on the roster. So he's not going to go this year. There's just no way that they're going to do that kind of move. It costs more to get rid of him than to keep him. So you just try to roll with it one more year and hope you can get out from under it next year. Next year, you can start to save money. Next year, you can maybe save $7, $8 million, $9 million from cutting him at that point. Very similar with Quandre Diggs to a degree. Now with Diggs, he's got an $18 million cap hit. He has an $8 million dead money hit. So you could save cumulatively $10 million by moving on from Quandre Diggs if you wanted to do so this offseason. The team definitely gave themselves that out, Henry, to do that in his last contract here. He's a guy that there's a possibility that they do that with. But I think that considering they have already these other holes and so many holes to kind of have to deal with in the draft and money to spend in other places, I don't think that they're going to want to create another hole of free safety that then they have to then go address in the draft. It's kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul a little bit. And so I don't think they'll do that, but I think by next year, you could see easily both of them no longer here at that point if things go that way. Thank you for the donation though, Henry. Maybe Quandre, but I don't think you're going to have to. I think you can also, Henry, I think you could spend the money on Geno, pay him Geno. I mean, honestly, if you want to talk about making the move of Fant, at that point opens you up to be able to sign Geno without problems, right? Because if Geno's first year cap hit is going to be probably somewhere between 16 and 19 million, even on a 25 million year plus a year deal, well, now $9 million of that swallowed up in a Fant trade, and you've only got to come up with $7 million from between the couch cushions for Geno for next year. So that's really where my cut was at to make that one happen. John says, think about getting Witherspoon at 20 and having two lockdown corners, down corners who can play man. Then you get more value out of all your players because you can generate pressure by blitzing. I'd be down with it, John. And look, I love Witherspoon. I've got him, I think, as my number 2 corner on my board right now. I do like as well a little bit of the possibility there, John, of also Sealy Ringo at 20. I'm getting really up into this thought process, John, of having an opportunity to maybe eventually get him to free safety too, like Malcolm Jenkins. But he's also not a man-based guy. He's only a zone-based guy. And what you're wanting to do is just the man-based stuff. So Devon can do more of that, obviously. That's more in his bag to do that. So I'd be okay with it, John. He's a fun player, man. He's just behind, I think, to Brian Branch as far as being a great tackler out there from the corner position. Tommy says, here's the problem with having 2 young cornerbacks. Who gets the snaps? Oh, who gets the contract? Only 2 of them will develop, but you spend 3 first-round picks on Lance. Folks going to Kelton. AI, John needs to turn these 10 picks into 13. We have lots of holes, hopefully a first next year. We need multiple defensive linemen and multiple linebackers. That's a lot to ask of one draft. Agreed, AI. That's why in my scenario, what I did is so in my scenario of my picks here, AI, in my proverbial draft I just ran, we get Jalen Carter, we get John Schmitz, we get Darnell Washington, and I get Maze Smith. I also traded back, so I get a first-round pick and a third-round pick I think I did next year's draft and I gave up a second-round pick. So I've got multiple more picks I created. It's into future draft capital at that point, AI, but I did get the future first in my deal. John says, can you imagine Taylor screaming off the edge on a blitz, killing the quarterback? That'd be wonderful. One can only hope, John. Paul, BPA works, except the Hawks kind of got a history of crazy draft boards and spring trading that sells out the draft. Last year, Hawks did good. It's where I think that there was a change in philosophy last year, Paul. I don't think it was a broken clock scenario where it's right twice a day. I think it was what happened there was that they changed their philosophy. They had a self-recognition, right? They talk about teams going into a bye week and they self-scout themselves. They look at what they've been doing through the year, their tendencies, and they try to break those tendencies as they go through the back half of the schedule. I think the Seahawks did a very similar thing in this last draft. where they looked at their recent tendencies in drafts and they go, ooh, we've gotten a little bit into the area of reaching, haven't we? We've gotten a little reachy. We've got a little clingy, haven't we? Kind of have, haven't we? Yeah. We got to go in difference of that. And it seemed like they went in wide difference of that in last year's draft, that there was no picking for need. It was just best player on the board, best player on the board, best player on the board. And if they did that, then get excited. If that was what occurred, get excited. And if we walk out of this draft and we come to find that they do the very same thing again in this draft, BPA, picking just the best guy that they have on their board, regardless of position, then you can get really excited, because now they have found more of a methodology and approach that will breed future success, which is not just a broken clock, which is a correctable clock that you can time on one of those military timers that like is synced up with the Earth's spin and has it like calibrated to within like 1/1 millionth of a second. John says, I would trade Fant if we got Washington so we don't have to pay him. Bingo, John. That's my thought process on it. John says, I think they might go back to one gapping, but playing more man to fix the coverages without sacrificing run D, which was the problem this year. I could see them doing some of that, John. I could. Greg Kemp says, A+ draft, Brandon. Darnell Washington. I'm glad I got you on board with it too, Mr. Kemp. The kids tape to me pops. Every year I've got a collection of guys I'll call that are kind of Brandon's guys. These are guys, regardless of whether you're going to get them in the 5th round or you're going to get them in the 6th round. These are just guys that I gravitate to that are just, boy, if we could just get these guys, this will help our team out. And Darnell Washington, there's a reason he's been there on these 2 national title teams. He's been a big part of what they've done, and not just as a pass catcher, but what he's done as a run blocker and just how ferocious he is in that respect of things. And I really like him. I really like him. And I think that they've got to make a decision on the tight end position with Fant. It's something that's kind of coming down the track. But glad to hear it, man. Yep, Lion Garcia, exactly. Trade Fant and get a pick for him. That's exactly what I was doing. Greg says Jalen Carter's going to pull an Eli Manning and demand a trade to Seattle if he gets picked by Chicago or Arizona. One could hope. One could hope. Tommy says, for us in Georgia, going somewhere like Washington where the mosquitoes won't fly off with you isn't 100% at breakfast might be nice. Ooh, yeah, that tell you what, Washingtonites, you don't understand about that humidity they got to deal with in the South is ridiculous. And it's something that we don't have to deal with up here at all. And it's just wonderful, especially in the summer times. Greg says, do you think John Schneider would trade back even if Carter's on the board? No. Nope. I trust in John Schneider's talent evaluation, and I think he's going to look at Carter as one of the best in this draft, if not his favorite player in this draft. And he's going to jump all over him with two feet. Michael Ponikowski, Saki Ika is a must draft. Our defensive crumbles without a good nose tackle. It's a good point, Michael. You could make a very solid argument about the fact that perhaps the most important player in a 3-4 defense is indeed that man in the middle, that zero tech. Everything kind of operates up out of him, so to speak. And you got Al Woods moving on, Brian Monet coming back off of a torn ACL. Who's the zero tech right now going forward as it stands right now? It's probably a very good question in this process. John says Washington's freaking Gronk-like player. I don't think you guys understand what he could be. He's a monster, literally. He is. That's what I was calling him too. If you want to think about a player, like think of these terms, and I know it's thrown around a lot, like this guy's a monster, that guy's a monster, he's a monster on the football field. He makes these grown men like just guys tackling him. If you just watch, you can see it on his highlights, I think. I was watching on some of the game film of watching him too, but just guys tackling him. He'll be this big guy and they'll come up and they'll hit him. And you've seen this with DK, where they'll come up and guys will just stick DK. And DK kind of gets up and he's like, huh. And the guy and defender's doing the like slow get off the thing. And he's like, like that happens on guys trying to tackle Washington all the time. And he doesn't go down. He ain't a big 6'7", like Frankenstein guy that just gets pulled down. He's fighting through tackles. He's hurdling guys. He's athletic. He's got huge arms to go with the 6'7" frame. So his catch radius is just, you could almost throw it up over the top of the stadium and he'd still go up there and be like, I got it. I got it right there. Right there. Glad we're in agreement though, John. Tommy says, if I'm honest, it's not like the linebackers in this draft. It's not that I like the linebackers in this draft so much as I hate the linebackers we have on our team and don't see a free agent way to fix it. It's a valid worry on that, Tommy. It is. I think that I might just say that putting it through just a bit of a consideration on this point is if we look around the sport right now at the middle linebacker position, even middle linebacker positions in 3-4 defenses, just to be very specific at it, I think that we're in sort of a downward plane point right now for talent around the league at the middle linebacker spot. You have your guys out there that are really, really good, great linebackers, at the positions, your Fred Warner types and whatnot. DeMario Davis, the Saints. But there's so many out there where there's just some meh type play where you're just not getting it, even from guys that have been highly drafted guys to be those guys in the middle. And I might offer that these guys, with where their talent is kind of lackluster in this particular draft, that you could end up picking a guy in this draft, but he's not significantly any better or not any, truly a big step forward from what you kind of already have on the roster, unfortunately. And it really comes down to this being the in my opinion, the sad truth of the linebacker class, and as it references our Seahawks, is though it is a need, that's great, and it's not undeniable, but just because it's a need doesn't mean that there's a fix to be found out there. Could that be also the reality of it? Is it necessarily just because we have a middle linebacker need, but when you consider with the dearth of options there are out there around the sport, like you mentioned, free agent class, draft, underwhelming from a talent level standpoint, maybe there just isn't a great answer out there for middle linebacker. And I'm starting to maybe kind of get shifted a little bit more in that direction of things. I think there's a couple of middle linebackers out there that could be interesting in this free agent class. The Bengals have a guy that Brock Huer brought up a couple weeks ago, I think, that sounds interesting. Terrell Edmonds of the Bills could be a guy that you bring in out of free agency who could be interesting. There's also a trade that you maybe are able to go out there and make. But I think the place we got to start from a little bit and looking, or at least considering from, is how strong is the linebackers in the NFL right now? If we look at the receiver position, we're like, man, there's more receiver talents than there ever has been before. There's dynamic guys here, and there's dynamic guys there, and there's dynamic guys there. We can look at the tight end position and find some real dynamic guys that can do it all, right? Pass rushers like, oh my gosh, Bosa's and Garrett's, TJ Watts, just this guy here, that guy there. But when we get to the linebacker, we might very well be looking at it going, we're kind of in a time period where it's not the most talented of positions, where you're just kind of getting by with guys a little bit. I could be wrong on that, by the way. That's just my general feeling with it, Tommy. John, Washington manhandles dudes in the run game, and if you want to run the ball, there's no better inline player in the draft. That's right. I think John's touching on a point that I think is key to think about with Washington. He's not merely a tight end. He is like having a sixth offensive lineman on the field when he's on the field as a blocker. He legit is. Tommy says, actually drafting Chris Smith might be the best fit and play more big nickel. I got to look up Chris Smith then, man. I haven't even seen that name. John says, don't sleep on Brevin Ford from Minnesota. He's playing like Washington. Okay. Check him out. Jeremy Bones, Ika's a T-Rex. Is he got the... little T-Rex arms? It's the real cheese. If we could get a defense that could tackle and catch, we'd be so much better. Indeed. Guys, did have 3 seconds in the mock draft? Tommy says, just grilling Brandon over this draft. I traded back in the first round for a kicker. W. D'Amico is probably going to the Texans. Head coach Sean Payton's going back to broadcasting. Who is Russ going to get for head coach? Seems like the league sees it as a bad spot between regression and division. Yeah, who could have seen that one, right, Daniel? Oh, poor Russ. They're in some trouble. And let me add on to your notes on that, Daniel. You have Dan Quinn also going back to he's also going back to the Cowboys now. So that's another name that you can remove off the spot. Are the Broncos going to end up with Schottenheimer? Are they gonna hire Schottenheimer? Is Russ going to be able to drive that one like the general manager who's tried to get all the great candidates and he can't get any to buy in, and he's just like, I guess Sean Payton, it was that he was interested in it, but he wasn't going to go back to him because he was worried about there being some kind of power struggle at the top between him and I think the general manager. So he was just like, no. But as we thought, even when you've got the Walmart money offering $30 million a year, the prospects of going into that situation with Russ and that team and where they're at, that is no easy fix for any coach. That is a hard fix. Hard fix. That's a hard fact to laugh. That's a fact to laugh Denver better get used to. Yeah, Megan, hang in with those toes. Hang in with those toes. Can't do anything for broken toes either. You just gotta deal with it too. You think at this point medical science would have little like baby casts that they could put on your little toes, little baby casts. Well, can't even do that. And Henry, yeah, we can cut one of our safeties. We could. You can't do Adams. You could do Diggs. It's not Adams. Nick Guerrera, Washington, Young, and Metcalf on the offense handling defenders would be badass. Wouldn't it, though? Having two guys like that, those bullies out there, say nothing to have Young out there, too. I agree, Nick. You start getting bigger, faster, stronger. We're getting back to the old days on those. MJ Daniel, I'm taking a defensive player, probably D-line or backer with the first two picks if I had the choice. Biggest need and some of the best players at those positions. I'm with you on the D-line, MJ. You might have to sign me up or talk me into how the linebackers are the best on that. I see there's a lot of linebackers in this draft, but I see them more in the 3rd, 4th round range. Not that they're without talent. There is some talent there, but I don't know if I see a lot of guys that are worthy of being up in that 1st round, 2nd round. It kind of feels reachy on those with that, but maybe I'm wrong. I still do have a lot more film to look at with these guys, so it's still in a determination mode. That's just my early feel with it. Greg says, do I think Jalen Carter can improve his conditioning in the pros? Yeah, I think you put a guy in an NFL weight room for a year, and he's being paid to do a job now, and he's not going to college, and he gets to concentrate on that 24/7. I think he'll be fine with that stuff. So, I believe that our Super Bowl season, we didn't have anyone on the defensive line playing more than 40 snaps a game or something like that, or 40% of the snaps a game or something. Really, the goal here is to create a defensive line that is both talented at the top and deep. And no defense out there is going to be running well if it's got to have all of its 4 starting defensive linemen out there running 75, 80% of the snaps. And so the goal is always to get this into a point where it's not only stacked talent, but stacked with depth. He gives you the talent stack at the top point. You're going to need to get some depth in around the edges of him and give him those times to have those blows, but he can be a dominating force for the time that he's in the game. And he's going to be a game wrecker when he's in the game. And he plays with a high amount of effort when he's in the game. Part of why he gets out of breath, part of why he's had those moments in football games is because when you watch him, his motor is going 24/7. He's not a guy that's like Will Anderson where he's going to take off 5, 6, 7 plays in a row, and then now I'm going to dial it back up again. With Carter, it's coming at you every single play he's in there. And so that's part of why he gets a little bit, gassed to a degree. But I think some of that stuff, in my opinion, is sort of entirely overstated. So it's a little overstated. It's not a worry a little bit, but it'll be fine. Jeremy, Diggs has a few years left, and Jamal might not be the same player we traded for. He does have 2 years left. You can get $10 million saving off Diggs if you want to move, according to Sports Track. John says you can salvage the Jamal contract if you start playing more man coverages. I think he gets back to an all-pro level. Agreed, man. You sign me up, John, for the man stuff. Man-based stuff, yes. Megan, when is free agency? I want to say free agency is something like March 15th. There you go, big country. I was going to say 21st. March 15th sounds right. Mr. Kane, it's 4 o'clock in a few. I think I'm going to be head out. Send love to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Have yourself a great evening, man. Appreciate you on the don't know. Keldon says, I tried to troll. It didn't work out. That's why I don't do it. I like him coming in and trolling a little bit. You should be feeling yourself right now, man. Tommy says, I keep imagining Washington, 6'7", 275-pound end on a nickel cornerback. And then you got Will Disley, who's 6'4", 265, and DK, who is 6'4", 235 pounds. That's kind of hard to defend. There we go. That's it for me, man. I mean, and at the end of the day, you're going to want to run the ball. And let's not forget, a lot of this time during this year, you had times where you couldn't run the ball consistently. And you get those guys out there, you've got 3++ blockers now in what their responsibility is going to be. And with Washington, it isn't just a theory of like, what would he look like if he's got to block a defensive back or a safety? It's like, watch the college tape, putting guys on their back, blocking guys 15 yards down the field because they got no chance. What's a guy that's rocking 210, 215 against 275 going to do? What are you going to do? You know, you're done. You're done. They just can't do anything about it. And he ragdolls guys, manhandles them. Such a fun player. I'm glad to hear most of you guys are with me on it. I figured I'd have a few folks be like, no way. Yeah, John, I think we'll sign a veteran linebacker too. Jeremy says Jamal should offer to restructure without the front office asking him. I don't think he'll do that, man. I don't think he'll do that. Maybe the right thing, but I don't think he'll do it. Big Country, if our linebacker core is somewhat average next season, that'll be a big success. Just don't see it, though. I think it's an issue going forward, and I think you do got to deal with it at some point. If there's something in free agency to do it, then great. If it's in this draft, then great. But I think there's also got to be a little bit of a potential acknowledgement here that it might take more than this year to get it figured out. And that's not awesome, but if you take care of other parts of this team that have been failing and ailing, like the interior of that offensive line, like the defensive line, get the running back position a little bit more set up. Yeah, I think you can kind of offset that stuff just a little bit. Keldon says, I got those 49er streams. The chat just constantly fights and says dumb things the entire time. It is, Keldon. It's why we get people in here that want to kind of go with that same energy and they don't like it because we tamp it down quick. And as you can see why we tamp it down, because people are in here we have people coming in and want to just talk football, and even if we disagree, let's have disagreement. I want people to disagree with this mock I did. I'm not expecting everybody just to sign and be like, your mock's the best mock ever. No, where's your thought process? Because we get to be more, just gets to be a little more intellectual as an exercise rather than some of that stuff, which just gets into mudflinging and everybody trying to win an argument. Nobody needs to win any arguments, We just come at it with I think that's how it was a Kurt Warner tweet came out, where it's like a lot of stuff with the sports talk now has got to be like dunking on each other, How do I dunk on this guy? How do I dunk on, but it really does come back to, at the end of the day, just let's share ideas and let's kind of think all this stuff through. I love doing those mocks. We'll be doing another mock here in another week from now where we'll do a mock with the chat, Seahawks 7th round mock with the polls and all that, run another one. I love doing that stuff. And I think the difference of opinion is such a beautiful thing. And, it does get though, Keldon, you got to fight against that toxicity when you got these channels going, because it can quickly go in that direction very, 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 very fast. Very fast. Hope you're feeling good though, man. I like your guys' chances this coming week. You got to run the ball. Niners got to run the ball this week. Run the ball, keep that pass rush at bay. Yeah, Tommy, the Niner fans, as Keldon was referencing, I've seen a little bit of this online. There is some fierce debate with the quarterback stuff going on with that team right now, and I have a feeling that one's gonna. It's not fracturing anything in their fan base, but there is some fiery debate going on. Nicholas Newton, Carter did say he wanted to come to the Seahawks. There it is. It's confirmed, Nicholas. It's confirmed. Kick is up and it's good. Carter's gonna be a Seahawk. Let's go. I was worried I was misremembering that, Nicholas, or just trying to but I thought I had seen him say that somewhere. Tommy says probably not second because he's about to be at his first contract. AI says, what can we get for Fant? A second? Nah, we probably couldn't get a second. I think you probably could pull in like a fourth round value at that point. Whoever trades for him is going to probably have to pay him to a contract extension or just ride out with him on the final year of the deal. And it is a pretty deep tight end class. So I don't think that always tends to impact a little bit of the value as well for a given tight end. But probably a 4th round, 5th round pick. It's more about getting the money off the books than it is the pick you pick up for me, but you do pick up something. Jeremy says, Ika has short arms. He's not ideal for a nose tackle. Yeah, it's not great for a nose tackle. Short arms are not bueno. If I remember too, he likes to really get into guys too. So he tries to, that's what those short arm defensive tackles will do. Linemen do it too, where rather than the battle all being out here, and it turning into hand fighting out here, it all just becomes where they want to get up here, right up to where they're like face mask to face mask, and then just using their mass to sort of slide them off, And he just tries to get his mass up into the body of the offensive lineman every time with his quickness, for his size at least. Tommy says, I agree with you. I guess on linebackers, there's always a hole on rosters. Ours looks like it's going to be linebacker. I hate where it's at, Tommy. Don't get me wrong too. I do really not like the fact that the position is in the shape that it's in and it's doing what it's doing. And I wish we could address it in this draft. And I wish there was like 5 linebackers in the first 40 picks that were worthy of being middle linebackers where they're being selected. I really do. But there isn't. There really isn't. And it's a little bit fits the form of recent history. It's like where tight ends have been in recent history too, where most tight end classes have been really, really bad over the last couple of years. And I'm seeing the same thing here with middle linebackers over the last few years too. I don't know why. I don't know if it's maybe the great athletes aren't going to the middle linebacker like once before, but it's just a position that's just kind of blah recently with some of the guys coming out. But you're right. It's a need, man. It is a need. I think he was in Christopher Smith, the Georgia safety, killed him. And I was thinking about taking Christopher Smith with that last pick too, because he's one of my favorite guys in the draft as well. I got 4 guys off that Georgia defense I really, really like. Really, really like. What's up, Lyrical Listener? Jeremy Bone, the Colts have a big problem as far as their salary cap. They might be open to trading DeForest Buckner. I'd trade one of our 2nd round picks for him. I would too, all day long. Megan says, poor Russ, nothing B. After he torched the team and our head coach on his way out, I have no sympathy for him or the Bronco fans. They wanted this noise. Hey, it's one of those things, right? It's be careful what you wish for. You just might get it, It's like, that's kind of what Russ has got here. It's like, you wanted it. You got it. Big Country Peyton should just go back to Fox. I agree you should. I mean, number one, you got the New Orleans Saints still talking about wanting John Gruden-like Hall to make a trade for him. If he goes back at least one more year, that can start to maybe go down a little bit if they were really pressing that. But number 2, was there really a great job out there for him to be had? No, there wasn't. The Panthers' job was okay. Texans' job, I don't think you wanted to go there. No one wants to go into the Arizona Cardinal job. Hell no to Denver. Who wants any part of that? I think it made a lot of sense for him to just go back and go like, it's not good enough this year. Let's give it another year. Maybe there's a job up in, for instance, in Seattle that opens up. Imagine if like Ballmer was down in LA and Ballmer was like going to go ahead intention. He like already knew he was going to buy the Hawks and there was like a silent deal already in place. They just have to wait till next year. And then Ballmer like one day just like showed up on like Peyton's doorstep and he's like, look, I know what you're doing right now. You need to stop all that right now. Just go back to the booth for a year. I got you. We'll get you back over just a year from now. Just get it. Just stay where you need to stay on this one, Sean. All right. Just chill here. Super conspiracy right there. Aaron Donald, I don't know who would want to be the Broncos coach. You're really locked into into like a corner on what you're going to have to do within that job. Like you're not having any of the freedom that you'd normally get as a head coach to be able to really do, and you're going to get all the blame if it doesn't fail. Like you could easily have that be your last coaching job, head coaching job you ever have. Nicholas Newton says, no, not poor Russ. Good riddance and our problem anymore. Thank goodness. I love it. I like the spiciness in the chat. That's awesome. Russ ain't getting no love in the chat tonight. Hey, you're right. You guys are right. He's earned it. I get it. He's earned it. Megan says the chest of steel makes me feel a lot better, as does our silver-headed coaching god be. Well, it would, Megan. It would, definitely. Hopefully, though, take care of those digits. Keldon, from what I understand, the head coach would report to the Denver owner group. Harbaugh would love an underpowered general manager. That would be a boss move for the Broncos. That would be, if they want to get a good candidate in, you got to give a little ground, don't you, Keldon? I mean, if you're going to do this, it's going to take more than you just opening I think they simply thought, Keldon, that they could just open the pocketbook up and Walmart money will throw you $30 million a year. And isn't that enough to get you to shut up about the crappy situation we're bringing you in to deal with? But with that said, I don't think it is enough. Take a guy like Harbaugh. If he goes to the NFL, that's potentially his last head coaching job opportunity that he gets in the NFL. Maybe. And I think you got to operate that way as a coach a little bit. And so you got to be a little more selective. If you're one of those coaches like Peyton or Harbaugh, who's due to have I said that. I don't know why I said that like a Chicago. I don't know why, but that would it makes sense why they would say no in that. But you're right. You're not going to bring those guys in knowing not only do I have the impediment of Russell Wilson and having to overcome that, but then I also now have this general manager that may not see eye to eye with me, as well as already a tough situation to unwind. I got to pull all of this fishing line apart from this rat tail that it's turned into. And now you make me have this general manager who's also going to be, kind of impinging my process a little bit. I get why this is going to be a hard vacancy for them to fill. Brian Schottenheimer. Colton Young, I love Diggs, but God damn does he have butterfingers. Man, has dropped 15 picks in 3 seasons, laughing out loud. Yeah, he's definitely could have a lot more than he does. And he's 7 or 8 he could have this year. So he does, at least he gets to the spot, Colton, at least there's that. He does seem to get to the right place that he needs to be to make the pick. But you're right. He's had a few. The last year was kind of brutal, especially because it was real bad. Motive. Brandon, good to hear your voice once again. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Motive. Good to see you in the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Tom Eden says, Diggs also played like a Jag until the end of the season. If we are paying him that money, he needs to show out all year long. Agreed, Tommy. I give him a little bit more of a measure of room on this one, though, because man had his foot turned like this on the final game of the prior year. And, he did come back for the first game. I think it's understandable if that guy took a little bit extra time to round into shape. If we'd signed him to that deal, there had been no injury, and he came back this year, and he was a little underwhelming to start out, I might be like, ugh, that's not. And remember, Tommy, I wasn't a big guy in signing him anyway. I'm still not a big guy in signing him in that contract, but you put the ink down, you signed the deal, so it is what it is at this point. But I have hope to your point, that will be the truth of it, because of the fact that he did start to round into shape as you'd expect him to do, as he got closer to that being about a year out from when he first had that really horrible injury. G. Walker says, humidity was bad when I lived in Maryland. Couldn't imagine the South. Us Pacific Northwest folks, G. Walker, don't get down to that South area very often. We'll get down to California's or Arizona's or Texas, but it is a different feeling when you get down in the South, Florida or whatever, into that humidity. I mean, if you're a sweater, and I can sweat a little bit myself, like you're going to have that just moisture going 24/7. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's like 3 showers a day type stuff. It is just, especially in the summer. New York can be that way too. Oh, somebody else mentioned in the chat, the bugs that come with it. It's just gross. Jeremy Bowen of Brian Breezy falls to the second round. We should pick him. I'm with Jeremy on that. All day. Midnight Sun, thank you for reminding me, man. You're awesome. He says, hit the like button, you filthy animals. Yes, do please, if you guys like what you're listening to here on this stream, as I always do ask, do me a little bit of a favor if you could, and hit that like button. Just a small little simple step, but this helps the channel out tremendously by getting me to show up on other algorithms and whatnot. And if you're not subscribed, get subscribed. We are knocking down the door to 11,000 subscribers, folks. I think we were something like 80 away, a mere 80 away from 11,000. So let's see if we can get there. I'm going to try to see if we can get up to 15 by the draft. I might be a little aggressive with that, but we're going to try to shoot for that mark. But Midnight Sun, thanks for reminding me on that. Appreciate you. G. Walker says, OS, I'm quite a bit behind the stream, laughing out loud. Oh, no worries, man. Michael says, Jalen Carter, can you imagine? Oof. I'm dreaming, Michael. I'm dreaming. I'm hoping. I want to see it. Nicholas Newton, I have big dreams of that kid Carter coming here. Me too, man. And people have been saying I've been dreaming too big. They've been saying I've been John Lennon and this stuff, right? But I'm not the only one. And I know you're not the only one out there either. I think it's really feasible. I look at this draft with how good it is with the quarterbacks at the top. I look at all the quarterback needy teams that are sitting there right around 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I go, somebody's going to make a move. Somebody's going to jump up to the Bears. And the Bears in that position where they're sitting there picking and they're open for business. Yes, they could use Carter. Yes, they could use an Anderson, but they're also open for business. They move back to that 9, 10, 8. They get the best wide receiver in the draft. They pick up the future draft capital. You know, their new general manager has a huge, massive win that he can throw the fan base at that point, on top of making his team better there. And then that does have you ending up with one Jalen Carter. Bite Mullen, Hawks fans, check out Kalijah Cansey. Bile Mullen, I love Kalijah Cansey. He is absolutely phenomenal. And look, it's the lazy take to always say, well, this guy's from the same school as this other draft prospect who was amazing. It's such a lazy take. I hate to do it. I always get captured into it. I mean, I've got like Cam Smith. I'll be like, oh, he's like Stephon Gilmore. It's like, but he looks like Stephon Gilmore. You know, I don't know what to say. But when it comes to this guy playing at Pitt, 3 tech from Pitt, right? You start going 3 tech from Pitt, Aaron Donald. And then you watch him play. And Bile, that first step quickness is right there with Aaron Donald. I mean, they're very much similar sized guys. And that first step quickness he's got's right there with him. He doesn't have quite the power strength aspect that the combination that Donald could bring to play. But the quickness off the line of scrimmage is unique unto himself. The thing that would be tough with him, Bile, that I was wondering with on Kalijah was you would have to move him in to be basically a 3-4 defensive end at that point, when to me, he's really best suited as a 3-tech defensive tackle. That's his future to me. But it doesn't preclude you from necessarily putting him to a 3-4 end either. I just wonder if that might be how you might want to set him up best in that realm of things. But Kalijah's, he's one of my favorite players this draft too. I think he goes late first round, but a guy that wouldn't shock me who ends up being a really productive player at the next level because of that unique first step that he's got to him. One sec, I'm going to get some more coffee, folks, and I will be right back. All right. Let's see here. Ghosty Boy, how you doing, man? He says, why do we want to get rid of Fant? A couple of different reasons with this, Ghosty Boy. Number one, I can upgrade the player for something that's more fit to what I want to do with the 2 tight end sets, 3 tight end sets, which is basically get 3 pure inline guys out there, as opposed to having the 2 inline guys and 1 guy that would be essentially your move tight end. I don't really want to do that. So it gets me a little more pure to that. Fant's now on the final year of his deal, Ghosty Boy. So if you are going to have him play out the final year of this contract, you're then going to have to decide if you want to sign him to a contract extension or not. And considering the Seahawks have a ton of money to spend after next year, if he goes out in free agency, you're not going to get any compensatory value back because you're going to probably offset it in signing in free agency. So really this comes down to, is he likely to be a guy they sign to a contract extension? No. You already have money you're paying to Will Disley. You're probably not going to pay two guys at the tight end position fairly big money at the very same time. I wouldn't think so. So this is more about you move off from Fant. You bring a guy in Washington now who's cheaper, younger, who also possibly gives you a better overall player all the way around. And then you pick up some draft capital for Fant, so you don't just lose him for nothing. And then you also pick up $9 million to then go spend on somebody else to go upgrade the team in another area. So it's sort of this offsets to that offsets to that offsets to that a little bit. Michael says, well, if we take care of bull rush attack, it'll enhance for any quarterback. D-line is where it starts. That's right, man. AI, the other reason Carter gets so tired is playing in the SEC heat and humidity. Screw that. He'll enjoy playing north of the 45th parallel. Yeah, it'd be like coming off AI, those, mile high games, right? Where those guys play in that thin air and then they come down to sea level and it's like, you could just run for days. And like, oh my gosh, I got like super lungs. It's a good point though, man. It's a great point. Michael says, Brando, I could see Chicago trading back twice in the top 5 since they don't want to waste Justin Fields' rookie deal plus a ton of holes, leaving us to pick Carter Anderson. Michael, that's exactly the way I see the situation playing out. That's my proverbial scenario here is I just look at Chicago and I go, as I said, I feel like it's negligence if they don't trade back. There's what pushes that trade back to happen is not necessarily that you just have Justin Fields. It's that when you look at the holes on their team, it's beyond just adding a Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. It's, you've been bleeding talent for years now. Hakeem Hicks gone, Khalil Mack gone, Quinn gone, Roquan Smith gone. Your offensive line is kind of in shambles for the most part. You don't have much at the receiver core position. You got like one running back you feel okay about, maybe. You've got a lot of work to be done. And with that work that's got to be done, you need extra picks to do so. And like you said, you're trying to maybe get this done while Justin Fields is on his rookie contract. And you're looking around that division and you're like, look, the Vikings with their defense is kind of lame. They're not sold on Cousins long-term. They might have to look to their quarterback situation here really soon. Packers are maybe going to have Rodgers retire. And yeah, the Lions are tough. Lions are going to be tough going forward, but they maybe looks like, hey, if we take a couple steps forward, we can compete with that Lions team. But that's going to take extra picks. And you're right, Michael. If you talk about them trading back once or twice, they could pick up a huge, huge package of those picks over the next couple of years to really then inject into that team in the way that it needs, way beyond just one simple player. And that would, Michael, again, to your point, then land us with one of Anderson or Carter. One of those two guys then falls to us if Chicago moves back. If that happens to the first pick, folks, we're celebrating because that's what's going to happen. You're going to end up with one of those two guys at that point. Hey, hi, nobody wants to join the Dempster dumpster fire? No, they don't. Nobody's willing to get burned on that one. They look at that, they smell that. No, I'm good. I'm good. Is that Russ? Is that Russ or is that the offensive line? Which one is that? What am I smelling? What is that? It doesn't matter. It's all bad. That's what every coach is doing right now. They're giving that sniff test and then they're ending up and going, no. I wouldn't either. If I was Arbar Payton, I wouldn't either. I don't care if you're throwing me $30 million. I'm basically, what I'm doing then is killing my career for a contract at that point because my reputation is going to suck at the end of this because this might be able to be fixable with Russ. Maybe. But I'm not sure that it goes without saying, well, if they just do given A, B, C, D, E, then this will all be fixed with Russ. Maybe. I could see coaches looking at that situation going, it's not really fixable. It's a sunk cost situation. Devo Martzall with a $10 donation. Thank you, Devo. I appreciate you, man. He says, hey, Brandon, got here late, but I'll start from the beginning when this live ends. Just wanted to say thank you and let you know I'm depending on you this off season. Your lives help big time. Thanks, man. Hey, thank you for the $10 donation, brother. I really do appreciate that. And you're always, again, a member of my channel, one of my longtime OGs on the channel, I always want to say Devin. That's how OG you are. I knew you before your old handle. So I keep struggling to not call you Devin. But thank you for the $10 donation, man. I'm going to be going crazy this off season. So if you're subscribed to my channel, I hope you're ready to get a lot A lot of Brandon. And we'll be doing various streams, some long, some short, some 10 hours, some just a couple hours. But the real hope here as we go forward, as I put more and more time here into this channel, is that we're going to get more of these streams up. We're going to be doing more of this content as I possibly can do it, where I can do it. And I know I got you guys. I know you guys will be riding with me on this. So thank you, Devin, Devo, and appreciate you on that. Hopefully you do like where I am on my draft on it. We ended up, my proverbial draft was Jalen Carter, John Smith, center out of Minnesota. I took Darnell Washington out of Georgia after I traded Noah Fant, and then I took Maze Smith, my zero tech out of Michigan, with the last final pick of my second round draft there with our Hawks. So I think we came out of it pretty well, Devo. We'll see how it plays off when the rubber really truly does meet the road on that one. But thank you for the $10 donation, brother, and all your support to the channel. You're awesome. Ionaton Babacar. Would you draft Will Levis if he's there at 9 and we trade back with the Panthers? You bet I would, Ionaton. He is my number 2 quarterback in this draft. I have long felt like Will Levis is one of the more talented guys in this draft. I've long given him a lot of room and rope that some people won't give him, as far as, you know, the patience for why things aren't great with his tape. And his physical potential, I think, is kind of through the roof in a lot of respects. He's got a lot to clean up in his game, but at number 9, to get there after you trade back and to still pull away with Levis at that point, all day long, I would sign up on that. By Ionaton, I'd probably still even take Levis if we were at number 5. And I wouldn't really complain about it, I think, as much as many of the Seahawks fans might, because I know there's quite a few out there, Ionaton, that aren't the biggest of Levis believers. But you could say I'm big on him. I like him a lot, man. He's got the mobility, the arm, the moxie in the pocket, the guile, the fearlessness, everything you kind of would want ideally in the makeup from a physical standpoint of your quarterback. He's got it. You just got to clean up the stuff but above the neck. But that will come with more of a stable environment around him, which he just didn't have at Kentucky, Ionaton. Bad offensive line, nobody catching the ball on the outside. His running back gone for a lot of the year this year. A defense that was in shambles. He didn't have much to work with. Megan says, PC's reaction to being asked how he felt about Russ being booed at the Lumen in week 1 was epic. I'll let the 12s decide, which I read to mean, hell yes, I want them to boo. I read that way too, Megan. He was firing some subtle shots, a little shade, you know. He had the whole thing he brought up this last offseason about the armband, you know, with the plays on it. AI says Drew Sanders was first team SEC. First team SEC isn't third round. We need linebackers. We can't be rolling out with Cody Barton again. I will lose it, man. That's fair enough, brother. That's fair enough. And I made the assessment on this particular draft. The pro personnel might find themselves in different places. I just made it off of what I saw from the guys. And so Drew's a guy that I'm still have on my notes to go back and try to double check and see, you know, if I miss it on a prospect and a lot of people are really in on a guy and they're really loving him, then I will go back and try to take another look at him. But I would say that if it's a bad year for middle linebackers in the SEC, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's great that you got first team on it. It doesn't mean you're a bad player either. I just haven't, in watching the tape, I just can't lie. You know, if I don't see it with a guy, I'm not going to, just because people are telling me they're good, have to listen to that solely. I'm always going to come back to my eyes on it. And the tape that I've watched so far on Drew Sanders has been underwhelming. The tape I've watched so far on Drew Sanders has not been that of one that I would take in the first 2 rounds. Nicholas Newton, I've never been a fan of Russ. The era of short quarterbacks in the NFL is over. I hope you're right, Nicholas. I do think we're going to get to that place a little bit more at some point here soon, where teams start to go, you can't really get a guy under 6 feet. We've got every one of our linemen 6'5" and over. This isn't going to work. Yeah, I agree with you on it. I think we're heading there. Wyatt Woody, what tight end are we taking at number 5? No tight ends at 5, Wyatt. No tight ends. Maybe in the second round. Colton Young, yeah, I like Drew Sanders too. I don't know about 20th overall, maybe 38th. He'll probably go in that range. He will. Micah says, love Diggs, but 15 interceptions, almost catch, gives us 5 more wins. Probably would. And I agree. I don't think Diggs was quite 100% until the last back of the schedule, at least. Michael YT says, Chris Jones said in his presser earlier today at the end, see you all at Burrowhead Stadium. Kellen says, I live in Virginia. I know this East Coast humidity. Oh, it's brutal, man. I don't know how you can do it. There's some beautiful places in the South to go live. I've got a buddy who's for years tried to get me to come live in Florida, but it's just not just stifling. It's like the devil's got his foot on your chest. It's just too much. Too much. Megan says, humidity is a major migraine trigger for me. I bet, Megan. It also kind of dehydrates you too, doesn't it? Nicholas says, Georgia humidity is terrible. Definitely 3 showers a day. Yeah, I would be that way all the way. I'd be like those old school guys you see in the films, when they all had horrible diets and smoked 10 packs of cigarettes a day, which I just have the sweat under the arms 24/7 if I was down in that stuff. I couldn't take it. I'd be miserable. I'd have people come to me and I'd be walk past people like, oh, you're kind of hot, huh? Yeah. Am I? Is it a little hot? Is it? What led you to believe that? Was it this sweat? Yeah, humidity is just ridiculous. And we're really spoiled in Washington because we've got this we get the cold, wet air, which is our offset. That's like our humidity is the cold, wet air in Washington, but I'll take that every day because then that's just about bundling up. You can't get away from the humidity. You can't walk out your house just butt naked, just like, hey, it's a high humidity today, guys. I'm sorry. You're going to have to watch me dangle today. It's way too hot. Just the way it goes. AI says, what if we take one of these lockdown tackling machine corners? You might fall. It's great value there, AI. If you ever come to me with an idea where you say, what about going best player available? And you can make the argument that the corner is the best, highest rated guy you got at 20 there potentially you're looking at. And I think that's a very smart pathway and approach. Tommy says it's not just the sweat here in the South from the humidity. It literally sucks the energy out of you with the electrolyte loss. You can't do anything for more than 30 minutes without being winded. Exactly. It's just, I think you touched on, Tommy, it's just, there's no not thinking about it there. It's always kind of right there. Yeah. It's always right there. There's no bundling up. There's no pulling down. It's just, it's going to be right there. Just how you like the humidity today? It's a little hot. It's a little warm. Yeah. Can you give me a little space? No, I'm going to be right here all day. All day. Joe Biden's Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish says Virginia's weather's bipolar. One day can be 100 and the next day will be 30 degrees. Oh God, it's brutal. We get a little of that in Washington at times. Nicholas says dreams do come true. Mine came true when Russ got traded. They do. Tommy says the reason players look like former players from schools is because it's the same coaches. Every running back from Alabama looks the same for a reason. Yeah, I agree on that, Tommy. I think there's that too. And I've also wondered as well, what do you think about this? That you have sometimes those same coaches that were the ones that recruited those guys. And so they see a guy at high school that looks like the guy that they once had there. And then that they've seen that success for that player in their program. And so that then drives them to pick that player. But then when that player's on the field, he looks very similar. He's wearing the same jersey and as that one's former player. So I think you put a great point on with that. Yeah, in that respect. And then I do think too, it's a little bit of the other too, where coaches get drawn to a certain player type, a certain player build and skill set. Colton Young says Pitt coach Sid Kalijah was the best defensive player he's ever coached. Huge potential there. Huge. If he's taken top 15 even, Colton, I'm not going to be blown away. But I would nod my head and I go, that makes a lot of sense. He's got it in me, just go to a 4-3 team. That's the key with him. But that quickness that he has got it stands out in a way that there isn't a lot of players in this draft from the defensive line. Carter's one guy that stands out like that, but Carter's more of a bigger guy. Kalijah's even more sudden. But he's the best first step in this draft from the defensive line resides with Kalijah Cansel. Chuck Seeger says, Will Levis is trash. Not just one trash, 4 trash cans. That's a lot of trash cans, Chuck. Tommy says, hey, when is Dave Mudbone Craig going to get a place of honor on the wall? I thought that was a thing. I don't know. I thought he was already up there. Poking the bear. Oh, that's awesome. Volcano Joe, aloha. How you doing, man? OD Death Metal, I don't see any way Levis or Stroud make it to 5. I have no interest in Young. He's too small. Hopefully Carter there. If not, best bet Tyree Wilson or trade back. Yep. OD Death Metal, I did five scenarios for our Hawks at the number 5 pick. There are 5 scenarios as I see that exist for what our Hawks could do with the 5th overall selection in the first round. Number 1 was the no-brainer. Jalen Carter or Will Anderson if they fall to you. Don't have to think about it. Just go pick them. Number 2 is take the third quarterback. Who is the third guy now? If you have Carter Anderson taken, if you have 2 other quarterbacks taken, you just take that other quarterback. I like you. I'm not big on Bryce Young, but we have to acknowledge it's a potential that they might just select him there potentially. I don't like it. It's a potential item that could happen. The number 3 scenario is the one you talk about. You take Tyree Wilson or Miles Murphy at number 5 if those guys, other aforementioned, aren't a possibility. And then the 2 other ones that I had on their OD Death Metal was the mini trade back to like 9 or 10, and then the deep drop to something like the teens where you get a whole huge draft return at that point as far as trades go. But those are my 5 scenarios as I see it. Jason Peters, Rashee Rice over Washington. I liked Rashee Rice tape, man. That's pretty high for him, though. AI says Bronco fans are going to really grow to hate Russ. No picks and can't get a coach. I think they're already starting to turn on him a little bit there. That's why I've also said I don't know that if he lasts past one more year. As hard as it will be for them to get out from another deal, and after year 2, I think that there's going to be a push to be like, yeah. 1023 says, if Levis becomes Josh Allen, we are screwed, bro. Potentially. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish says, what's Noah Fant's trade value, or is he a free agent? Not a free agent, Joe Biden's. He's got his 5th year option that's been activated. And so what that means is that he's got, he's on the final year of his deal at like 1 year, $9 million or something like that is what the final year of his 5th year option on the first round contract is. So it's guaranteed. You can't cut him or release him anytime, but you can trade him. And so what you're really doing in this value is you're potentially upgrading the tight end position, and or at least making it somewhat equivalent. You're getting a better inline blocker at the very least. Maybe he's not as fast or much of a pass catch threat, but he's still a pass catch threat. Then you're saving the money. So you might only get a 4th or 5th round pick back, Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, because he has only 1 more year deal left on it. You're getting only the 4th or 5th round pick back, but you're clearing $9 million, which is a significant amount of money that you could put somewhere else on this team to, I think, have bigger impact. AI says, if Geno wants too much money, we will be taking Levis at number 5, dealing Geno to Tampa Bay for picks or their linebacker. I want Devin White, man. Give me Devin White all day. I know he struggles in coverage, but he's a hammer in the run game. 10-23. They did give Russell Wilson the ball at the end of that. Was so embarrassing, and they missed the field goal. It all started going wrong right from there. They created that momentum where things... I wondered last year if not that first game was going to serve as a momentum point one way or another, either for the Seahawks or for the Broncos. The Broncos come in. Russ wins in his first game back. He slays his demons from his former place and moves on to a great successful year. And if we came in and beat him, that would send them another direction. But that coach's decision to kick a 64-yard field goal at that point, the clock winding down, the moment of Peyton Manning signaling on Manningcast 65 times to call a timeout, absolutely hilarious. But it all started to go down from there, and I think that coach was already showing you there that there was a lack of trust with Wilson that was already starting to grow from within his own heart that he showed you there on that choice. Volcano Joe says, after further study, honestly, Brando, if we can get Carter, which I don't think we will, and we can't get Anderson, which I doubt, we're going to go after that. I'm a Taylor fan all day. Big 19, baby. Let's go. Taylor. You mean Tyree Wilson? I think you mean Tyree Wilson. I'm with it. I'm with it, man. I like him too. Megan says, good point about the armband, B. BC is the king of spicy sass, as you just don't expect it from him, and I love it. Hey, he's He knows he's near the end. He doesn't have to care as much about the future and having sound bites thrown back at him. So he's playing a little loose and free with it, you know? I love it. Feisty, spicy Pete's the best Pete. Michael Crow says, yes, he was a nose tackle. You're right. Good point. Nicholas Newton says, Brandon, what are your thoughts on Drew Lock? I think it's a decent option for us to pursue him if you can't bring Geno back. And try to offer him something similar to the contract you gave Geno this last offseason, just a real low-end deal. I think that makes it more likely if you bring Drew in here, Nicholas, that you're then going to probably draft a quarterback, especially drafting a quarterback early. But I think that the team likes Drew Lock. I think if you were to put them under a lie detector, they would tell you that though Geno did a lot to help himself get to where he got this year, that some of this was also the process that they had in place and that they had set him up to be successful with what they had put around him. And that if he was able to be successful in that way, then so too can be Drew. Be put in a way to be successful being Lock, that he wasn't necessarily being put into a position to be successful with Denver. And so I would have some modicum of confidence in that. I certainly like Drew Lock a lot more than I like some of these other guys that'll be out there that'll be talked about on the market. Garoppolo's and Baker Mayfield's, you know, all the line of those that are like that ilk. I like Lock's a little bit better because like Geno, he brings a full skill set. Where some of those other guys, there's something that I'm always having to work around. Greg says, I think people love Sanders for his potential. I wouldn't mind trying to trade to develop him. Sanders. I'm spacing on the Sanders, man. Sorry. Megan says, humidity and thunderstorms caused me to have migraines that paralyzed the entire left side of my body. Yikes. Oh, Lord. AI says, demand for Geno won't be that high. There really won't be that any landing spot for him. I don't think any GM is going to give multiple years at $35 million. He could play on the tag for 2 years at 34.7. Yeah, I don't think so either. I've never bought 35 as a possibility. I still think 30 is a little bit too high in my opinion. Nicholas Newton says, Stroud will be on bust. Mark my words. It's possible. He's a young guy. He needs some more development along the way, but I like what I've seen from him. But I think it's possible. AI says, I think we signed Geno for $25 million times 4. I think that's about right. He is the highest paid Hawk. He ends up making 4 times what he's made in 9 years in the league. I agree. Especially if you can AI give him a lot of guaranteed money in the deal. You can make it almost, you can give him $60 million guaranteed almost, and then structure it however you want at that point. But give him the guaranteed to kind of offset if he's getting a little bit less money than you'd like. JRG says thoughts on Lucas Van Ness. He's a fun player. You go to sometimes these guys on, and you're like, well, he's a high motor guy, but he's a really high motor guy. He works really hard every single snap. He's a stack and shed kind of guy. So he's not a artist with his hands, or he's not a technician with his hands. You're not going to get a lot of moves going on there. He's going to try to stack you up and then throw you out of the way and then try to go make the tackle. And that's just what he does. And he's gotten back-to-back years, I think 7 sacks out there at Iowa by doing that. And he's a complete player. He can set the edge. He's very strong. And then he gives you enough pass rush as a counter to that. I don't think he's going to be good enough as a pass rusher at the next level because I just don't trust high effort, high motor at the NFL level to be enough to allow you to be productive. I think he'll be a good player. I think I see him like a Carl Nassib type myself that just a big try hard on every single play, never takes a play off. And again, has legitimate strength and power, but I don't know if he's got the twitchiness. I don't know if he's got the bend. I don't think he's got first step quickness. Not very much lean. So it's really about him separating himself from the blocker, which takes a little bit more time. He's going to need some coverage sacks, that's how he's going to get a lot of his sacks. And you're right, Brian. Geno might get more offers. And it's hard to say what the market will be quite yet for him or what Seattle's going to be with him on that. I could see the Commanders offering him a deal though, Brian. You're right. I was looking at their quarterback situation in my mock draft. I almost had them taking I almost had him taking McKee out of Stanford. As you look at their quarterback situation, and it's tough. And I think they're going to have to release Wentz to clear some cap space, especially if they're going to try to re-sign Daron Payne this year. Kitty. Ethan Mangini says Corbin Smith has us picking Lucas Van Ness at 20. Thoughts? Yeah, kind of like I was just saying above on the Van Ness. I don't really know Can you give me a break, Kitty? Stop. Ow. Stop it. I'm just not very high on him. You saw in this, as I was doing this mock draft, you saw the PFF has him very highly rated. I mean, they've got him like the 16th best prospect in this draft, but I guess I just kind of covered your answer just a second ago, but no bend, no lean, no first step quickness, really powerful stack and shed guy, doesn't have a plethora of pass rush moves that he can call upon. He can set the edge. He's equally solid as a run defender and as a pass rusher. But again, it's all relying on him basically having enough time to get to the quarterback. He's not going to be one of those guys that has a real high pass rush win rate where he's just beating guys quick at the next level. I can't quite see that guy. I might be missing it on him, but every play I was watching him on, just even his highlight video alone, it's just him having like 5 minutes to get off his blocker and then go eventually chase down the play. Ryan says, Tommy, I agree. Oh, sorry. Joe Biden's big wish at the end of the day, we still have Uncle Will and Colby Parkinson looked really promising this year, but when we ran 3 tight end sets, we looked really good. That's why I said you're bringing in Darnell Washington, Joe Biden, so you can still run the 3 tight ends even if you move on from Fant. Because my trade is I still then take a second round tight end at that point. But you're right. Those guys look solid. As I was saying earlier, don't forget, Parkinson by the end of the year was actually taking snaps away from Fant. He was ending out games with like 10, 15 more snaps than Fant had. Nicholas says $25 million a year is 5 times what he's been making. I see Geno taking the 4-year $25 million deal with $50 million guaranteed. That seems right, doesn't it? It just seems right. The 4-year, $25 million a year, $100 million deal, $50-60 million guaranteed. It does kind of just feel right. Georgie's Scooter Pete is the best Pete. Volcano Joe, I got my names right, Brandon. Yes, Texas Tech numbers 19 Wilson all day. I know what you meant, man. I'm deep enough in this process, Volcano. You can just give me the 2 numbers and I'll be like, oh, I know what you mean. Especially 19. Not a lot of 19s in the draft. Tommy Eden says the only team Geno is going to take $25 million a year from IMO is Seattle, and only because he gave us a huge discount. I just don't see it. It's still early in the process to know one way or another, I think. And it's being sorted out in the background as we speak. As we speak. Nicholas Stroud is an Ohio State product. Someone please tell me the last Ohio State quarterback that was successful in the NFL. It's a good point. It's a great point. I think that's something that should definitely inform you when you look at these prospects, Nicholas. But I don't know if it can be enough in itself to say, well, there's never been an Ohio State quarterback who's been successful, so therefore there will never be an Ohio State quarterback who is successful. And that's where it's got to come back to where that factors in, but it's not the wholly factor, right? It does come back down to, again, just turning on the tape of the player and making the assessments off the player of what you're seeing and what they're showing. How young are they? How much room is there for some growth in their game? Are they a finished product? Are the limitations in their game fixable, or are they set? I think that those then become the more important things to ask, though you're completely on point in the respect of it's not to say that I throw it out completely to say that there's been so many bad quarterbacks coming out of Ohio State. It is a valid point to say, look, these guys get their value artificially inflated by playing for these college programs that are so stacked up across the board. They're throwing to receivers that are 5 yards open. It's definitely, I think, a valid point to make within that. But with Stroud, I see something a little bit different in him than I've seen from other quarterbacks necessarily coming through this Ohio range of things that have had the success they've had. He's way better than Jacoby Brissett. He seems to have his head on way more straight than a guy like Dwayne Haskins. There's a variety of different guys you can kind of go through on that. But, if you want to get technical with this, AJ Burrow was technically a former Ohio State quarterback, if we want to get technical. But it's a valid point. Brian says nobody seems Locke playing a real game for a long time. Good chance he'll be less turnover machine now. I agree. Tommy says let's also not forget Geno threw a lot of almost interceptions in the back half of the season too. Some were just trying to make something happen, but some were just drops by the defense. It's valid. Kelton says in 2023, it's possible that Waldron is the best coach on the Hawks. It's very possible. Very possible. Why are you being so loud tonight? Very talkative. Very talkative. AI says, I heard a rumor of a Geno for Daron Payne. Ooh. That would be interesting, man. I don't know what I'd say. I can't say to know that. I like Geno staying back, coming back here, but if we get our hands on Daron Payne coming into the draft, look out. Can you stop? AI says some YouTube channel, got to take everything with a grain of salt. Yeah, you do. There's a lot of rumors out there. A lot of people trying to get the clickbaits, that's for sure. Michael Crowers, Ezekiel Elliott might be done. They got to figure out his contract, though. I think he's got him in a pickle with their contract. They're going to get some dead money if they do that. Brian says Daniel Jones did not get traded. No, he didn't get traded. AI says the second reason I want to keep Geno is his teammates love him. That is a big deal. People didn't like Russ. The team was not that close. It matters. It does. And they do. He definitely emerged as a leader on the team. Nicholas, I'm not saying never, but it's definitely a big factor when it comes to Ohio State quarterbacks. I feel you, man. Like I said, it's something I wouldn't throw out wholly on its own. It does need it should factor into looking at these guys. And especially in the case of him, Nicholas, he's had the opportunity to throw to Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson and Jigba and Marvin Harrison Jr., right? There's even that other guy, I'm spacing on his name, that's as well that they threw to. So, like, he's had a lot of guys to toss to. Good tight end last year, got taken in the draft. It's good. He's had a great offensive line. There was a guy taken last year. It's going to be 3 guys taken off that offensive line this year, I think. It's worthy bringing it up as a point, and it should be factored in. Megan says, Pumpkin is telling me how much he loves Jim Zorn over Dave Craig. Is it Jim Zorn you like? No, she's quiet. I'm petting her. You're getting your love. 10-23, isn't it funny that all teams we mostly beat was Geno's old teams? He was 3-0 against his former teams. Mike Gross, man, I don't know if there be even a running back in a first-round pick that won a Super Bowl. 8% of quarterbacks draft last 20 years, say 60, only 5 actually have as quarterbacks. It's true. It's hard to get there, man. I think Brady's kind of skewed some of that too, Horse, with all of his wins. Cole Martzall, Brandon, you should consider doing a collab stream with Rob Stanton from the Rebuild channel. Would love to see you two talk about that draft stuff. I do. I've been meaning to reach out with Rob on that, Cole. So I think we will get Rob on here, or try to get him on here if he wants to at some point soon. I've been trying to make sure, once I get him on to talk draft stuff, he's definitely ahead of the curve on this, and he's got a real good view on these guys. I just kind of want to make sure that I can tit for tat, stay with him on discussion on some of these guys, especially as we get into some of the deeper prospects potentially in the draft. But I think it would be a great collab as well, man. I'm completely open to doing so. So it's a great, thank you for the suggestion. I think it's a great idea. I've been talking a little bit with Norbcam, so we might be doing a collab with Norb here soon too as well. But I think we try to maybe expand a little bit this offseason, get some more folks over onto the channel here. 1023 says, I don't think the Commanders will take Geno Smith over Daron Payne. I don't know, man. They got a need for the quarterback position, and it's been a need there for them for a while. And the thing to consider with the Daron Payne situation, as much as it might seem like it's a no-brainer to sign him, the team is also going to be having to make a decision in the next year here on Jonathan Allen, Sweat, their other defensive end, and let's not say anything of Chase Young if he can come back and become the player that he kind of was initially on the scene as well. So they may want to put that money towards other players on that defensive line. You can't probably afford to pay all 4 of those guys down the line on that. That might inform that just a little bit. Daniel says, I think Hendon Hooker could run our scheme just fine, and I think we shouldn't undersell Drew Lock being even better than Drew this year after sitting for the season. both possibilities are possible, Daniel. I don't think that any of those things are beyond the pale. I would offer those are certainly within reason of being potential ways that this does play out. Yeah, I could see it going that way. I think it'd be hard to match what Geno did last year. I mean, he put up basically franchise best numbers almost all the way across the board, 70% completion percentage. But getting close to what Geno was last year, sure. And you might be right, maybe even better. Brian Myers says last year was Geno's ceiling, not getting much better than that. I don't know, Brian. You had 3 rookies starting on the offensive line, or 3 rookies starting on offense. Not better than that. If you get him a better center and a better right guard, and your rookie tackles now have year 2 that they come back, and you have Kenneth Walker, and you actually get a good backup behind Kenneth Walker, so your running game doesn't have to go to hell if Walker gets beat up, he can't give you better than that? If he's got a supporting cast that improves around him, he can give you better. In my opinion. Yeah, Cole, we'll get it going, man. We'll get it going. Tommy says, I pictured Pumpkin contemplating how much worse Russ could get next year and how awful his next cringy catchphrase will be. And she was content, happy even. Things are going to be just fine. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Well said. Jared G says, thoughts on Dwayne McBride. I like him in the 4th round. I think I've got him on my list, Jared G. In fact, let me get him on my list here. Hold on. Oh, kitty. Oh, kitty. Bride. So I've got him on my list, Dwayne McBride. I'll look him up for you. Check in with me here in a couple days. See if I've had a chance to watch him. Bile Mullen says, just watch Washington's highlight tape. Not bad at all. Pretty fun, isn't he? He's a fun guy to watch. You turn the tape on some of these highlights on some of these prospects, and it's like, oh, okay, he's good. That guy, you're like, ooh. And it's not as much as just that he's just completely dominating everybody. It's just the way by which he's winning, the way by which he's going about his business, which is kind of unique. But glad to hear you're on board with it. I figured I was going to get a lot more pushback on the Washington pick, but I think people are kind of seeing some of the plan there in place of that one. Michael Crowhorse, Washington from where? With Metcalf? Yep, Darnell Washington, Michael Crowhorse from Georgia. So I'm talking about taking Darnell Washington tight end in the draft, Michael, in the 2nd round. And then we trade Fant. Hyperaggressive. Hi, coming back 50 to 60 days later. Brandon, what are your thoughts on Christian Gonzalez? I doubt we get him, though. Really liked Christian Gonzalez's tape. Very smooth, very athletic, very good ball skills. Technically, a guy that you see him in going from Colorado to Oregon, a guy that's played a lot of college, played a lot of games. He's got that seasoning to him where he's just got a great feel for the position. There's nothing really rough around him at all. He is, in fact, I believe I've got him right now, technically speaking, he's got on my boat right now, he's my number 1 corner in this draft. So in my comparison for him, hyper aggressive, my comparison is Aqib Talib. That's my player comp for you on him. Aqib Talib. But seems to have he's got the prerequisite size you'd look for out there at the corner in the modern age, over 6 feet tall, good length, smooth back pedal, athleticism there, plenty of speed to get it done. You aren't going to just run past him over the top. Very easy. He's not as necessarily star power corner that you're taking at the top there, but just a really, really everything's rounded off on him. Everything is there's no great hole in his game or something that you've got to overcome in picking him. AI says, I feel like we overpaid for DK. $22 million for 6 touchdowns. Meh. The DK one for me, AI, is a hard one to really get my head around with it. And you're not alone with it, where I do find myself oftentimes, defending DK Metcalf. I kind of find I have a hard time of doing it at times, and I get frustrated AI with it a little bit. And I know I talk about open-minded stuff to a lot of different stuff, but I do struggle a little bit with the DK Metcalf shade that he gets thrown at times by fans. And, he just finished off, he just turned 25 on December, I think, 14th, 25 years old. And before the age of 25 years old, AI, he's top 8 in yards received. I believe he's top 7 in touchdown received. So players before the age of 25, there's only been 6 other guys who've had more receiving touchdowns before the age of 25 than DK. Is DK having an issue receiving enough touchdowns? I kind of don't think so. Is this year a little bit lower than normally he's been able to put up? Yeah, a little bit. So, I understand there's things that bother people a little bit about DK's game and they have issues with that on this and that. Remember AJ Brown got $25 million a year. We got him in a little bit of a less cost than really what the market rate was going. He didn't pull out that. Really, he could have commanded 26 where I thought he was going to land eventually, and you got him for 22. And I still think his best football is ahead of him. I still think he commands more double teams or as much of double teams as any receiver in the sport, and that there's a certain value to that I don't think people, when we're talking about how many receiving yards he has and how many receiving touches he has, that thing never seems to get put up in addition with it. That part always seems to be forgotten about. In addition to the fact that, he also happens to be one of the best run blockers in the entire sport as well from the receiver position. Now, does he get some stupid penalties? Yeah. Does he have some drops? A little bit, but even the drops get overstated. He was like 25th this year in drops. But the way people talk to me about the drops, you would think that he was perennially the number one most drop-heavy receiver in the entire sport. I'm not saying the guy's perfect. I'm not saying that he's a finished product. I'm not saying that people are wrong for maybe wanting to see a little bit more production from him. But I also don't think he's being disappointing. And I also don't think that we're overpaying for him. And I also think that he's helping us win games on Sunday. The man never misses a football game. He's played every single game of his pro career. And he plays balls out every time he's out there. You never have to question. You can question some things with DK about the yards or the fumbles or the attitude. You never have to question whether or not he's playing hard, whether he's all in, whether he's going to do everything that he can to help his team win. And that's the part with me where I do kind of start to go a little bit like, I can't quite get the DK stuff. You're not alone to bring it up. There's a lot of people brought it up to me, but it's not really landing for me. It's just kind of bouncing off. I'm going, I don't quite get it. I don't quite understand it. I mean, look at how he just balled out in that playoffs when you needed him, right? He's also now showing you a little bit of a tendency when you get in the playoffs as well as to step forward, right? Because this comes in conjunction of what you saw from him when he first walked in the door and he's in the playoffs and he set the rookie record for most yards by a rookie in the playoffs. And he might have had his best game as a pro in this last playoff game he just played. I think he's going to, at the end of the day, help us win games. And that we got other things to concentrate on this team rather than, myself, DK. Brian Meyer signed on Connor McGovern, potentially. 1023, Cam Smith was my favorite corner of the draft. I had him as corner 3, 1023. So he's my corner 3, but I still see him as a first round grade. So we're probably pretty close on that one. Jerry Bone, DK played pretty good this year. He has a leg injury he had a leg injury this season. Indeed he did. The patella. Hi, Progressive. So, Brendan, my personal mock draft is Tyree and Trenton Simpson. If Trenton Simpson gets chosen early, who do you think we go for? Well, you went with Tyree, so we maybe try to get Brian Breezy if he's still there then. If Brian Breezy isn't there, maybe Brian Branch. That'd be about it that I've got on my list here. So Brian Branch. Maybe as an outside the idea thing here of a Jordan Addison with USC, maybe. I don't think that's likely to happen, but that's possible on that other side of it. AI says, I like Porter, but he won't be there at 20. He might not. I like him too. I think I've got him as cornerback 4 or 5 on my board. Brian Meyer says a young free safety would be a better choice over corner. Probably right. Definitely more of a need point. I guess it comes down to Brian if you got, the safety is not quite as talented. But I mean, if we're talking about like a guy between Jody Porter or Jair Brown out of Penn State, free safety, I think Brian's argument has a lot to go off of with that. Because I think Jair Brown's a better free safety prospect than Joey Porter Jr. is going to be a cornerback prospect. It makes sense going that direction. Brian says, Sam the Great, if it was good to bring back DK. He makes the secondary have to worry about him all games. That's a big factor. It is. It is indeed. Tommy, DK showed you his potential in the playoff game. He was virtually unguardable. He gets double teamed more most of the time. And even with the drops, he still had 90 receptions, 1,000 a year. Bingo. I don't have a way of, I can't get in and board. And again, I've had a lot of people bringing up to me DK. I hear about it a lot throughout the course of the year. So it's not that it's not brought up from a variety of folks, but I just can't get there with it. I look at him and I go, man, the guy's helping us win football games. We've got a lot of parts on this team, linebackers and defensive line and failing offensive line and running backs constantly decimated by injury and safeties that are being paid all of the money that aren't necessarily giving you the pay for play. He's just not the problem, you know. I just go, there's a lot bigger fish to fry. Red Ace wins the combine. I believe we got the combine in March. Yeah, Nicholas, careful with... Nicholas is okay. We're cool. We try to keep the caps down if we can, Nicholas. She's not trying to intimidate you. She's just... I've asked Megan at times to be pretty aggressive with where she's going with stuff to make sure we're cool and clear on the chat. We're good. Arcathosaurus says the problem isn't DK is not using his skills to the max and not fully using the fact that he gets doubled so much to our advantage. We need a third stud wideout or 2 or 3 more than just Lockett. Oh, that's you can sign me up for that, Arcathosaurus, that we need to get other guys that can take advantage of the double teams. That's for sure. But if he's pulling the double team defenders his way on a majority of the snaps or a lot of his snaps, so Nicholas, we're all good, man. So let's not go off the rails here, Nicholas. We don't like to do the all caps thing. So it's something that we just try to stay away from. She was warning you, please just don't do the caps. You pushed back on the fact she asked you not to do the caps. Just don't push back, right? So she's a mod in my channel for a reason. We do things here for a reason. It's because we try to keep things in relatively good control here on the chat. So I know it might not make sense why I can't put caps and all do that stuff. Understand we do this. We haven't done this for years now. And all of these streams, there's kind of a refined process and reasoning for why we do stuff. It might not always be super clear or like, why would you, but she's trying to come from a point of keeping things here clean, which is a hard job to do for the moderators here. We have a lot of people come and do stuff that goes crazy. She's not trying to intimidate you. Like she said, just asking nice. So it's all good. Devin Combander. Personally, I'd like to see us add another running back, a short yardage hammer. I think Zach Charbonnet is a guy who could potentially be that guy in the realm of that second round area of things. Sam Hutchinson, thank you for the $5 donation, man. I really do appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Says Brando, been a while since I've caught a live stream. How's the mocks going? Mocks going well, Sam. Definitely check out through the start of the stream. You can kind of get my whole breakdown of where I went through, but we ended up with Jalen Carter and John Schmitz, Darnell Washington. I traded Noah Fant, brought Darnell Washington from Georgia, and then we made Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle from Michigan, as the final pick in the draft. So it's been going good. I think we had a pretty successful mock draft today. Indeed, we did, and feeling pretty good about it. Tommy says there are more ways than one to get the third weapon on offense to take the pressure off. DK, I like having a real threat at tight end. Also, I think Young might step up for a wide receiver 3, especially with the fly sweeps. Young could be that candidate. That's who John Schneider felt like was going to take the biggest jump from this rookie class to next year. He was the guy that he pointed to on that, and he may be the guy to fill that in. You're right. A tight end can also be that threat to take some of that away, and theoretically should be. That should be one of the main places that is then open if DK has taken the double teams off the top like that. Sam Hutchinson with another $10 donation. Man, thank you, Sam. I really do appreciate it. You're very awesome for that. Says, if the Bears are able to trade back, do you think John will be able to get good value to trade back, especially considering last year's draft trades were underwhelming? So I'm expecting, Sam, in my scenario, if we trade back, if the Bears trade back to 9 at that point, and then the other team trades up, then that means at that point that you're going to see three quarterbacks taken in the top 5 picks. If 3 quarterbacks are taken in the top 5 picks, Sam, then that means you're going to have your pick of one of Will Anderson or one of Jalen Carter. One of those 2 guys. At that point, you're not trading back off of number 5. By my first round scenario, and I'd have you, Sam, do it if you can, because there was so much that went into the picks and how I traded and went back. It's like 35 minutes of me talking, kind of breaking down why I was doing what I was doing in the draft, how I came to why in my proverbial mock. But please go back and check out the start of the stream as I go through all of that. I made the trade down at 20 at that point. I was counting on a team coming up and wanting to get, in my proverbial scenario, Addison as your number 2 wide receiver in this draft, and a wide receiver hungry team trades up from the 2nd round pick. They come up and take up into number 1. You trade back into number 2. You get a future first. You flop them an extra 2nd to make all of it kind of offset with the values of it. But you pick up the extra 1st round pick for the future. You're doing so with the 20th pick rather than the 5th pick. No, I'm not as certain. I don't think at that point that you're getting that kind of value at 5. This is to your question, if the 3 quarterbacks are going in those first 5 picks, because now you're to QB4. Is a team going to trade up for Richardson? Probably not. Probably not. So that's going to then bend you back around to the thing of like, okay, there's not really a player that some team wants to trade up for to get that guy here. We just got to take the guy. Luckily, the guy will be there that we want, being Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. But pick 20, that's the one, Sam, to me, that you find the team that wants to move up. Maybe if Tanner McKee slides down and some team is in love with Tanner McKee at 20, he doesn't go in those first 20 picks, but you get a team that's willing to go up into 20 to get Tanner McKee, very same spot that Pickett went. And I think McKee's at least right where my Pickett is as far as the talent level goes, at least. Then maybe you can get that extra 1st round pick. So I think you can get the value a little later on, Sam. It doesn't just have to be that number 5 overall, but you're absolutely on point with this. If the Bears trade happens, you're not going to be able to move back. If the Bears trade doesn't happen and the Bears just take Anderson or Carter, then you got Arizona probably taking the other of Anderson or Carter, and then you're only seeing 2 quarterbacks then taken in those first 5 picks, which then leaves you with QB number 3, which then, Sam, opens up the door for the team to trade up to number 5 to take the 3rd best quarterback in the draft. But that's what that would then take, is the Bears not moving in order for that to happen. And that's the part where I don't think that's going to occur. I think, Sam, that the Bears do make the trade. I think that they do indeed. I think that they do indeed decide to float in that direction of things. I do. Thank you for the $10 donation, though, Sam. I really do appreciate it, man. The double donation, by the way. Appreciate you on that. So you're right, though. If that trade happens, there's not been a lot of trades in the first round of recent. The thing that pushes the trade and makes it happen is not that there's a player position that somebody wants, right? Not that there's a tackle somebody wants. It's that somebody is in love of a quarterback there. You've got one of the prime of the litter there facing you, and that's the one that makes the trade happen at that point. Sports fan with a $5 dono says, given Skoronski's short arms and lightish frame, how about taking him if we trade back at 5 and put him at guard? I think that's a fantastic idea on your part, sports fan. I do. Skoronski is a guy I think can play just about all over across that offensive line. So even if he fails out at a left tackle or right tackle, you're then getting maybe the best guard in this draft at left guard or right guard. And so, yeah, if you do that, that'd be fine. I think you got to get out of top 10 with Skoronski. I just have a hard time swallowing Skoronski as a top 10 pick, being that I'm not really a big believer of the fact that he's going to be able to play tackle at the next level. There were 2 starters in the National Football League at the tackle position. This is both left and tackle position. I believe there were 2 starters in the National Football League last year with under 33-inch long arms starting at the tackle position. It is a prerequisite of the position. You cannot play without it. There are few and far between. There are guys that can come through that can kind of do it, but you just don't want to count on them doing it, right? They definitely are the anomaly at that point rather than being the rule of thumb there. So if you're able to move back 13th, 14th-ish and then take Skoronski there, if he does fall that far, and I do think he's going to fall a little bit because when evaluators see that arm length, it's going to impact where he lands. If we don't see, just running the math, if you don't see but 2 guys in the National Football League under 33-inch long arms starting at tackle, you're certainly not going to see a top 10 pick with less than 33-inch long arms taken in the top 10. I think one thing can inform you to another thing being true on that. But I love sports fan Gronki's ability. He moves like a guy so much smaller than the guy size that he truly is. You're watching a 300-pound guy move like a guy that's 250. And that would absolutely fit to us as well for the mobility stuff that we want in our offensive scheme from our offensive linemen. He's going to hit the reach blocks. He's going to be able to pull back across in space. He's going to be able to get out in front. He's going to be able to get to the second level linebackers, all of that stuff. And so that's where I'd be okay in favor of it. As long as you get into the teens on it though, man. That's my deal with it. That's my deal with it. Nicholas Dune, I only use caps on one comment. I'm not trying to give you I apologize. Nicholas, you're all good. And that's why Nicholas, I was inferring, I wanted to infuse a little infer on this. I know you're not trying to do anything out of bounds with it. So I don't think you're doing anything wrong with it. Just you have to understand with Megan with it. She's got to go through the fire on a stream basis between the porn bots. And we've had tons of good trolls coming through here. And when those folks come in, sometimes we get that it'll just kind of upset stuff, and we can't keep the chat doesn't stay flowing, and then it becomes about that person there rather than the discussion at hand and what we're talking about. So you're being fine, man. You're all good. I don't think you're trying to be disrespectful. It's much just, there's definitely when she's doing stuff, she's doing it with a purpose. And it's also a reason of me and her having discussions on why she's doing stuff. So when Megan's doing stuff, it's also because I've been informing and instructing to do so. And this is how I would like this to go. Because I want to keep this place, Nicholas, I'm really sensitive to it. I want to keep this place as an open, free discussion place where we're not having any of the stuff that I see in other channels happen on streams where it's free for all city at times. It turns into toxic wasteland, Wonderlandville. And you weren't trying to do that, but that's just where we're coming at it from a spirit standpoint. Jen Maz says, did you say you traded Noah Fant? No. Jen, I had to do it. He's carrying $9 million this next upcoming year. You're already paying Will Disley a lot of money at the tight end position. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to have $19 million invested into the tight end position unless you're just getting phenomenal production from it. And we're getting good production from it. I don't know. We're getting phenomenal production from it. He's also going into the final year of his deal, Jen. You're not going to sign him to a contract extension. I don't see the team doing that. So there's very likely he plays through this final year and then he moves on after this season. So part of what informs you on this decision is a couple of different things that go beyond just simply wanting to move the player. Number one, no contract extension. Number two, there's some great tight ends. The tight end I pick up by making this trade is going to give me a better player for my offense and what he can do than what Fant provides to this offense. Darnell Washington will be a more impactful guy in this offense in totality in what he brings than Noah Fant does mainly as just a pass catcher. Mainly. He does okay in blocking, but he's not a great blocker. He's not on the same level as Darnell Washington as a blocker. So what I do in this situation, Jen, is I move Fant. I clear $9 million off the books, which I can then go spend on another player for another position of need, right? Be it a trade, be it free agency, wherever I want to go. Now I got $9 million more freed up. I've freed up, I think, additionally now at that point from the cap space I'm sitting on right now, I've freed up like 25% more cap space for this offseason by making this move. Okay. Then I pick up a draft pick for moving Fant rather than losing him for nothing. So I get a 4th or 5th rounder back from on top of that. And I get to upgrade the position from where it was with Darnell Washington. Win. That's why I would do that kind of move. Ionatan Barbacar, would you trade our 5th overall pick for Justin Fields in a 4th rounder? No. Fields was taken 10th overall. What has he done as a quarterback to show that he's more valuable than what he was in the draft that he was taken? No, he's got too many questions as a passer to think that he's going to get maximum value back as a, oh my gosh, folks with the caps. Like I read all the comments. We don't need to cap. I'll read them. Jen Maz, Carter has conditioning issues. I think that they've been highly overstated myself, John. I do. I don't think that they're going to be as big of an issue at the pro level. Your Super Bowl year, Jen Maz, nobody played more than 40% of the snaps on the defensive line. Did those guys in that Super Bowl year have conditioning issues? As dominating as Cliff Averill was, as dominating as Michael Bennett was, as dominating as Brandon McBain is, why wouldn't we play them 75, 80% of the 80% of the snaps? But in both of the 2 Super Bowl seasons, you never went past that point, and you did it for a reason because you wanted to keep the guys fresh. So defensive lines work on a rotational basis. They're not going to ask a guy to go out there and run 75, 80% of the snaps in a game. Daniel, I'd like to draft a tight end because if not, tight end will most likely be a big need for us next year, and it's a strength of this year's draft. Bingo. Smart way of putting it, Daniel. In some ways, in building a football team, you're looking almost a year out ahead at times. Rather than being reactionary to what you need in the moment, it's the look out ahead, especially when you're doing it under the guise of trying to pick the best player available on your board, who's the highest of value. I mean, those things really do go together, I think. Appreciate you, Nicholas. Understand it, man. Nicholas says, I have a mock, Brandon. If you'd like to hear it, sure, man. Let me have it. Jen Moss says, let's give the Colts number 20 for Payne in free agency. Payne's with Washington, Jen. They don't have his rights. Jen says Gino's getting 30 to 35 million a year, 2 years. Could be. Volcano Joe Brando, I know every time I bring this up, you and Seahawks Brendan scold me laughing out loud, but I'm still all about JL Skinner. Let's go. JL, baby. The next Cam. Let's do it. Well, hey, Volcano, if we want to go back to a 4-3 defense, then you could go with JL Skinner all day long. If they want to transition back to that defense and roll with more of the safety in the box 24/7, that's JL's game, and that he'd be awesome doing it. He would be awesome doing it. It's not JL's game, though. Or that is JL's game, but that's not the defense you're running, of course. So I like him too, man. It's not that I don't like him. I do. But that hyper athletic safety that can do free safety and strong safety stuff is just missing in JL's game. And if you're going to run that defense, you need to have a safety that can do kind of both things. Your boy Michael Brando, what's your thoughts on a possible DeForest Buckner trade to Seattle? I'm in favor of it. If you're talking about making it the 20th pick in the first round, let's go. He was just moved 2 years ago with the 12th overall selection. He's done nothing with the Colts through his time at the Colts or the Niners to show that he isn't worthy of that or hasn't earned to be considered one of the best defensive tackles in the sport. So if it's the 20th overall pick versus the player I could get there, DeForest Buckner or Joey Porter Jr., DeForest Buckner or Cam Smith, DeForest Buckner or Jordan Addison, DeForest Buckner or Brian Branch, DeForest Buckner or Trenton Simpson. I'm going DeForest Buckner all day long. Sam Hutchinson with another $2 donation. Thank you, Sam, for all the donos, man. I'm glad you're able to catch the live stream. He says 20 for a first is great value. Work that magic, John. That is, Sam. And that's the one, what I did, Sam, is that you had on my draft board, on my proverbial draft board here, you had only one receiver taken by the time you get to pick 20. Only Johnson off the board. So that led to me at that point, Sam, because there was not necessarily a quarterback. McKee had already been taken. That led then to a team trading up who was receiver hungry to move up and get that receiver at that point, but get you that extra first round pick. You move back to like 35 to 40. You're not just going to be able to pull him for a first round pick. You got to give him something else back. You give him the second back, but you get the future first round pick back at that point. And you're still getting the second round pick in this draft too, by the way. So then that allows you 3 second round picks in that draft for moving back like that. But work your magic, John is right, and working on that. That 20 pick is the magic one for me, Sam. You get Carter, like we all, all right, like Carter Anderson, we all like breathe a breath of relief. Like, okay, here we go. We're good. Here we go. Now you can move back a little. You feel fine about it because you got that Carter starting point to begin with, which is just wonderful. That's your beautiful beginning point. And to get an extra first round pick in the future, come out of this draft with Carter, have those 3 picks in the second round to pick from. That to me is an ideal situation a little bit from this draft, I feel like. Jed Moss, yeah, give me DeForest Buckner all day. 20 all day, I would do that pick. I look at the players that'll be available there at 20, and though you are getting a guy that's going to be a lot less expensive than Buckner, for sure, I don't think you're getting anybody close to his level of talent. A guy that's a former top 10 pick, a guy still in the middle of his prime. I would do it. And somebody mentioned above, it's right. The Colts are in a bit of a weird cap situation right now. It's a little bit, they don't have a lot of easy choices to make to get himself some money cleared out. Jaboy Michael Brando, what's your thoughts on if possible DeForest Buckner trade to Seattle? So yep, I'm with it, Jaboy. Jaboy, sign me up, man. I think it's, if you're talking about the 5th overall pick, no. If you're talking about I got to give up the 20th and a second or no. But if you're talking about being able to squeeze it out for a second round pick, maybe a second and a 4th, ooh, that'd be great. I think it'll probably cost you the 20th pick in the first round to do it. But I mean, I look at the names on my mock board here. Here's the names picked. Here's the next 10 picked names. Here's the next 10 names. that I've got on my mock board that we would be picking from. So Jordan Addison, Cam Smith, Isaiah Foskey, Joey Porter Jr., Sealy Ringo, Michael Mayer, Trenton Simpson, Brian Branch, Antonio Johnson, Darnell Wright, Zay Flowers, Lucas Van Ness. It's not a big list. It's not a stack list. That's not an impressive list. Buckner's an impressive player. Buckner's a difference maker down there. Buckner's one of the 5 best defensive tackles in the sport. Number 20 overall, I'll pull that. I'll do it. I like your guys' ideas on that, though. That works for me. Diego, I'm just a hater bringing over my pain. Ha ha ha. Brian Myers better Jody than those Walmart air idiots. Oh, I'll take Jody all day over Walmart idiots. I don't even care. Like, I don't care without their pocketbook. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. Diego, so when are we drafting a better owner? 1 year, 4 months away. That's the exact time frame. Sports fan, I agree fully. I wouldn't take it Skoronski in the top 10, but if we did trade back to around 15-ish, I think that would be a fantastic pick. Sign me up, sports fan. I want to build a great offensive line going forward. Like, it's almost at one of the forefronts in my mind beyond. It is absolutely in the forefront of my mind beyond getting even a quarterback of the future, beyond getting that franchise guy. My number one thing on my team I almost start out with as I look to the future is give me one hell of a damn good offensive line. Give me young, give me talented, give me cheap. So you bring that kid in and you move him into left guard. And now I've still got Damian Lewis on his rookie deal. I've got my 2 tackles still 2 years out from having to be signed to an extension. And I've got Skoronski now on at least a 4, maybe 3, 4, 5 year point where he's going to be on his rookie year as well. So now I'm building exactly up what I've wanted to do for a very long time, sports fan, which is bring up that young, talented, cheap line. Eventually at that point have an offensive line blocking at like top 5 state in the NFL, but you're paying it at like 20th. And that allows me to build up all the rest of the team. That makes all the rest of the team better, in my opinion. That allows you to be that much more consistent in running the football on a weekly basis because you can take it to anybody now. Anybody. So I'm Skoronski. You talk about 15? You get me there with him? Yeah. Yeah, I'm good with that. Kelly, how you going? Kelly says, hey, Brando. My dad is watching again and says hi. Well, hello, Kelly's dad. I hope you're liking what you're listening to out there. And tell her thank you for, I'll tell her thank you. Thank you for putting him on to me on that and getting him on watching and whatnot on that. Hope you're having a great Friday evening. Colin Sandel, hey, Will Levis is a poor man, Zach Wilson. No. He blows Zach Wilson out of the water. He blows him out of the water. Even on a low end point of Levis, he is far and away better than Wilson. Jen Moss says, didn't we pick up Noah's 5th year option? We did. So the deal's guaranteed, Jen, but you can trade his rights. It still remains guaranteed even if you trade his rights. But you're also, as a 5th year option, it doesn't count like bonus off the cap. So there's no dead money to move Fant. You move that deal and you're moving the full just base salary he is owed that year on to another team at that point. But then at that point, he's a free agent after this year. JB says trade Disley instead. Well, Disley's got a couple more years left on his deal, I guess, first. I do have to eat dead money by trading Disley, so I don't really want to eat dead money by moving a tight end. And frankly, Disley's the more complete overall player. I'm trying to get back, JB, into more of a situation where I've got 3 inline guys rather than 2 inline guys and a move tight end. Brian Myers, excellent explanation on the Fant situation B. Thank you, Brian. Volcano says Noah has to go because we have to keep Uncle Will. And man, I think it's Parkinson's year next year. I think Parkinson will be a Pro Bowler one day. Maybe. He was getting, like I was saying earlier, he was taking snaps away from Fant. Whatever you think about Fant, once Disley went down this year at the end of the year, you may love Fant, but just think about this for a second with what the coaching staff was telling you with this. Disley goes down. You're down to 2 tight ends. Parkinson ends up with more snaps through the last couple of games, game out, even 10, 15 more snaps a game than Fant. Why was the coaching staff playing Parkinson more than Fant? Ask yourself that. And then once you come to that answer, I think you'll come to understand why I'm a little bit more open to maybe potentially moving Fant. Because there are some things he's not necessarily great at. And if I could bring in a tight end that's going to be great at the things that he's not necessarily great at, and I don't lose a whole lot as far as pass catching ability goes, and the guy's much cheaper, I think that's a smarter, much cheaper, smarter way to go. JDM says, plus Fant gets to go somewhere else to be featured, utilized more for his skill set than we were doing with him here. Exactly. We don't really utilize the H-back tight end like other teams do. To your point, 100%. 100%. It's just more of the team fit to the Washington fits more to what we want to do. Fant doesn't quite. Not that Fant's a complete mismatch, but just doesn't quite. It's like it's the puzzle piece that kind of goes in there and still makes the picture look kind of right. But there's one more other piece out there that would slide in and just, it'd make that nice, oddly satisfying sound. You know, where it's shunk, that little shunk, little kunk. You guys know the noise. You know the noise. It's very soft, but it's very satisfying. Van Dez says, how do I feel about Dexter Lawrence? Isn't that the Giants defensive tackle? He's pretty good. I like him. I don't think he's a star, but he's a solid, great run stuffer, if I understand right. I haven't looked at him super deeply, but he's a good player. Jen Maz, he complained about conditioning in April 2022 and still has them after playing Ohio State. No bueno. Yeah, it just doesn't factor to me too much, Jen. At the end of the day, we can talk about conditioning all day, but when I turn on the tape and when I watch Jalen Carter, I'm watching one of the best defensive tackle prospects I've seen in the last few years come out. That's the bottom line. We can talk about conditioning or we can talk about the whispers of there being character issues. But at the end of the day, when I turn on the tape, he's playing hard. He's playing his ass off. He's doing everything he can. He's not looking like a lazy player on film. You know, if we're going to intimate conditioning issues, then shouldn't we also intimate then that that's maybe a lazy player on the football field? Shouldn't I be seeing then a guy taking snaps off and everything else? And if he's playing with his hair on fire, if he's doing everything he can play out for the plays that he's out there, does that maybe also explain a little bit of why he does get gassed? But again, as I said with this, Jen, it's the theory that seems to go on this conditioning seems to be built in. There seems to be a logic where we build this logic in from the first place of this. And this logic starts from this spot, that somehow a defensive lineman needs to be out there playing seemingly, I guess, 70% of the snaps. Because if you're not meaning that, then it doesn't really matter, right, Jen? Because if he's going to play hard for 40% of the snaps on the defensive line over the course of the game, and you build up a good defensive line depth around him, like you had in your Super Bowl run years, like I was saying, like, as I said before on this, Jen, are we going to call the guys on the 2013, 2014 Super Bowl teams lazy or unconditioned because you only had them playing 40% of the snaps? Or you know, do you go, no, it's best to have a defensive line rotation. It's guys are going to get gassed on a defensive line playing hard like that. You're going to want to keep rotating them in a little bit to have the best defensive lines. It's not 1985 where you're just rocking your starters out there for 80% of the snaps because we've learned that that's inefficient. And so this sort of built-in requirement that we start out for on Carter or on defensive linemen to say that they need to be playing somehow 70 to 75% of the snaps or there's no value to be derived from those guys, that doesn't fit with the modern designs of NFL football or what defensive line rotations do throughout football. You can go right now on Twitter, go look up on Twitter and search this little bit up. Why is Nick Bosa sitting out snaps in a playoff game? Why is he having multiple series that he's not in on a playoff game? Why were the Niners doing this in these last couple of games? You can go search down the Twitter line. You can go find it. Because coaching staffs understand, doesn't matter whether you have a Nick Bosa or a Jalen Carter or Kerry Hyder or whatever you got in there, you got to rotate the guys through. As well as, again, too, he's a kid. So, Jen, do we expect all of these kids to come out as finished products? Do we expect all these kids to have their head on perfectly straight and they're a hard worker and it's just all ball all the time? He's been in college and he's been playing football at the same time. Get him out of that scenario into a place where now he's in an NFL weight room in a program, and now he's got a little more structure than a point on that where it's not school and there's not that, and now you're a grown up and now you're a grown man and now you're being paid to do this and it's a different territory. I think he'll be just fine in that respect of things. What I know about this is that the man's just gotten done winning 2 national titles, and he's been the bedrock of that defense over these last 2 teams. He's been the bedrock. Not Trayvon Walker, not the guy that went to the Eagles last year, Jordan Davis, not some linebacker, not some safety, not some cornerback. It's been Jalen Carter that's been the bedrock of that defense. It begins with him. He is the problem. When you watch offenses across the board, and they're telling you something, it's like a little bit like when people, Jen, speak to me about having the shade on DK. I don't know if I feel about this to DK. I'm kind of like, on this on DK. I always go, okay, no matter what you think my opinion is of it, you can remove my opinion completely from the scenario. Like, okay, what I say now doesn't matter. What are the defensive coordinators telling you throughout the sport about DK? What are 31 defensive coordinators in the sport of the NFL football over the last 2 years told you about DK? That he is so fearful to them. He scares them so badly that they're going to put more double teams to him than any other receiver in this sport, maybe absent Devontae Adams, and even at that point, they're almost equivalent. Are those defensive coordinators crazy? Are they misanalyzing and misunderstanding DK Metcalf? Or could he be just that bloody good? Could he be that much of a problem that they got to dedicate extra resources to stopping him? So when you watch Jalen Carter, and if he's got such conditioning problems, and if he just gasses all the time, and he's just not a good worker, and he doesn't have a good motor, if that's the case, why is it that offenses with all of that Georgia talent that's along those defense, with a Nolan Smith firing off the outside last year, or Trayvon Walker coming at you, or a Jordan Davis the prior year, why did the double teams go to Jalen Carter? Why is it that he's then drawing all that action? He ain't doing it from the fact that he's a 1 tech. He's not rocking 0 tech. He's not rocking 1 tech. He's out there at 3 tech, which is normally always at the NFL level, single blocked by the left guard. So it's much like the DK thing that I'm referencing here. What is it that these defensive coordinators on the college level are knowing and understanding that seems to be missing from some of the folks that are telling me that there are conditioning issues with Jalen Carter, or that he doesn't have any really great impact, or that they're just not seeing it on the tape? You may be missing it on the tape, but it seems like a lot of defensive coordinators at the college level aren't. They all seem to be uniformly seeing the very same thing week after week after week after week. They're telling you something in that. They're instructing you beyond anything I'm saying. Just like the defensive coordinators in the NFL are telling you a lot about DK Metcalf by the amount of resources that they're dedicating towards him. It's very much an equivalency type issue. So I don't worry about I really am not worried about the conditioning stuff. And I think it's been so far overstated in a way that just reeks to me of trying to pick a guy's game apart rather than just turn on the tape. What do you see? At the end of the day, we got to sometimes pull the rest of the noise all away and just turn on the tape, lock in on that guy on the tape, watch what he's doing on a play-by-play basis. And if you don't walk away from that seeing it, I'm not going to convince you. But I walked away from that going, that's a guy that's a game wrecker. That's a guy that I can build my defense around. That's a guy that offenses are going to have to account for every play that he's out on the football field, even on a rotational basis. Nicholas had Jalen Carter, Brian Breesy in the first round with Tyree Wilson if he's there at the Breesy pick. I don't think he will be, but I get it. Jared Verse, JL Skinner, Marvin Mims, Cedric Van Pran. Nicholas went back to school, so Cedric Van Pran's gone back to Georgia. I like the Skinner pick. Somebody else mentioned they love Skinner above 2, Nicholas. But remember, you got that Vic Fangio cover 2 shell. You need the hyper athletic safeties. That's not exactly JL Skinner. But Zach Pickens is great. Marvin Mims is exciting. I like all the other picks, man. Hey, I says maybe the Donkeys want Fant back for a 3rd. I'd do it. You're all good, your boy Michael. No worries, man. Tommy Eaton says, what is JL Skinner's weight? I wonder if he can try to convert to a linebacker. He's 215. 6'4", 215. 6'3", he's probably 6'3 and a half, 214. Something like that. Why do I? 2 months ago, you weren't so hot with the tight end draft idea. Nice to see you come around, laughing out loud. Washington is a day one of the best blocking tight ends in the NFL, run and pass. He's a 6th offensive lineman and trucks dudes. Yeah, it's, as I always say with this stuff, why do I, and I hopefully folks take it as in trying to do the same thing. Your opinion should never be fixed to a certain player. And as we go through this draft process, and as I watch more tape, and as I do more of my research in the background, you should see my opinion change on guys. You should see some fluctuation in movement. Nothing should just be finalized out off the first viewing of a guy, in my opinion. And that's been the case with me with this tight end class. I was a little slow to get around to it, and obviously it wasn't a priority for me on looking at the prospects in this draft. Why do I? But you're absolutely on point with your assessment of Darnell Washington. I feel this very same way about him. I think he's a sub first round talent that you're able to get then in the second round, and he is just provides you everything that you need in this offense. And as you said, it's like having a 6th offensive lineman in many ways. On top of the fact he gives you everything you could want from a tight end and pass catching and running routes and all that type of stuff, especially with his catch radius. Keldon says, if Buckner goes to the Seahawks, I'm going to type in all caps in real life. See, you know it's a good move, folks. When Keldon, our Niner fan and former Buckner guy on the roster there, is going, I wouldn't like that move. That's not good I don't want Seattle having that. No, you guys don't get to have him. I get it. And Jen Maz, I was sad when Van Pran went back to school too. We needed this center class more deeper than it is. Sucks. It's made a kind of a thin center class get even thinner. Brian Myers, Washington won't go round 1. Mayer should even go then. No tight end worth first. You could make that argument. I can understand coming from that. Volcano Joe Buckner is a beast, man. He is a beast. Tommy Eden says Carter, Buckner, and Taylor. Sounds like a dominant law firm. I'm all for it. Let's lay down the narrative. Yeah, you see those. You see that come up on your letterhead, Tommy Head. You're calling to settle, right? Sir, what? We just got a affidavit. Affidavit from who? Carter, Buckner, and Taylor. They say they're going to sue us. No, settle. John Ma's rookie defensive lineman, not as sure a bet as Buckner. You better believe it, Jen. You don't have to sell me too hard on Buckner. I am in. You got me all in on that one. 20th pick. Here you go, Colts. Enjoy, JDM, in my head, Pete in the draft room as the meme of the red in the face teen holding back the urge to speak, and Schneider telling him, trust the board, Pete, trust the board. Oh, I know the one where the guy gets... I know exactly what. I agreed. It's going to be the same thing, Jeremy. We might need Jody back in the room again just to keep Pete chilled out. Just to keep him all right. You know what I mean? Does get too out of control with that. Hi, kitty. Yes, I see you. Hey, I know. Yes, everybody loves hearing you cry. I'm sure that they're enjoying that. I find. Sorry, I lost my place in the chat here. Yeah, W says Buckner for 20 is a major pass for me. You're giving up Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, may very well win Defensive Rookie of the Year, and then paying Buckner $20 million. $20 million would be a starter for us for 5 years. I understand you want to go that way with it. I get it. Sam Hutchinson drafting Ringo at 20 or even in the second round would be a nightmare. Dude blows coverage a lot. He had a tougher year this year than last year in coverage, Sam. So you're right. He didn't take his biggest steps forward this year. I give you that. I look at a little bit of his upside in future years as being a guy that could be like a Malcolm Jenkins type. A guy drafted as a corner that eventually becomes one of the best free safeties in the sport. Jeremy Baum trading for Buckner would be effing amazing. He'd improve our defense immediately, especially if we drafted Carter. Pairing these two with Taylor and Mafi, that would be fierce. It would be, man. AI Waltons are snakes. They got some snaky vibes to them. If I saw that their irises were diamond shaped, I would not be Surprised. Okay, kitty, what is this? I got to hold you like a baby. Okay. I'll hold you like a baby. Oh my gosh. Danny W says, give me Dramon Jones in free agency and keep the 20th overall pick. We're traumatized from this run defense, but no need to overcorrect. Overcorrecting while driving forces a crash in other direction. That's a good point, man. Buckner's so good, though. Yeah. Jen Moss says, Robert Saleh was lit during his presser. He's saying they're going to pursue a veteran quarterback. Well, they're trying, Jen Moss. They're looking at Aaron Rodgers. That's who they're being connected to right now. I don't know if Aaron wants to go, but they're going to try. They did once with Favre. I guess you go back to that well once again, huh? JDM says, awesome puzzle piece analogy. Thank you, JDM. Okay, are we okay now? Are you comfy? That's being a little ridiculous here. Charlie Fullerton. What do people think about Devon Witherspoon at 20 if he's there? I think people would be okay with that. He's my Charlie. He's my number 2 corner on my board, just behind Gonzalez. He tackles really well. He's a real feisty guy, real chippy, real talky. But he's a little undersized, little light. But man, he plays a lot bigger than his size, and he's got at least the length you look for, the size you look for. He's not heavy. But I like him, Charlie. He's a good player. Consumer 114, yes, but true. But conditioning is a mindset, so it's connected to the character. Maybe. Again, like if I saw it on the film where I saw laziness on film, but I don't see laziness on film. I see a high motor. And again, I could kind of offer to your very same logic there of conditioning is a mindset, so it's connected to character. If it's connected to character, it's unchangeable, so they can't even really fake it. So when he's on the football field, you should be seeing that same laziness then play in and play out as well. If there's a lazy stream here that we're trying to connect the tissue to, then that should be playing out that way as well. Jen Maz, Uchenna played way too many snaps. He did. You're right, Jen. Way too many snaps. And you had to by necessity with that because you just didn't feel good enough about your depth. But that's why it's always important, as I say with this, yes, you need the frontline guys, but you also need to have the concentration for the depth too. It's got to be both. It's not an either or kind of thing. Vandez, Gervon Dexter would be a solid pick around 100 or so. 6'6", 315 pounds, defensive lineman with the same wingspan as Giannis. He would be. Sign me up for around 100. Sign me up for a 3rd round pick. I'm good with him, Vandez. Some people have him going 2nd round, even up into the high 1st round, and that would be just a little bit too much for me. A little bit too much. Jason James says if he's got conditioning issues, then he won't get a second payday, so it's on him. Yeah, exactly. We'll see on that. Again, I just can't. I think it's bad. Keldon, look at her trying to steal the show. I know, look, she's acting like this is comfortable right now. She's acting like she enjoys this. And she doesn't right now. This is not comfortable. She's laying on her belly on my bony ass shoulder. Jeremy Bowen, I want Cam and Cliff to be hired as coaches. I think they're kind of on as consultants right now. Cliff's got his little pass rush thing that he does already at this point. So they're kind of in that point. Sean Renault, what would you think about Michael Mayer at 20 and not Darnell Washington in round 2? I see Michael Mayer's comp as kind of a Zach Miller, former tight end for your Seahawks back in the day. I think he's very similar in that realm of things. So it's just a guy that can do a lot of things overall really good. But I would rather take Washington in round 2 than Mayer at 20. I'm not a huge fan of Michael Mayer in the 1st round, Sean. To me, he's a 2nd round tight end. Nicholas says, I take Washington at 46 since Verse went back to school. Yeah. That's right where I had him in my mock. Bobby says, it'd be really cool to see former Hawks get some stake in the ownership. I know Cam and Lynch have expressed their want to get involved on some level. I'd be cool with that too. I think it'd be a great deal in this new ownership transfer in a year and a half if they can kind of build that into it, even just to give them some percentage points in there. I'm with it. I am with it. Oh, geez. Your boy Michael Brando, what's your thoughts on Seattle going after Tremaine Edmonds? I love him and think he'd be a perfect fit. I love him too. He'd be my linebacker target number one, your boy Michael. Really, really fast, really fleet of foot. Can kind of do everything from the middle linebacker position. So I think he's been one of the prime targets to go look at in free agency. I'd say he's one of my top 5 targets in free agency to take a look at. Jen Moss says, your kitty was upset that you were yelling at me. She was. Back off, Jen. If you slowed down her little cry out and pulled it down to like a real slow level, you pull it. It was, stop yelling at Jen. That's what she was saying. Hawks fan with the $5 dodo. Thank you, Hawks fan. Thoughts on DeForest Buckner and what he would go for in a trade? DeForest Buckner is a big, long defensive tackle. He's not as kind of short and compact. He's more of the bigger, longer variety who can just overwhelm you with his size and really, really good quickness off the line of scrimmage. He's very able in his hand fighting. That's the part that's really developed in his game is the use of leverage in his hands and just getting himself free in that respect of things. But he's very much, I think, into his prime right now from where I see him at this point, Hawks fan. So I think that he's still a very, very, very good player. I think he's a top 5 defensive tackle in the sport. Donald, Chris Jones are ahead of him. He's probably at this point better than Fletcher Cox, but he's right up in that area. So if you're bringing in a top 5 defensive tackle in the sport who's in the middle of his prime for the number 20 overall first round pick, I would be willing to make that move. I know there's going to be some reticence in the chat, but I do like that move, especially if you're bringing it in tandem with Jalen Carter. You talk about restructuring your defensive line in one off season with just a couple of moves. You kind of do it with just those couple of moves at that point. I think that's about what he would cost. I do believe that the Colts are going to try to move him at this point because of the fact that their salary cap situation is where it is, and he's the one guy that can clear them some space. Not to mention he can pull them back probably a first round pick in return, which is not the worst way for them to go with that if they wanted to decide to make that move. So Hawks fan, you could sign me up for it. I love the thought process of it. That 20th overall pick, you look at the players you'd get at 20th overall, they are vastly superior. Buckner's vastly superior to any player you're getting at 20th. Nobody's on his same talent level. You might get a good player. You might have a cheaper player. You might have more years of club control. You can throw all that at me, but you're not going to get a better player, a more talented player. Kelly, I meant Pumpkin. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know you meant. Megan, I'm worried that Pumpkin will destroy that hoodie. She's already taken down like 3 or 4. So she's going to do it at one point or another. There's no getting around it, Megan. She would face hug me like the alien creature if she could, like wrap her little tail around my neck, you know. Love me. Love me. Orange cats are the best. Nicholas Newton, I don't see Brian Brees making the second round. I don't either. Just can't do it. Can't see it. Nicholas Newton, I think Dexter goes late second. Probably about right there. Yeah. I like just getting a little more in the third, but I can see him absolutely going there. AI says Jets would have to give up too many assets. Dead cap for the Green Bay is ridiculous. It's dumb for both teams. I agree. But as I say about the trading up in the draft, AI, it's because I think a lot of people think very smartly and calmly and intellectually about some of the scenarios I talk about with trading up for quarterbacks. And it's like, people aren't wrong to think like, that doesn't make sense to do that. But it's like, teams get desperate. Teams step outside of themselves. Guys are trying to keep their jobs, right? Like that general manager is for as much sunshine as he got shown his way for the Jamal Adams trade, has had the rain showers dumped upon his shoulders every bit and more so for the Wilson pick. And he's sitting there now a couple years in. Jets still haven't gotten to the playoffs. And they're going, hey, what have you done for us lately, Mr. Douglas? What, yeah? You're building for the future? When's that gonna come? We've been waiting for 50 years out here in New York land. Come on. So now you get yourself a desperate trade. And yeah, they're gonna have to give up probably the 2 first-round picks to Green Bay to make it happen, because Green Bay's got to sit on that dead money to make it go their way. But I could see it happening. Hell, the Jets organization's done it once with the Wisconsin legendary quarterback in the last 25 years. Why wouldn't they do it again, He was actually working with Favre for a while until he got injured and tore his pec. Tommy, people keep talking about Carter's conditioning issues, but the two-time defending NCAA champion Bulldogs have no problem starting him, and they have an absolute stud, and the kid Bear backing him up. Yeah, you're right. Great point, Tommy. Certainly the Georgia defensive staff didn't have any issues with his conditioning. You know, they threw him out there and let him roll. Tommy says, lazy people don't start on a team as good as Georgia in the SEC. They have plenty of options to take their place. 100%. 100%. Carter is awesome. Hawks fan, thanks for that $5 dono too, man. And we are going to go ahead and get this wrapped up for our hours in here today. So let's get the final last couple of questions, thoughts, comments in and whatnot. I got to break free here as I've got some plans here this evening that I got to attend to. But we will be back in 2 days here on Sunday. So I'll be doing about a 10-hour stream this Sunday and on all the playoff coverage from like 12 to like 10 or something. So if you guys want, jump back in here with me on that point. We'll get rolling with it if you're down. Yeah, let's be gentle on Megan. She's got the 2 broken toes. Like, it's hurting constantly. Red Ace, what do you think of Emmanuel Forbes? Red Ace, I make this promise to you. He's my next guy up on my list to do a breakdown of the cornerback. So ask me on Sunday if you can bounce into the stream at that point, and I will have a whole breakdown for you. So I'm sorry, he was my next guy up. I just wasn't able to get to him quite before the stream. But I want to look at him. I've heard a lot of people, including you're the second guy on this stream that's brought him up to me. So that tells me I need to be jumping on him and give this guy a really close, really a bit of a closer look. Nicholas, I'd love Gervin a little bit more of that first step quickness wasn't just so slow. It's just a little slow. Benelli, if somebody doesn't like Carter, they should just watch soccer. For the Seahawks, there's no better option. Understand what you're looking at. He's on another level. I'm with you, man. You don't have to convince me on it. I'm with you. Tommy Eden, Kalijah Cansey's awesome too. He's awesome. Sean Renault, I haven't watched a lot of Darnell Washington. I will take a look. Get ready to be excited, Sean. You're going to love yourself some Darnell. You're going to love yourself some Darnell. Jen Moz, go Bengals. Go Bengals, right. I don't want to see Chiefs, Jen. No more Chiefs in the Super Bowl. No Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Nicholas says, Brandon, that's not what Megan says about Carter. Yeah, we disagree. See, that's the thing, Megan. That's the thing in here, Nicholas. We got disagreement, and that's okay. Me and Megan disagree about a lot of things. We disagree on Zorn and Largen, or Zorn and Craig, and, we disagree on it. But, she loves Anderson too. She's got her heart set on Anderson. That's the part she's not telling you about. She's got a sweet, deep affection for that Anderson, and she's just certain. She's certain on it. If you come at it from a passionate place, that's all I ask for. I just want some passion. Passion. Jerry Bowen says, I'm sick of our porous defense, so we could use all 10 picks on the defense. Yes, we could. I wouldn't be against it. Nicholas, yeah, he's a beast. Jen Mons, I hope they re-sign Marquise Goodwin too. There's some moves you could make in free agency, which would then free you up a little bit more for the draft. So you don't have to go attack for a position. And that would be one. You get Goodwin. You then have Eskridge coming back. You've got Derek Young coming back. You maybe feel good enough about that receiving core at that point to kind of go forward with it, and that you can concentrate on other stuff in the draft. I think that would be ideal. Megan says, so true about Anderson, but the chest of steel and the silver-headed coaching god will always have my heart. You know it, B. I do know it. They'll never be toppled. AI says, I'll look at a Tankathon draft. Awesome. I'll take a look at it, man. Got me psyched for it. TG's Nave, I haven't watched Trey Palmer yet, but he is indeed also on my list. So I'm at 95. I counted up. I'm at 95 prospects in right now that I've taken a really deep look at. So the hope is in the next month that I'm able to double that list and get to just about 200 by the start of March. And then by March, we're all the way through hopefully like 275 to 300, just as we're getting into April, and then I can kind of refine it down. So that's my goal, is to get to 300, but it has been a little bit of a slow process because I have to kind of watch a lot of tape on each of these guys. I can never get usually a very quick, easy feel on guys. It's usually going to take a couple of games, which just makes it take that much more time. But I'm grinding. I'm grinding the film every day, looking at a couple of new prospects every day. So I will be looking at Trey Palmer. So sorry I haven't taken a look at him, but yeah, Palmer, Emmanuel Morbs, two of the next guys on my list to take a peek at. Bobby Savage Hill with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, Bobby. Says, thanks for streaming, B. I learn something new every time. Well, thank you, Bobby. That's a great compliment to pay. If I can check that box off and be providing some good stuff as far as something not thought above prior, it means we're doing some original stuffs every show and not repeating ourselves, which is always a good place to be in. So thank you for the $2 donation, brother. Thank you for all your support of the channel. Also being a member of the channel as you are. I really do appreciate it. And we will be back here in 2 days on that. So we'll be bouncing back. I know I'll have you back in here on that, and we'll be chopping it up once again. Devin Kubonder, just got done watching some Tyree Wilson tape. Officially am out on him. Size and strength, no technique. It's a good way of putting it, Devin. You're going for physical potential there when you take Tyree Wilson. You're not going for the refined product that's right and ready and he's good to go right now. It's going to take a little bit of time. But if you think you can get that, you can get topped into that physical ability, there'll be a coach that talks himself into it. He's got as much physical ability there as anybody in this draft. But you're right. It could be very far away from it as well. Shiloh Carpenter, the number 5 pick, will be traded away for a 2nd round and a 4th round pick and the 1st round pick in 2024 from whoever trades up to get the 5th pick from the Seahawks. Guess it's possible. It's possible. I think we would get more than that as far as a return, Shiloh. You'd usually get a couple 1st round picks if you're moving all the way out of the 1st round. It's not going to be just one, but it's possible. Megan says a good thing about being off my feet with the busted toes. 60 prospects to have a look at, B. There you go. This is just grinding through the tape, Megan. Daniel, I like Miles Murphy. Chandler Jones had 4.5 sacks in 3 years in college. Ziggy Ansah had 4 in 1 year. JJ had 4.5 and 7. The Giant guys take a couple years to grow into their body and adjust. Great point, man. Great point. I like Murphy too, man. Another guy like Tyree. There's a lot of physical potential there. Red Ace, what do I think about trading back with the Titans for Jordan Simmons? Do you mean Richardson? I think you mean Richardson, their defensive tackle, you mean? Can you expand on that, Red Ace? I don't know who you mean by Jordan Simmons. I see Jordan Simmons, I'm thinking of our former offensive lineman that was on the team. Maybe I'm missing on the guy you're meaning with it. See you Sunday, William. For sure, see you Sunday, bro. AI says Tankathon had us taking Murphy, Cam Smith, Drew Sanders, and Smith, Mozzie Smith. Okay, that'd be a solid one. Megan, I'll definitely check out that Ollie picture for sure. For sure. In utero, where do I click to do the join button? So in utero, it sometimes doesn't show clearly, I don't think, as much on like iPhones or maybe certain phones. You might have to do it from a PC. But if you're logged in on a PC on your Gmail account and you go in and you should have ability to hit subscribe and then join, you might not be able to join if you don't have a credit card on file with your Gmail account, because it's going to come straight through on that. So you might have to have a credit card associated with the Gmail to pull that off. But if you're able to donate to the channel, then you should be able to hit the subscribe button on that side. If you can't get it there, then you can also go to the Patreon. Patreon benefits are going to be the same as the membership benefits for the most part. So I also have the link down there in the description section on that if you'd like to go that route as well. And we're going to be, as we go through here into the future, start to really expand on some of those membership benefits as we go along. Okay, cool, Red Ace. I was like Jordan Simmons. Maybe I'm Jordan Simmons. I would do probably a very similar type deal to what I might do for DeForest Buckner for Jeremy Simmons. I think they both are top 5 defensive tackles in the sport. Not top 3. They're probably both like 4 and 5, but they're very close to each other. So Simmons, 20th overall pick for Simmons. I like Buckner a little more. I'd love to pull off like a 2nd and a 4th for Simmons if I could, but it'd probably cost a 1st to make it do it. But he's a great player. He would help this defense out. He's very close to Buckner. He's still in his prime. He's not an older player. It maybe costs a little bit as far as you have to come up with a little bit more money, but at that point, you're not paying anybody significantly on that defensive line. Nobody's got any real money coming through, so you could afford to do that as well. Radius, I was thinking of the former guard. Yeah, I was too. I was like, Jordan Simmons, like, has he turned his career around? Has Jordan Simmons become a Pro Bowler with the Titans and I've not noticed? Jen Moss says Panthers might trade up for 5 and we get 9 and 2 more picks. that was my initial proverbial scenario here, Jen, is that you have your mini trade back. So you go from 5 to 9, you move back to 9, you pick up an extra first and maybe a third for doing so. You still at 9 are able to pick a real prime talent at that point. The Panthers do that trade because they can go up and then get their quarterback if it's the third best quarterback in this draft that's sitting there looking them in the face. So it makes a lot of sense, I think, from those different directions of things. In utero, yeah, it might be a little bit weird with the iPhone as such, really, because iPhone's got the Safari browser that runs, and sometimes Safari will cut things out on the browser. Or if you try to go through the app, the app might have some things kind of cut down to it with the YouTube app that doesn't show you all the stuff. So you might have to go from just like a pure, to get signed up at least, go through like an actual PC or a device itself, separate of a phone to get there. So what's with the T with Desai? Desai's interviewed. There's still some jobs that are open out there, Jen. There's still some head coaching jobs that haven't been filled yet. He might get more interviews after those coaching jobs are filled. So it's still very much a question mark situation as to what's going to go down with Sean at this point. Interviewing, but nothing's been offered to him. All right. Well, thank you. We're going to wrap it up, I think, on that note here. Thank you to everybody in the chat today, keeping, as you guys always do, really respectful. And Nicholas, I appreciate you keeping things on with that, where we were just understanding what we're trying to do, because it is a place that you'll see people reference here. This place is always going to be a spot that I want to have good, open, honest, everything's great discussion where people just, I love the ideas we have in difference up here. I love that there's different thoughts and there's people that can have disagreement, and we always just keep it above board here. We are always able to, hey, we're disagreeing, but I respect where you're coming from. You know, you might look at my draft board and go, "You're crazy, Brandon. That draft board's insane. How could you do that?" And I like it. I like that we got different thoughts on here, and it's like you guys in challenging my thoughts on this and where I want to go, help me get a better understanding of the right way about it, the right thinking and the right approach to it. So thank you to guys as always for keeping me out here, always on my toes on this. Hope you guys like this mock draft. We'll be doing another one of these next month. In another week from now, we're going to be doing just a mock draft on the Seahawks mock again with some polls back in the chat. That was very popular last time. So we're going to be running that again here through shortly on that side of it. Shiloh Carpenter is finishing us off just right. Shiloh, thank you so much with the $3 donation. I really do appreciate it. I salute you. You're very, very kind of you for doing so. And I do always appreciate all of the support here at the channel. You guys are amazing, as you ever always are on the channel in that respect. We're going to be coming back on Sunday. Sunday, I'm going to be going live right as the first game's about to start, about 12 o'clock. And we're going to be going all the way to 10 o'clock on that night. So a nice long 10-hour stream, I believe, will be right around that territory, maybe a little shorter. We'll see if I get tired, but I'm going to be shooting for the 10 hours on Sunday to watch some great playoff action. Hopefully the Niners don't win, but you never know. We'll see how it goes. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. If you could do me a favor on your way out, please do hit that like button, as you guys ever do. It does help this channel out, helps me grow. Appreciate the mods, Meg, getting the good work done out there as you guys do. Appreciate the great talk. And folks, look, Jen, as you said, we're not quite to April, but April's just around the road. We're just around the corner here from seeing this team take some great giant leaps forward. We got free agency. We got the Geno Smith deal. We got the draft coming here soon. This team's about to be shot up to the moon here with the amount of talent that we're going to be able to put onto this team for the future. And do we see the fruits of that next year? I don't know. Is this team going to be ready to get to that elite status next year or not? I don't know. But it's going to be a lot more talented team. You can better believe you're behind on that one. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Please don't you ever forget here, as we're just heading into the depths of the offseason, don't you ever forget. Don't ever allow it to leave your mind. Keep it right there at the forefront, especially as we're just about to go on our rise, especially as we're just about to get up into our little Super Bowl window. You better be thinking about it now. You better be keeping it at the front of your mind right now. And that is that you don't ever forget. Go Hawks.